different. They're obviously on a 265 semi compared to a Pro Sport who's on a 235 radial. So these guys actually have a little bit more grip to play with, and it makes it a little bit faster, but a lot more fun and a lot more thrilling.
Yeah, when you look at conditions like this, mate, and it's been off and on, what do you want as a driver? Do you want dry, wet, or do you just simply want wet or dry?
You definitely want one or the other. So at the moment, it's obviously a little bit overcast. We want just full wet conditions. Patchy is very, very dangerous.
Are you a little bit, in a situation like that, do you want to be out there yourself?
Yeah, I do, to be honest with you. We are building a car, but hey, at the same time, I'm here to hype up the boys and have a bit of fun.
Now, you say you're building a car. Is that building a car for Pro next year?
Yeah, it is for Pro.
How big a decision was that to make?
A big decision, a big financial decision too. So hence why I'm here. And yeah, we'll try our best to get back out there next year.
All right, let's come with me. Let's have a little bit of a walk and just check out what's going on. Because I suppose the big thing here is damage, and all these cars are they're getting plenty, aren't they?
A lot of damage from the rear quarters of these cars. Over that wall is not very forgiving, right? So it's when you come in and just slide across, and the taillight's obviously broken there. That's the biggest damage you get.
All right. I mean, but the whole thing about this course is you need to be close to the wall. Judges want you close to the walls, but it made it even harder because of the conditions.
Yes, 100%. It's one of those things where there's a lot of wet patches. When you come onto the wall and come off, it gets very slippery at that point because there's a lot of water on the track, and then they seem to kind of ballet their way off the course, unfortunately, but that's where it will win or lose a battle.
Well, I just wondered too, if we talk about winning or losing battles, you have that transition period, the little transition where you have to go back into the main segment. It's been causing all sorts of havoc. How do you manage that?
Realistically, you have to set yourself up in terms of the switch up onto the wall and then adjust with the handbrake and the front brake to be able to place the vehicle where you want it and then get back on the throttle in the right time. It's very, very precise.
All righty, let's just remind you how the format works here in D1NZ.
The 2025 D1NZ Championship brings together new elements and a new lineup of changes for the competition format. Each driver is scored on line, angle and style by 3 judging officials, with each judge given 100 points to play with all 3 scores now averaged across the 3 judges. Qualifying runs are now also back-to-back to keep the cars warm and on consistent track conditions. After qualifying, our drivers are then lined up in a seated battle tree, ready for door-to-door competition. Drivers need to set or better their qualifying performance in the lead while maintaining the scoring criteria for each event. The chase driver's objective is to match or better the lead car's performance while trying to maintain close proximity. Our tandem elimination system has changed for 2025 with new scoring elements. Each official will now split their points across 3 battle scoring criteria, where drivers need to set both a lead and chase run, now scored out of 100. Each judge will now only score either lead, chase or style, with 100 points available for each official. The highest scoring drivers will then advance into the next round, battling through a top 16, top 8 and a semi-final top 4 before we battle for the final spots on the podium.
So that's how the competition works in D1NZ. If you're wondering how the format works, we've got the top 32 to finish off in the pros. Fanga Dan knows what it's like to win, 4-time champion, a rock star, but not your year.
Yeah, not my year, it's pretty tough, we've been doing it 20 years now, and we're lucky enough to have 4 championships under our belt. So, we're going to have those years, and, the guys like, Dave Steedman and Adam Davies, they've been just around just as long, and, they're still fighting for their first one, so we've got to take the good and the bad, so.
How are the weather conditions out there? What are the track conditions for you?
Oh man, it's changing every time we go out there, and it's a bit of a luck of a draw. You throw something at it and go out and see what happens, Everyone's struggling. I've been up in the stands, I've been focusing on certain drivers, and I'm like, man, that car looks fast, and then he's struggling over here, and, everyone's struggling, mate. And then we went into the battles, and the guys that actually look good in practice, they're all spinning out and ending up in the wall as well, so we've still made some changes in between practice just to, what can we do? We'll give it a shot.
You'll always give it a shot, brother. You know how to get it done. Get in that bloody Castro and Mustang and go give it a shot against James McManaway. But we've got more to come for that. So let's get busy, shall we? No rain at the moment. Touch a bit of wood and we will be okay. Pro Sport, Pro, and then the top 8, top 4, and Championship and Pro Sport following this. Let's get busy with Kenny and Warren. Let's go, boys.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen Akiba, doing a great job as always down there in the pit chute with the one and only Keisuke Nagashima. And here we go, concluding our top 32 here at D1NZ round number 5 for the National Drifting Championship for 2025, Kenny. And it has been an amazing day here, very trying for all of the drivers. And this is a one more time battle for Sam West and Jordan Joyce. Sam West actually messaged me earlier and said he's having massive issues with the power steering in this car. We saw the first time they came out, he looped it round in front of Jordan Joyce. This time though, it's looking a little bit more settled. Mr. West out front doing his best to try and run away from the NZKW machine of the one and only Jordan Joyce out of Stock Street Autos in Auckland. I've named Jordan in past, Kenny, the wet weather taniwha, because he is a man who does seem to flourish in wet and challenging conditions. Seems to suit his smooth driving style.
A couple of JZs out there battling it out. 180SX leading that S14 of Jordan Joyce in the chase. These guys in the top 32, so still a couple of battles to lock in. Actually, no, this will be the last battle in the top 32. One more time, and then we will lock in the 16. But before we get into the 16, we will have the Pro Sport top 8 coming up very soon.
Okay, so I believe, just confirming, there were a couple of things that ended the other top 32 brackets. So I think Cole Armstrong did get the decision over Sam Edinburgh, and I think Daniel Wilhouse has also got the win over James McManaway. Is that confirmed and locked in now?
James McManaway retired, so he's out. Dan Wilhouse through to the top 16.
Alrighty, so this is the final pass then, because this is a sudden death. We're on OMT. And then we move straight into the series title deciding top 8s for our Pro Sports. Kenny, have you got a favourite here? I don't even know where
I like the fact that it's wide open like that, and it's going to serve up some pretty cool battling. So we get underway with the final battle of the top 32 here for the Pro Championship on the 265 semi-slicks. Not sure the semi-slick rubber's going to do much use in the wet today, but certainly Jordan Joyce getting up on that high line.
It's very much hold on my hope at the moment. It is very much like ice skating. I've been referencing this all day. If you think you could drive in these conditions, jump in your car, find any rear-wheel drive, go to Hampton Downs and pay to have a go on the wet skid pan. And it is like driving on ice, and that's exactly what these guys are doing at the moment. They are ice skating out there with, in some cases, north of 1,000 horsepower. And Sam West loops around in the mud, and again, that car looks like it's, as soon as it's gone to full lock, Kenny, it just doesn't come back. It just, Sam West has got something in that steering setup as Jordan Joyce concludes his run there that is making that car just undrivable in battles. And after a 90 in qualifying last night, that will be a frustrated Sam West. Take a look at the GT Radial replay. GT Radial, the official tyre of D1NZ for the 2025 season. And Jordan Joyce leads away, and it kind of looked like a carbon copy, Kenny, of the first run. We didn't really see too much difference from when Sam West was leading until they got really around into the transition. And you'll see here Sam West will unfortunately over-rotate the vehicle, and that will be all she wrote for him as they come back around. The UDC Teardrop, UDC Lightning Fast Loans, 0800 623 623. You
so
see here
UDC Teardrop being one of the important things
there
to
it
watch.
Is, the car's stuck on lock.
During the when the rain came down, and obviously the track condition being wet, we saw a lot of guys struggling with that second transition into the UDC outside zone, which is outside zone 3. And then firing a lot out of that teardrop as well. What we're finding in the wet is most guys are actually drifting their line further to the left-hand side of the track through the transition up onto the wall. And that's causing a lot of dramas, as we saw there for Sam West looping out. So they're falling offline through that. There's a single outside clip that they need to hit, and there's the result. Jordan Joyce locked in to the top 16.
Yeah, well done, Mr. Joyce. The wet feather taniwha, and Stephen will grab a word.
Well, Jordan, last of the 32 to go through. It looks like you breathed a sigh of relief.
Yeah, it's been a long day. You know, it's first battle, and we're getting into the night. It's hard out there. Whoever wins tonight, I put my hands up to them, bro. That is hectic wet. Sam's driving no power steering. I took it easy behind him. how he made that lap, I don't know. But, yeah, put it to the wall. We're here for the win, so we'll see how we go.
Go get it.
Cheers, brother. Thank you.
So that explains a lot there. No power steering for Sam West. So he did really well there to get that, muscle that thing around there in those conditions.
It'll be a season that, Stephen's going to grab.
Whoa, no power steering.
Yeah, last 2 laps, even that lap before, I've got no power steering at all. So it's pretty dangerous, especially on a wet track. But if I'm on throttle, it lifts the front up and I get a bit of steering. So it's a lot of throttle in the car and hope. So I think I put together a pretty good lead for the situation. But unfortunately, Jordan got the win. So congrats to him.
Go and enjoy the show.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Love you.
Love you too, man.
Oh, the man love down on the pit shoot there, Steve McIver, a real favourite with the drivers, always getting the inside word there, and Sam West is a lover, not a fighter. All right, we go to the Pro Sport Top 8, and this is going to be a super important battle coming up right now. Core Civil sponsored Blake Miles against Core Civil sponsored Dan Edwards. Loyalties will be split here. Blake Miles has the S15, Dan Edwards has the 180SX, and whoever advances out of this battle has a very, very strong chance, Kenny, at claiming not only the round win, but the overall season podium. So we still have Blake live, we still have Daniel Edwards live, we still have Corbin Wilson live, we've still got Dean Young live, and we've still got Guy Maxwell. So it is all to play for. Here we go. And Blake Miles just settles into that run again that we saw. We've seen this from him pretty much every time he's been out there, Kenny. He just settles in, just glides along that Repco wall ride. There's no big steering inputs, nothing overly flashy, nothing overly spectacular. It's just simple, but it's working.
A lot more handbrake use in the wet today, trying to modulate the car speed. Got a lot of guys just struggling out there in those conditions, but what a fantastic job so far. Now into the standing water out of UDC. How do the cars perform? You'll see here again, the car's just pushing offline, and it makes it so difficult to get back up onto that wall ride.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times too, if you fall back too far and then you get over aggressive, you come back up over that lip.
Blake Miles.
As Blake Miles coasts it round the wall, and he folds that boot in. And the rear quarter, good drive there to kick things off in the top 8 for the Pro Sports.
So how good Pro Sport title fight is the curtain raiser for the Pro Championship tonight. 235 radial tyre. These guys don't have the semi-slicks. They don't have the nitrous oxide. But certainly still, some of these top guys still pretty much have a pro car on a 235. So fantastic driving, and certainly Blake Miles out in the lead here in the GT Radial replay.
Well, Dan Edwards came out sort of at the start of the season when I interviewed him and said, look, this is probably going to be his last season in Pro Sport. He was looking to put together that pro campaign, and I think Blake Miles, arguably having gone 4 or 4, 5 or 5, depending on how you look at it in terms of qualifying results, certainly ready, and he has put the pressure on Daniel Edwards, who, of course, we saw here last year in that title fight with Keisuke Nagashima and Dean Young. And here they go, they'll switch places now, and it will be Dan Edwards to lead away. Blake Miles right in the pocket there, letting Dan Edwards know that he is right there in the chase position. He's dropped down the track here. He probably should be a little bit higher up, maybe just falling a little bit back into proximity, a little bit into formation. He's gone down the track a little bit there. So straight line from Blake Miles. Looked very straight there from Blake Miles. It'll be up to the judges' effect. It'll be Ben Kai Bruin who's looking at that chase run to see, has Blake Miles made a mistake there, and is that going to impact his overall score here? We're going lead for lead. We go chase for chase. And then Blake Miles is again struggling to... It's almost
I thought
like
he would have settled in
speed
after the transition and fallen back on the rear quarter. He's just way up past the A-pillar, so I think that's going to hurt him a little bit. But certainly the lead car of Daniel Edwards just touching the wall on the exit there, and Blake Miles not afraid to get up on the door, but I think he's just, through the second half of the track, just pushing too far up the A-pillar, and it'll be interesting to see how they call that one, because
I think
he's certainly using a lot more.
Do you know how I'd read that, Kenny, as too aggressive? That was basically biting. I think as soon as he went down the track here, and he tried to drive too close to Dan Edwards.
Yeah, a lot more of
just set him up on the wrong line.
Yeah, a lot more of that inner line. I mean, he being in the pocket straight off entry, a little bit of leeway for where he was track positioned on the sweeper. But it's the second half of the track where he's just cut, and he had an opportunity to go wide where Daniel was trying to push a little bit wider. But hey, these conditions are absolutely atrocious. Yeah, and like we spoke about earlier this morning, some of the guys that did well in the earlier brackets did choose a more mid-line approach to the layout because it was just too dicey to push wide. You're in the marbles, you were in the dirt, and you'll see there Blake Moss trying to apply some pressure towards the end of the section there, but we'll wait to see how the judges call this one.
I'm very interested to see how this decision falls. Both the drivers are out of the cars, the core civil boys, and we're going to go down to Stephen for a decision very shortly.
Cascade, just a little step back, you're good. Thanks, mate.
One way to build the suspense, Kenny.
Two heavyweights in the Pro Sport class battling for that title here tonight. We're in the top 8.
Okay, so we haven't got a decision yet. How you feeling, Dan? This is a big decision the judge's got to make here in terms of the championship.
It is, and it sucks coming up with Blake in the top 8, but we're hoping it was more to the finals, and if anyone I want to lose to, it's him, and I see it's probably vice versa, but he's a good man, and that was epic.
There's a lot of brotherly love here tonight.
Obviously P1 and Polly. How was that, mate? That looked unbelievable.
Oh, that was cool. I wish it would have been me and him in the final together. Sucks, you know, coming up in the top 8, but we just wanted to put on a show, drive as hard as we could, you know. There was just push each other to the limits, and yeah, I hope everyone's happy with that.
No, awesome, mate. That was a really, really good lead, really good chase.
So what we do understand right now is because this is such a tight battle and the championship, the judges are having a little court, a bit more of a cornetto to figure this one out, but it's tough, right? And you know what it's like.
Yep. I mean, both of them put on a very, very good run, right? From a judge's decision, it'd be very, very hard to take away points or, you know, actually look at the very, very minute details to be able to come up with a decision.
It'd be a hell of a thing to do, right? Because, I mean, if you're looking at something so tight, how then do you break it down?
So realistically, there's any type of points that gets deducted from either wheel off or the line not being 100%, but it's really looking at the minute details through that DOS system that they have.
I was watching earlier on, they've already said that yellow line, when you're coming into that first turn, you lose 50 to 100 points from there straight away. In conditions like this, it just doesn't get any easier, does it?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I mean, they've done such a good job to, you know, get on that line that the judges want and put on a very, very good show on both lead and chase.
Oh, we just have to wait and see. I'm looking for my spotter to give me an idea, but there's nothing happening at the moment. I might just go back upstairs to the lads and have a wee chat while we just wait for that decision. Warren?
Oh, thank you, boys. I can tell you that the DSO is reviewing everything in very minute detail here because, as you have rightly pointed out, this is an incredibly important championship battle for both of these drivers. We have Blake Miles at the moment sitting in number 1 on points. Daniel Edwards was sitting in position 5 on points, so this is a crucial call to get it right. Whenever I see this happen, I always tend to think the longer it goes, the more likely we are to see a one more time type call. Kenny, I think we've seen this over many years,
who
right?
made the most penalties, right? Because I could just see from the corner of my eye the DSO system being used, and they're actually taking a really close look at the focus. So Joel Counter, busy reviewing it at the moment, so we will get underway with the next battle while it's under review, and we'll update everyone as soon as we can. But they are looking at that transition with Daniel Edwards in the lead.
Yeah,
so
what I called as it was
that first transition, they're really having a look at it. Well, I'll get underway with the rest of the top 8 at the moment while that's under review. Darren Murray up against
Corbin Wilson, currently number 5 in points. Darren Murray, the Jameson Civil S15, gets right up onto the shelf there, and Corbin Wilson goes with him. LT4 underneath the bonnet. Chevrolet Power up against the 2JZ for Darren Murray out of the South Auckland area, and that car is beautiful in the blue there. Corbin Wilson representing the ProWear colours this weekend along with Haltech, young fella out of Gisborne. And Darren Murray has overcooked it there and gone right out to the edge of the track there. Don't know if it was a wheel off, Kenny. I'll let the judges be the adjudicators of fact there, but he certainly coasted right out to the outside of the track there to Darren Murray, and you saw Corbin Wilson there straight away. He fell back, Kenny, just making sure he didn't get stuck. But then here comes the young fella, Baypark. Those of you who are in attendance, put your hands together for 16-year-old Corbin Wilson right on the door of Darren Murray as they close out run number 1 of the top 8.
What a lap.
Oh, Corbin just comes to life, Kenny. Whenever we go to one of these concrete jungles.
He's been battling axle dramas the last 3 events. They broke an axle last night in qualifying, and good to see the ProWear 350Z back out there yet again. Jeez, it's 370? 370Z?
Yeah, 350. It's the ex-Jordan Lee car.
Ah.
Yeah, so, and it started its life as one of the D-Spec cars that you referenced earlier, one of the...
So there was a moment there for Corbin and then a wheel off as well from the lead car, so...
To me, that looks like that's the lead car causing that, though, as opposed to Corbin doing anything wrong. I think he's responding to what he's seeing happening in front of him. But again, look, you and I are just judges. We're judges. We're not judges. We're charged with sitting here just presenting our opinions. The three wise men plus the DSO are the only three opinions that actually matter.
We're having a bit of fun. It is the grand final. And I just saw Joel leave his post, so that means he'll have his decision through on that last battle as we get ready for the second pass of these guys here. Now, what's happened here? We're going to see a mechanical call again.
We're not going to. Well, I don't think that Corbin has one, does he? I thought Corbin had taken his.
He may have already used his 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's had his. He used his in the 32, I think.
32, yeah.
Or did he use it in the 32? He used a call last night in qualifying.
No, well, yeah, there is no 5-minute call in quali, so he might still have it up his sleeve.
All right, waiting here for the switchover as Corbin Wilson will have the lead this time. Again, Corbin Wilson currently sitting in 5th place on points and runs away to a little bit of a lead there over Darren Murray. Darren Murray, I would have thought, would have been closer there on initiation, but Darren Murray certainly has the speed. Corbin Wilson is one of those drivers, Kenny, who we see a lot of left foot from him. He modulates the car, keeps up little sparks off the bash bar. Darren Murray's got out of it and he's reinitiated. Darren Murray's got out of it and he's had to reinitiate there, and then a big drag of the handbrake. Corbin Wilson now just has to keep this smooth. Keeps it on the inside.
Darren Murray's struggling. He was really struggling down at the teardrop to get some traction.
Well, so the question here becomes then, do the judges feel that Corbin is travelling at sufficient enough speed to be chaseable, and is that impacting Darren Murray, or are those earlier mistakes sufficient enough?
Look
at the sparks.
Look at the sparks flying off the car, railing the wall all the way around. Corbin Wilson, 16 years old. His first full championship, Pro Sports Series championship debut.
Yeah, came here and did one round last year. So he did Baypark.
I wonder if he's driven a lot of Baypark in his speedway days.
He has, yeah. He's won a couple of mini stock features here. In his, so he was explaining that he jumps basically from a car that's 55 horsepower, powered by a little Datsun 1200 motor, to over 700 horsepower of LT4 powered Chevrolet motor.
So there was that little moment there on the GT Radio replay for Darren Murray.
Yeah, so that one's
Corbin Wilson
just the
pushing
speed
out wide as well. So we'll wait the decision.
And I think have the judges locked in for Blake and Dan yet? Are they still deliberating? No. Okay, so we are being told that there is a decision pending for Dan Edwards and Blake Miles. This is very, very important. So I think we will, as soon as we have this lock in, we will go to Stephen to announce it.
So the reason for that decision is we have to wait for the review judge to go through it.
Right, so he has to look at every single aspect.
Yeah, he's just gone in with a bit of paper. So
it's fully documented, so the drivers can understand the process that was followed afterwards. Very interesting.
So we're going to try to get a decision out of this first top 8 one, and it looks like Corbin Wilson gets the win. So Kesko, go have a chat to Corbin Wilson, buddy. Still waiting on the other one.
Corbin, mate, how was that? You've got through to the top 4. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's just good to be here, especially pretty much all season we've been having troubles with the car. Like, this is Case's dash out of his S15. Went through about 3 axles past couple days, and yeah, so happy to go through.
Well done, mate. That chase and that lead was phenomenal. So yeah, keep that up.
Sweet, thank you.
Got Darren Murray over here. Well, mate, beaten by the kid, but just describe the process of trying to do a lap there.
It's quite tricky, man. The conditions change every corner. It's just slippery, then you get a bit of grip, and then you're back to slippery. It's just like ice skating, I guess, you know.
All right, mate. Pleasure having you entertain us.
Cheers, man. Thank you. I'd like to thank Jemison Civil, Jeff Fiberglass, CK Earthworks, and DSM Fabrication, because without them I wouldn't be here.
Love having you here, mate. What we'd love to know is we have a decision. We might actually have a decision on the first battle in the top 8. I just haven't been given a nod yet. We'll just wait and see. I'll just get back into position, and if my director will tell me which way to look. In fact, my spotters will tell me here. Okay, we have a decision in this one. I can tell you who the winner is. Edwards goes through. Top qualifier goes out. Edwards goes through.
To battle Blake, man, honestly, P1 qualifier or Q1 qualifier, it sucks winning over a teammate, but I mean, now I got a big job and bring it home for the boys.
You're right there with the points table, mate, so this is obviously some crucial points for you.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, honestly, I just can't thank Blake for being an awesome teammate, and yeah, I don't know, I'm lost for words.
Keep going, mate, keep going. You got more to do.
Thank you.
Good on you.
Let's talk to Blake Miles. Ouch.
Ouch, but
Ouch.
not really. You know,
so how do you feel? That's probably the championship out the back door.
Oh, it's obviously bittersweet, but there's no one else that, rather lose to than Dan. He's helped him out heaps this season, been an awesome driver. It was an awesome battle, obviously a close one, so yeah, hopefully he brings it home for the core civil construction boys, and yeah, we'll have a good night.
Love the sports, mate. See you next year.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, Steve McCobb. Kisko Nagashima down there on the grid, bringing us all of the drivers' feelings as they experience the results in real time. So Dan Edwards through to battle Corbin Wilson, and that, Kenny, will set up a run for the title for one of those two. So one of those two positioned potentially to be the Pro Sport champion for 2024. On the other side of the draw, we have Isaac Aldridge and Sam Rowson, and that is Sam the Mo Rowson in the Morel. On the left-hand side of your screen, Isaac Aldridge in the E92 BMW with the LS underneath the bonnet. And Isaac Aldridge, renowned battle specialist, but Sam Rowson has he's certainly had fortune favour him this weekend. He's had some really interesting things go on through battles, but he's still here in the top 8. So great to see Rowson out there, and Isaac Aldridge in the chase position.
Sam Rowson doing a great job so far. The big C33 L-Dog, you'll see the rear of it. Battered and bruised though from earlier battles today, and so too the same for the BMW. Isaac Aldridge trying to stay in the pocket. Here's the squirmy part of a lot of standing water through the midsection of the track Aldridge as they get back up onto the bank, and Aldridge trying to apply the pressure now. Sam Rowson just up on that high line. Oh, massive moment for Aldridge.
Yeah, every time he gets out of the gas, the car just wants to straighten up. It doesn't want to sit on angle. He needs to probably fall back into maybe a slightly more rearward chase position, but then carry a little more angle along the bank, because he's carrying quite a flat line through there. And then every time he gets out of it, you see, like every time he adjusts the car, the front end wants to come round on it. And it's just something that they're working through with that car as they set it up, because we've referenced a couple of times the BMWs aren't that common here in New Zealand as opposed to what they would be in Europe. S chassis and the old L-Dogs and various others far more common.
Well, the Sylvia sort of took over, didn't it? And a lot of the old sort of fell away from the pro level scene as we take a look at Isaac Aldridge turns in the lead now and smacks the wall.
Smacks the wall.
Landmark Homes BMW up in the wall. Now that opens the door a little bit here for Sam Rowson. He would have seen that unfold in front of him, because he knows with a big wall hit like that, that's a sizable penalty in terms of the scoring. So now Rowson trying to apply some pressure now through the second half of the track.
What was Rowson's line though coming down off the wall there? It looked like he was really flat. I mean, we switched camera angle. Rowson's gone really flat now, so this is almost that repeat, Kenny, I guess, of that. You're seeing the deductions for both drivers here, and it's going to come down to lesser mistakes. Question becomes, Sam Rowson was pretty clean on his lead. Isaac Aldridge did whack the wall. Like, he whacked the wall, and that is most definitely in, not on the wall. As you see, to adjust the line here, bang, pops the car back out.
When we talk about that initiation line too, in reference, we see the lead car may have entered a little bit early, just a fraction early. How much of a penalty that might have been too, but Sam Rowson certainly using the opportunity with that wall hit, trying to close the line a little bit to regain proximity. The problem with that though is it can balance out the penalties, right? Because you're effectively taking a penalty by cutting your line. So it's two ways to look about that, but certainly a lot more line upset from the lead car there of the BMW.
Second tag there too, just before the end of the section. So
which gives him more steering inputs, just to correct himself. We'll wait and see what the judges score here.
Isaac Aldridge goes through. So Isaac Aldridge unanimously goes through.
So Aldridge, you got the win, mate. How was that?
That was hard work. Just in the chase, it was hard. I don't know why, but it was just rough trying to stay behind. And I thought I'd probably put it a little bit too hard into the wall in the lead, but obviously the judges saw something that I didn't. So happy to be moving on. It's been a rough season, and can't thank all the partners that support us.
No, well done, mate. I mean, I think you did a really good chase up to that final point, so he must have got it there.
Yeah. Oh, well, thanks to Sam for a good battle, and on to the top 4.
Yep. No, good on you, mate.
Here's Sam. How do you feel?
Oh, good. It's bloody hard work out there in the wet. Changing it every time, I suppose. Getting that wheel speed right, getting that entry speed right, and riding the wall all the way around. But yeah, it was good. Good battle with Isaac. Good way to go out. Top 8. Would rather go through again, but that's all right.
Go and relax.
Go relax, that's it, yeah.
So Isaac Aldridge moves through into the top 4, and I think where he may have clawed a lot of favour out of that was in his chase run. And like you say, with Sam Ralston's chase run, he just fell off a little bit. And we saw that actively when he was trying to regain that track position, when he saw that mistake happen out in front of him, but certainly didn't really match the angle, and he was on a way different line.
Kenny, super important battle here. Dean Young flirting with the yellow line there. Remember, it's a 50-point deduction if you cross the yellow line. So Guy Maxwell, Dean Young, this is super important for both of these two who are still in the championship fight. It is Dean Young out front, the Smooth Silver Fox, with Guy Maxwell for the choice files. Mr. 113%. It is his birthday today. Oh, Maxwell, what's happened there?
Massive moment.
Big moment, big moment. We know that car is running something that you could basically call it an NZ number 8 wire steering racket. It's an S13 rack and S14 bracket with about a quarter lot of turn, and it doesn't do what he wants it to do. And Maxwell, I think, is trying really hard now just to not make contact with the wall. But there is Dean Young just gliding along that wall. A little bit of a tag there for Dean Young. But he will know that Guy Maxwell has upset himself in the chase position. Kenny, is that enough for Dean Young, potentially? But we know Guy Maxwell won't hold back on the lead. GT Radio replay.
So talk about that. There's that initiation line off the start. So the lead car, if the lead car crosses that at any time tonight, they will score a 50-point deduction. And that is because we want that lead car out wide on the wall and opens the...
There, right
Yeah,
there.
and there's that big mistake for Guy Maxwell. It opens the door for the chase car to really get in the pocket. And yeah, Maxwell just having a massive moment through that first transition. It almost looked like a straight line from that. It was a bit hard with that camera angle, but it looked like a straight line for how long. It will determine how much, whether it's in zero territory or whether it's a massive penalty. So we'll see here Dean Young also fighting the car a little bit to stay on that high line. A little bit of steering input there. So a little bit of a tag on the wall.
Yeah, but it bucked so hard, didn't it? I feel like we probably will end up having a look, just with how talented these guys are. I feel like we'll be looking at that one again, possibly. The judges will have a straightforward decision unless something unexpected happens here. Mr. 113%, Guy Maxwell choice. Oh, there it is.
Maxwell right in the water, straight to mark.
The steering wheel's had enough. The steering has had
Dean
enough.
Young's going to go for the pass.
Now, Dean Young does not have to complete this run if he doesn't want to, but Dean Young is going to cap this one off in style. I imagine the chat right now is going nuts with the Dean Young family and the Young Drift squad. Oh, now he's got out of it. So, okay, so that's a safety thing there with Guy Maxwell aborting the run. So I
Putting on a show, passing him up on the bank. And Guy Maxwell, unfortunately, tagging the wall and probably got a little bit too much damage there, forfeiting the rest of that lap. So we'll take a look at it here on the GT Radio replay. Both of them doing a great job to try to get up on the high line, but the rear end of the S13, the Choice Files S13, Guy Maxwell just tagging the rear end, sending the front around straight, and then back straight out of it after that. So Dean Young, Watson Hallwich, S13, one of your title contenders, knocking out another title contender with, I think, mathematically it was 7 drivers coming into this round.
7 drivers all the way back as far as Jason Wu.
Yeah, that could take the title tonight
there
for
are now
the 235 class.
So there are now 3, Kenny. There are now 3 drivers, assuming that is an incomplete for Guy Maxwell and Dean Young goes through. Dean Young, Corbin Wilson, Daniel Edwards. are your top 3 as we head into the top 4. Now, Isaac Aldridge is not, unfortunately, in title contention as we go down to Stephen McIver.
Yeah, lads, I can confirm Dean Young goes shorter face. Isaac, that smile on your face, that means a lot, right?
Smiles for miles. Oh, finally got you, Guy. Even though his car kept out, I'll still take the win, man. I'll still take the win.
What does it mean to get into the top 4? I mean, that's a step closer.
Hey, one step closer to the top. Let's take it there.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to take you out of the zone. Go get it.
Thank you.
Well done, Dean Young. I'm not sure if we're going to hear I don't think Guy's come back off the track yet. Is he still being recovered there? Is that car sitting level, Kenny, or is it slightly down on the...
She's pretty battered and bruised.
Yeah. What a birthday present, eh? Should we try? Maybe we should try and get the crowd to sing happy birthday to Guy Maxwell as he comes back. Do we know how old he is?
No.
I'm going to guess it's. I'm going to guess around. If anyone does know, please let us know. I'm going to guess he's probably somewhere around 30ish.
Plenty of birthday wishes coming through on the live chat. If you're here at the track, you can tune into whip out your mobile phone and tune into Oversteer TV on the YouTube app.
He had a custom birthday cake actually delivered to him. You'll see it on his social feeds at the moment. It's a custom birthday cake with a mini Guy on it, which is fully edible. I know this because it was made in my house by my wife. So we delivered it here for the driver's signing. So thank you to Sarah at Little Ninja Cake Kitchen for the custom cake for Guy from the Choice Files. Organised, of course, behind his back by Steph, this lovely lady. So it's a sad way to end the title campaign for Guy Maxwell. But look, don't take for granted that the title fight is fully locked in as I kind of relay it, because there are a lot of calculations have to go on in the background. As we pointed out, there was only 4 points separating those top 4 drivers as we came in, so certainly very close. So certainly very close in the Pro Sport class. Dan Edwards, Corbin Wilson. Dan Edwards, Corbin Wilson. 2J versus the LT4. This is, of course, the 235 series. I almost feel like we're doing it injustice, Kenny, by calling it a development series these days. These guys have been so good.
That wasn't the name of it. So
no.
It was called the development series many years ago, but it's actually the restricted class. 235 Pro Sport restricted class.
Right, and that's because it is set up with the intention that you can run power, you can run gearbox, but you can't run the big 265 series, you can't run the likes of NOS, right? And I don't think, can you run Lex and Windows, etc.?
Yes, yep.
You can?
Yep, it's all just down to the tyre. It's down to the tyre and the nitrous oxide. Yeah, pretty much it.
Okay, so just for reference, there is a, I think I can do that. There is an after function with the drivers this evening, so if you are interested in that, you can head down pit side and see the team at the Thrill Supply Co, and then I'll sort you out with the information if you want to hang out with the D1NZ drivers and our championship victors this evening. As we look at Dan Edwards, Civil into the top 4. Been here, done this before, Kenny. I think it would have hurt last year, wouldn't it, when he missed out? So
trying to get some heat into the rear.
Well, he's doing what Ryusei Akiba did before. We saw almost that static burnout type style.
Pretty hard of the clay and all the water all over the track. This is going to be a good battle.
Be interesting, yeah. I think Dan's. I feel like Dan's the faster, but then Corbin gets out and just sticks to that wall. He just really is glued to it. Here we go. Daniel Edwards, Core Civil Construction 180SX, Stock Street on the front, and he will lead away from the youngster Corbin Wilson, 16 years old. Dan Edwards out to the wall there, stays about 10, 20 centimetres off there.
Oh, Corbin Wilson, right in there, right up on the rear quarter.
You can hear him just feeding it. Feeding it, letting it eat in behind Dan Edwards, putting the pressure on here. Corbin Wilson, been there, done that before here at Baypark, but he's stuck to the inside. And then
he's locked himself out.
Is that Corbin's fault or is that Dan's fault?
I saw a big steering input when he came out of that second transition, and now he's trying to recover some points back out on the second part of the wall ride. We'll have to break it down in the replay because I saw a massive moment out of the transition, and I think it just locked him out. He's just cut the line a little bit too much, and I think he might have locked himself out.
Yeah, too great. We'll have a look at the GT Radial replay as it comes back up.
And all things being said, Daniel Edwards certainly unafraid of continuing to push and stick to that judge's line.
So my only question here is Daniel Edwards carrying the same speed we would expect him to through there, and has that impacted Corbin Wilson at all? Because we have seen the judges in some cases penalise the lead car for how chaseable it is, but you're saying here Corbin Wilson's got greedy, he's gone to the inside, front wheel.
See that?
Yeah. Oh, he's gone the other way.
Yeah,
full understeer.
Yeah, and it just cut straight in. So that's what just caught my eye and made me think that perhaps he just got it a little bit too wrong out of that transition.
Oh, there's a second one there.
And he did a good job to recover out of it, but it's going to hurt him a lot in points.
Wow,
Daniel Edwards unafraid of getting up and flirting with the wall there.
So these guys, of course, still have got a potential third and fourth battle to go as well. So still a chance potentially for some silverware here. As we switch over now, Corbin Wilson will have the lead, and Dan Edwards, does he go to a final at Baypark? Or is it the youngster, the 16-year-old Drift Fox from Gisborne? Back to school on Monday for Corbin Wilson. Maybe they'll give him the day off if he wins the event. Sparks flying off that rear bash barrier. Oh, Wilson again. 1, 2, 3. 3 run. He is on the wall, though. He's not in it. He's on the wall, not in it. Big difference. That's where we saw the earlier mistake from Corbin Wilson. Dan Edwards goes out wide.
Oh, Daniel Edwards has almost made the similar mistake, but now he's massaged it out and tried to keep the throttle up.
But the throttle modulation from Corbin Wilson is so in and out that Dan Edwards doesn't really have anywhere to go. I mean, is that Dan's fault for being too close? Or?
Really fighting the cars. Corbin Wilson again up on the wall, putting on a spark show to finish. LT4 V8 up against the straight 6 turbo Daniel Edwards.
Yeah, so we did get a clarity before that that motor's slightly detuned at the moment for the 235, so down around the 600, 651, 2.
See those ball taps and using a little bit of the left foot. They are allowed to use the left foot, of course, but
this is the bit here that's interesting for me. I just want to know how I'm curious to know how the judges will call this, because you can see Corbin Wilson gets right out of the gas, right? Like he's right off the gas. There's no,
and he's using that, right? Like he's using that style of throttle feathering to modulate the car speed, whereas some other guys will use more clutch, will use more left foot, or use more handbrake. So he was actually feathering it long off throttle travel through there, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the judges view that. But Daniel Edwards hanging with him all the way around. It's almost, Daniel Edwards almost made that same mistake that Corbin did in his first run, and yeah, just almost locked himself out there.
All right, waiting for the official call to be made. So the victor here will go through to the first and second battle, and the loser goes into the third and fourth. Both still alive for season podium. And the call is made. It is Dan Edwards.
Dan, how was that, mate? Unbelievable chase and even better lead. How do you feel?
Honestly, I'm actually puffed out. It's hectic out there. The conditions are horrible, but we all got the same track and we all got to work with it. And I'm stoked to get to where I am. I've had to work this season really hard, and it's paying off. It's paying off. So
no, you definitely have worked hard, and what an unbelievable, couple runs, mate. Well done.
Cheers, bro. Thank you.
Corbin Wilson, congratulations on making the Final Four. You look a little disappointed, but you can't be disappointed with your season.
Nah, I'm sweet as. Just made a bit of a mistake in the chase there, big straight in, but that's all good.
I was talking to your dad, Sean. I said, do you teach him how to drive? He said, nah. Can Dad actually drive?
Oh, we started together, but he kind of just fell off. Eh?
Well, mate, you've still got a battle to go for third and fourth, so go get it.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you.
So I think that came down to that straight line.
Yeah, so just because it will be of interest to many watching, the judges actually came out and said that was separated by 1 point on the lead and 2 points in the chase. So 1 point separated both drivers in the lead and 2 points in the chase. That is how close that battle was. But we did get a result, and it is Dan Edwards into the final, and Corbin Wilson to battle for 3rd and 4th place. And I think that is a big several 100-ton crane that we're looking at there, Kenny, courtesy of Pollock Cranes, who have been a long-term supporter of all things motorsport, really, in the Tauranga region. We are, of course, at Mercury Baypark, home of the Baypark Busters and the Baypark Speedway. And we strip the dirt off the top of it and we turn it into a drift track, Kenny, once a year. Dean Young, Smooth Silver Fox. Is this going to be Dean Young's path to the final, or does Isaac Aldridge, the battle specialist in the BMW, spoil the party? There is still a lot to go here. I'm not even going to be able to, I can't even work this out, Kenny. I'm trying to work out the points as we go to see who's where. But we are going to have to wait for Stephen and Keske to announce the results of the season podium. And I don't think we're going to be giving the, we'll just get told there's a result, right, when we go 3rd and 4th. And although we usually like to announce 3rd, because otherwise it's, but here we go, Dean Young leads it away. Dean Young, 1.5 JZ underneath the bonnet. Under the S13 here, Dean Young, 3rd season in pro sport. Dean Young started off, he borrowed a car, he broke it, Kenny. That's how he ended up in drifting. And he's out here doing his thing now with the Watson Haulage sponsored S13 out the front here. But Isaac Aldridge has fallen into the chase position there. But Aldridge has trapped himself in a terrible position, Kenny. Yeah, he's come off there all wrong.
It was a bit tight. I think there might be a 0 if it was straight for more than 3 feet. So switching on through, back up onto the wall right now. Has Isaac Aldridge just made a massive mistake there, trying to claw back some points back on the rear quarter here of Dean Young. These guys battling for a place in the final here at Baypark.
Yeah, really important to point out too that along with the live feed, the judges can actually see everything happening in real time live on the track. So they can actually see every part of the drift circuit with the naked eye, as well as the television viewing that you and I are seeing, Kenny, along with our live stream audience. So they will have a very defined view of what's happened here for Isaac Aldridge. And this is where, Kenny, we saw Isaac Aldridge, he jumped on the gas and then shot up the inside, and then found himself trapped that he had to get on the brakes very hard.
The front wheels are very telling. So that was a straight line from Isaac Aldridge in the Landmark Homes entry.
All right, here we go. They switch over now. It is Isaac Aldridge leading away for Landmark Homes, the BMW. Dean Young. Now, where's Dean Young gone? Where's Dean Young gone? It stopped. Dean Young stopped.
Did he take the wall? We missed that on entry there from our position in commentary.
I think it's locked up. I think it's locked up. Dean Young stopped.
Massive dramas here. So
what if the lights come red? Then Isaac won't be able to complete his run, and that will 0 Dean Young. Where's the red light? There is Dean Young. The light went red, so
Keske.
Oh, sorry, not Kenny. The rules here.
My Japanese isn't that good. I'm not Keske,
no,
either.
we're not going to do the Japanese commentary again. Sorry, I was busy trying to work out what happened there for Dean Young. It looked like that car just locked up and shut down an entry. You watch it here. There was a massive difference in the proximity, and Dean Young slid. And the cars
he's out of shot there. He must have taken
the wheels aren't turning.
Take the wall, or it's bogged down on entry, and maybe it ran out of juice. Maybe the power had a power cut.
Battery, you think something electrical?
Well, just no drive. Lost drive out of the car. Maybe didn't take the wall.
Okay, so
a little bit blind from our position in commentary, unfortunately.
Okay, so I definitely cannot work out the points now, depending on what happens, because Dean Young was much further up the table than Dan Edwards and Corbin Wilson, but we wait for this to lock in.
So effectively, if Dean Young zeros and Isaac also got a 0. Both in their chases.
Yeah, it could be one more time.
Well,
yeah.
No, it's going to come to. There is no lead for lead, isn't it?
It's true. So falls back on style potentially. Hypothesizing here.
One more time.
There it is. So, you were right, Kenny. So 0-0. Yeah. So we go one more time.
One more time for the lads, and these guys are. Now I do wonder. Oh, hang on.
I just want to check on what happened out there, Dean, before you go and get ready for the one more time.
I just went to enter and jumped on the handbrake and then dumped the clutch, and it just locked up. The whole car shut down. So I don't know
I don't know what I done.
And here I was thinking you hadn't filled it up properly.
Oh man, honestly. Lifesaver, OMT, I'll take it, mate.
All right, get out of here. Kiwis.
Exactly where I made the mistake.
Do the judges have a microphone?
Try and improve on it and go to the next stage.
Yeah. Now, good. Get ready for the one more time.
That's one.
Well done.
All right, so one
Kenny,
more time there
yeah,
for the guys. Sorry, Dean Young and Isaac Aldridge.
We can't move forward. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the headset down. I'm actually going to go and grab one of the judges and see if we can get one of them to come out here because I don't think they've got a mic in there. So I'll be back in a moment. Hang on.
So where that comes down to, though, I think is because they both zeroed. Dean Young had a 0 and Isaac Aldridge had a 0. And I think there wasn't, because they were both in their chase runs, they couldn't judge lead for lead because it was actually, well, there was no lead run to judge from. But it locks the score out being 100 and 100 effectively because the leads were both affected by the zeros in the chase, perhaps. So, but we will chat to one of the judges very shortly to get ready for the next battle. Benkai Bruin, our chase judge for this weekend. G'day, mate.
How are you, bro?
So, guess what was the clarification for the OMT there?
Essentially, so there was a 0, 0, and 100, 100. So
yeah, so that's what I thought, yeah.
it's just the way it went to lead, chase, lead, chase. We've got nothing really to work with.
Yeah, yeah.
It's probably the worst type of one more time that you want to give, and unfortunately, with how the weather's been, the theme for the weekend.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it.
Pretty much it. Thanks, brother. No worries. Ciao.
We'll have more updates from the judges later on tonight as we get underway with the Pro Championship. Top 16 getting underway soon. We will be crowning our Pro Sport champion very shortly. Now, interesting to know, we've got a mechanical test lap happening out on track at the moment. The MTF Finance S15 of Justin Patterson, but I think that is... Now, who's driving Justin's car this weekend?
That is
Connor Halligan, that's right.
Halligan unfortunately had he's had a terrible mechanical weekend, having to rebuild his own car on Thursday night. Came out on Friday, let go again, and then Justin Patterson has offered him up his car. I did have a really good chat with Connor Halligan this morning just to see how familiar the car felt to him. He said it's not that dissimilar from his own car in terms of power delivery, etc. There's a couple of things in it that he wanted to change steering-wise, just to get absolutely comfortable behind the wheel. But Connor Halligan will not be afraid to throw down here because he is in second place on points at the moment for the season, and the Chase Kenny is still well and truly alive for first Kiwi home. So, okay. All right, so of course the reason that everyone is competing so hard this weekend is for the Drift Japan prize. Kenny, $15,000 in value for both Pro and Pro Sport. Ben Odgers and Benkai Bruin, the men behind Drift Japan Tours, and you can basically head Japan side with
oh, look at
courtesy
that.
of the boarding pass there. Benny Odgers, male model. Looks great, doesn't he? Benny Odgers, unfortunately not able to drive this weekend. Stephen McIver, Benny's going to tell us a little bit about Drift Japan Tours.
I had to reacquaint myself with Ben Odgers. He said, "You've met me before." I said, "Oh, well, it's all right. My dementia's setting in." It's pretty exciting, this, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Sure is. It's the fight. How can it not be?
You could be a little more excited about it. What tracks, if you win the Drift Japan Pass, what tracks will the winner of the Pro Sport Championship and Pro Championship get to experience?
Yeah, so we take them on a 10-day tour. We do 3 tracks. We go to Meihan, Bihoku, TKL. All-inclusive, flights, accommodation, transfers. You don't have to lift a finger. We change all your tyres, put all the fuel in the car. We fix all your breakages. Just one hell of a trip.
What about insurance if you actually bend the car lots? That's all covered?
Yeah, obviously you take out your personal insurance for yourself, but we try and make sure you stay on the track. We're there to coach you through it. Obviously, you know, I'm driving, so we're there for tuition and guidance when we're over in Japan.
And any driver in New Zealand can actually book and come along with these guys, can have a good time, right?
That's exactly right. So you can find us on driftjapan.com.au or hit up the socials on Instagram.
I want to know about drifting in Japan, the spiritual home of it.
Yes.
What's it actually like there when you're doing it?
It's completely different to anything anyone's ever experienced. Obviously, Keisuke would know, he drives there a lot. But it really is a different technique and different style, and we really get into the culture, so you feel like you are, you know, like the Drift King.
Yeah, there's only so many highballs you can drink, but I mean, when you talk about style, I'd love to understand the type of style you're talking about.
Yeah, so the tracks are a lot shorter, so it promotes a lot of weight transition, a lot of flicks. You don't need a lot of power, so that's where it changes the style, where you're not using the car power, you're using more technique.
All right, mate. Well, there you go. Drift Japan. We'll show a bit more about that a bit later on. But that's what the Pro Sport winner and the Pro Championship winner will win. All right, let's get busy. We've got to complete this. Let's get to the finish of the top 4 and sort this OMT out.
All right, here we go. Isaac Aldridge comes on back out, and this is the one more time versus Dean Young. I would love to know what caused Dean Young's car to check out, whether it was electrical, whether it was no fuel in the car, whatever it was. Both of these guys fighting hard because they want to go to Japan. They want that $15,000 prize too, Kenny. There are, I believe, 3 more tours this year.
The fuel thing, in the wet, sometimes different cars actually do run, they end up using more fuel. Because they're actually...
Because of the wheel speed.
Because of the wheel speed, but they're not actually got any traction. The car's not going anywhere, but the engine's doing twice the work. So sometimes that does actually come into play on the wet events.
We had that discussion during the week, and somebody said, oh, you should have a look at Sean Potros's throttle map for Baypark and what his percentage of wide open throttle is, and he actually posted it. And I think it's about 3% that he's not on wide open throttle, just banging off the limiter.
Of course, they only run a small... Most guys only run a small fuel cell in the car, and then there are also some guys have different ways about how they approach the battle phase of competition, whether they actually refuel the car every battle, or how much fuel do you actually put in the car, or how does the weight balance affect everything. So maybe they just forgot to fill the tank up.
Well, there have been a few stories over the years, haven't there, about various crew chiefs.
It's not as bad as being at Bathurst on the last lap and losing Bathurst by half a Coke bottle of fuel.
Who was that that did that? Was it Win Cup?
Yeah.
All right, we're going down to Stephen McIver, pit side.
This is breaking news no driver wants to hear, but the OMT decision has been overturned. Upon review, the OMT decision has been overturned, and the win goes to Isaac Aldridge, who will go through to battle for the Pro Sport title. So we have just heard this. It came out of the blue. I know both boys are a little befuddled. I'll get Kesko to go have a talk to Isaac first. Isaac, go have a chat to Kesko have a talk to Isaac about the win, then I'll have a chat to Dean about this one.
So Isaac, obviously there was the one more time, but you've got the win. How do you feel?
Like, it's mixed feelings. Stoked to be going through to the final. Will be the first final I've been to, which is after the season we've had, pretty happy to be doing that. But not how you want to win, eh? Like, I have no idea what caused it to be overturned. I thought one more time probably seemed fair from where I was sitting. But look, they see things that we don't see, so it is what it is.
No, well done, mate. See you in the final.
So Dean Young will be incredibly upset about that. Well, I don't know, incredibly upset, but just a little bit bewildered by it all. Oh, stop it, you. Stop it. No, DSO had a look at it. They reviewed the whole thing and they overturned the OMT. Can you suck that one up?
It is what it is, man. I'm here to have fun. I've been having fun. I'm stoked to make it this far. Do I get a 3rd and 4th battle still?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll run that. How good?
Not going to review that one.
Yeah. We cooked the gearbox. We got no reverse. It locked up on me out on the track before, and that's why I couldn't complete the run. So we've managed to free it up, and we were just going to send it with how it is. So.
Well, bro, you are going to send it. Turn the damn thing around, put your skid on, and get ready for 3rd and 4th.
Right on, man. Count me in.
So that's the sort of attitude you will have here at D1NZ. Accept it, move on, and entertain. That's what it's all about. So we're going to entertain. Stay with us.
All right, thanks, Stephen McIver. And we do actually have one of our judges joining us here just to explain the protocol, what has gone on in Tony G. Tough night in the box, mate. There's a lot on the line here, and tough calls.
Oh, mate, it's been real hard work in the in that box. I feel much more comfortable in the commentary booth than I do.
You want your seat back, don't you?
Yeah. Hey, watch our Instagram stories to see what's going on. Hey, yeah, I have to admit that it's actually some of my liability. The nature of the circuit's quite different. That comes back on itself. Okay. So as we know, Benkai, he had the 0-0 in the chase position. This is where we're going to have to be nice and clear about what's happened. Dean did finish his lead run. Max banked a score for the lead run line, and I've banked the score for the style of Dean Young's lead. So then we go to Isaac's lead. He doesn't get to complete his lead, so he forfeits the entire 100. Just because of the nature of this track, he's been red lighted as he's gone to go back onto the wall ride. Interestingly enough, Isaac had more deductions than Dean from both Mac and I by the time he'd hit that teardrop. It was just extremely unfortunate for Dean Young that where he zeroed out his lead, his chase run, that hasn't allowed Isaac to come around and complete his lead to get judged. Therefore, Dean has handed the entire 100 points. So I know that makes sense to myself. I know it makes sense to probably people who understand. And I just, yeah, I hope everyone else understands that. I'm gutted for Dean, you know, stoked for Isaac. He's driven really well. And yeah, you know, it's going to be an interesting to see. I don't know where the championship's ending now, but I'll tell you what,
I can't work it out.
NZKW seats. Oh, can I just?
Yeah, we're going to steal these later on. These NZKW bucket seats. You want to come back and sit in one, don't you? Hey, I can probably make you feel a little bit better, just so you know. I'd actually pre-written the result in, and I actually had called Isaac Aldridge as the winner of that battle. So I actually thought the same way that you guys ended up there as a result, in terms of because he wasn't able to complete that battle. I thought that was how this was going to play out. So here we go. I think you needed back in the hot seat there, Tony.
Go back in there. Thanks
Thank you,
very much.
NZKW. Thank you to all of our sponsors, the Ting Tool Prize, the Drift Japan Prize. Thank you to Mimico, of course, for helping us scrape the dirt off here. Thank you to TTI Gearbox. Thank you to Monster Energy for keeping us hydrated. And here we go, third versus fourth. Corbin Wilson, Dean Young. Now, this is very important, Kenny. This will effectively decide between the two of them potentially the order for the season championship. So Dean Young and Corbin Wilson are still in a battle for the overall season podium, as is Dan Edwards. So this is going to be very important here. Dean Young still has a lot to play for. Interesting that he said there's a gearbox issue, Kenny, so hopefully it holds together. Corbin Wilson hasn't had smooth sailing either, 16 years old versus, oddly enough, Kenny, exactly double his age. Dean Young is 32, Corbin's 16, so half his age, and they go to war here.
You're calling him the Silver Fox?
I was calling well, Dean Young started the season with a full head of black hair, and as the season's gone on as a drifter, he's got more and more
drift stress.
Drift stress. You and I have been suffering that for 20 years. So that's how that is how the judges chose to call it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that is what will lock into the results, and only three people's opinions matter, plus one in terms of the review judge, Kenny. What you
and that did come down to the review judge. Yep. Going through the scoring as well, and then reviewing the run as well. So down to the third and fourth.
And there'll be debate over that call for a long time, but ultimately, at the end of the day, Dean Young, philosophical, still well on with a chance of winning the overall season. And I tell you what, if he wins the season, he won't care about who won the round. Right, here we go. Dean Young, the smooth Silver Fox, Watson Hall. It's Watson Hall. Oh! Now that's the same thing again. Dean Young's gone to initiate. That car hasn't gone, so this is oddly enough Watson Hall.
So it might be electrical. Cutting power?
Yeah, it's shut down again.
It's not.
I think Dean Young's
been driving tight.
The way I'm looking at that.
Been driving good all day, and I can't imagine it would be.
It feels like Dean Young's going to have to forfeit, because I don't think that car's safe to battle the way it is. He goes to initiate again.
The lights,
and you watch this. It's locked up again.
It's
locked up. It's not turning the rear wheels. It just slides into the wheel, into the wall.
And then Corbin Wilson's got nowhere to go.
So I don't know that is actually within.
Well, to be fair,
rules, can you call a 5 in the top 4?
Unless yes, you can. But unless Dean's, the only other thing you can come up with is that Dean's backed out of it, seeing how far up the A pillar Corbin was. But
oh, you're thinking he's in his line, but it looked very similar.
It looked similar to the last one. There's obviously some sort of issue with that car.
Dean's waving him on, isn't he? I think Dean's waving him on. Yeah, I think Dean Young is looking like. Well, no doubt we'll go down to Stephen and Keske here to get the word from the man himself. Let's find out what's going on there.
Both cars pulling back into the pit chute.
And then there'll be one. Then there'll be Dan Edwards versus Isaac Aldridge in the final.
So Dean Young, just hearing over race radio, Dean Young has retired. So he's just pulled out of it.
Oh, we're down with Stephen.
So let's just quickly have a chat to Dean. Get that bad feeling locked up again.
Yeah, man, yeah. Straight into the first corner. Thought it was all good, and it just locks up on me. So that's all right. We've pulled the pin. No point in trying to carry on now. So well done, Corbin.
Fourth in the round, but I think the championship points look pretty good. So just go park the car up and don't go too far because we've got a presentation coming, all right?
Beauty, bro. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, Kesco's got the young Corbin.
All right, we've got Corbin with us. You have just got third, mate, for your last final round at Baypark. How do you feel?
Yeah, a lot better than last year with you, mate.
You actually got through past the top 16.
Yeah, no, it's a good feeling. But all the dramas all season, so it's a good way to finish off.
We'll see how you stand up at the end of the series, mate, but well done. We'll pack you up and look forward to seeing you at prize giving.
Sweet, thank you.
Alrighty, so I'm pretty sure that just by the way that things look, I think we'll
fighting
have
dog
the
there
same
from the young fella.
Yeah, so it will be the same drivers who will make up the overall season podium. It's just the order that we don't really have locked in yet, Kenny. You and I are trying to run numbers in the background, but we're going to leave that to the powers that be rather than spoiling anything for anyone. I'd hate to say something over the live stream and get it wrong, so we'll await.
Well, we've still got the likes of Daniel Edwards.
We'll
be looking to try and get a win here. And Isaac Aldridge will certainly be happy to be in with a shot at first place here, potentially, at Baypark. What a drive.
What a story it will be to roll off the line in qualifying, get a 1, and then potentially win an event. All right, here we go. Dan Edwards in the final against Isaac Aldridge. Dan Edwards for Core Civil Construction, the 180SX. Up and on the wall, along goes Daniel Edwards, jumps on the gas. Daniel Edwards starts to stretch the legs now. The lights are ablaze under the car. This is where Aldridge had a problem earlier. This time he gets it right. This time he stays on the right line. Got to be careful not to dive down to the inside, does Isaac Aldridge. Oh, he's checked himself up, Kenny. He's had to get out of the gas there, and he is on a bad inside line. There is Isaac Aldridge. Dan Edwards now just needs to finish out this lap. Dan Edwards, can he get it done smoothly? Runs it up along the wall. The wing has come off the back of the car. The big wang gang. No longer Dan Edwards. This is the final, ladies and gentlemen, here at Baypark. Put your hands together for Daniel Edwards and Isaac Aldridge.
What a run for the first lap. Take a look at the GT radio replay here. A really great drive, tagging the wall straight on entry, just running the rear quarter, the edge of the corner of the rear, just along that whole concrete wall. Isaac Aldridge certainly unafraid of hanging in the pocket and getting up on that rear quarter, going into the pocket, and look at him just trying to keep the car on angle through there because he was just fell into a tighter line. Almost locked himself out, but he kept the foot hard up it and kept the rear end of the car out. And then back into that side-by-side pocket, up onto the return wall ride.
All right, so all we find out here is if we get a result, Kenny, and then we move straight into the pros, trying to make up a little bit of time here at Baypark. Round number 5 of the D1NZ National Drifting Championship. This is the Pro Sport Restricted Series, and look at that. My God, as off the line they come for the final time, potentially. Isaac Aldridge will lead it away in the E92 BMW, but here comes Dan Edwards. Isaac Aldridge certainly not up on the wall where Dan Edwards was as early, but then he makes it up to the Repco wall ride. Down they come off the transition here. Dan Edwards sitting about 2 car lengths back, just giving himself enough room here. Edwards wants to make sure he doesn't get trapped, wants to make sure he doesn't make a mistake, needs to be able to stay in the throttle, keep the turbo spooled up on the 2JZ. Isaac Aldridge jumps on the gas now in the LS BMW. Here they come for the final time, up along the Repco wall ride, along the Mimico wall ride, ladies and gentlemen, for one final time. Isaac Aldridge and Daniel Edwards, put your hands together. Baypark, our Pro Sport final has Has Daniel Edwards done enough to grab the silverware? Has Isaac Aldridge potentially got his first win for the season?
That was
what
a
story
great
that
final.
will be. GT Radio replay. Kenny, talk us through it.
Great final here from the lads, and the Landmark Homes BMW, as you said, later up on the wall, tags it, but Daniel Edwards in the chase there, just he was a bit conservative through the first outside zone, and then really started to apply the pressure through the second half of the track. Didn't lock himself out onto as tight a line as we saw from Isaac Aldridge in his chase run, so I think that might do him some favours, but certainly despite the car lengths there, Sparks coming out of the BMW in the lead. Right at the end there, Daniel Edwards applying the pressure right up on that red quarter. So, yeah, I think it's going to come down to...
All we'll get told is there is a result.
It's going to come down to those outside zones. And did Isaac Aldridge just lock himself too much onto an inner line on outside zone 2?
So remember,
sorry, outside zone 3 after that inner clip 2.
Yeah, these guys are, of course, the restricted series on the 235 wide open rear tyre. Just has to be a radial by denomination. Stephen is pointing at the podium, which leads me to believe we have a result. All right, I think we are going to go down to Stephen and Keske to hand out some silverware. Do we have a result, Mr. McIver, Mr. Keske? Giving the boys direction, sending them over there. The boys are going to park up behind the podium. 10 Tools, of course, our podium sponsor. The big 10 Tools toolbox. And that is Keith from D1NZ there, and our media team making their way across to be part of the victory celebrations.
Can someone read the result quietly, please? Who wins? Just who wins?
Let us know in the live stream who you think got that one. Was it Isaac Aldridge? Was it Daniel Edwards? Let me know who you think won the overall series as well. See if your quick math is better than mine. Who do you guys think is going to be 1 PS? I call it 1 PS rather than DK for the season.
Well, they are DK. They are a DK. It's
yeah, we've never really called. Yeah, it is a weird thing that even the drivers don't seem to refer to it that way. They call themselves a pro sport champion, like PSC
yeah.
Pro Sport Champion, rather than a
it's
DK.
It's just as hard fought series, the pro sport guys, and looks like we're getting ready to head down for prize giving, and oh, this is getting exciting. Who was going to be the champion? Because that was really tight. The points were so tight heading into this round, and
yeah, Isaac Aldridge was sitting in about 8th overall for the season. So the season podium is going to look quite different to the round podium, but it will involve those same 3 drivers. It's just a case of what the order happens to be.
couple of sound checks in already. Isaac Aldridge and Daniel Edwards having a chat there down at the podium.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much ill will between both. Neither looks... It's weird, though, that neither looks very excited. They don't look like they are... Yeah, they don't look like they are either as overly confident.
A little bit of nerves, a little bit of anxiety, maybe.
Well, Dan Edwards has been here before, right?
Just waiting for that result.
Yeah. So Dan Edwards was here last year with Keisuke Nagashima and Dean Young. So it'll be the same sort of protagonists again. A little bit of Speedway clay on the top of that 10 toolbox. Thank you to 10 Tools, by the way, for your support for the entire season. All right, here we go. Let's find out who's getting some silverware. Down to Stephen and Keske.
So here we are, the final round of the D1NZ Championship in the Pro Sport Division. Everybody give these boys a huge round of applause, along, of course, with their supporters. How good has this been? We've got 2 guys that are sitting here waiting to know the result of the final battle, the battle for first and second for the round. And we can tell you that your round winner, one of the biggest smiles going around, is Daniel Edwards. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have a chat now, and then we'll get it all sorted out. Congratulations. This must feel real good.
It's hectic, honestly. I'm lost for words at the moment. It's been a battle to get here, but we finally made it happen. I just want to say thanks to my whole crew, Miles Motorsport. You guys are awesome. Core Civil Construction, Horizon Tyres. Without any of these guys, this even isn't possible. So, huge thanks to them, man. Honestly.
Okay, go park yourself up there. You get a trophy shortly. Isaac, P2 for the round here at Mount Maunganui. Better than you expected, or did you expect it?
Coming into the weekend, I enjoyed driving this track, felt pretty confident, and then obviously qualifying yesterday wasn't what we wanted, but obviously the round results are determined on battle day, and we did what we needed to do.
Got to be pretty proud of yourself, though, like every driver here in the championship, both championships, in conditions like this to podium, it's pretty special.
Yeah, it's hard work in the wet, especially with it changing every lap. But hey, we got it done, and can't thank the crew for working hard. I kept jamming the car in the wall every lap, so they were pulling it out and straightening it up and getting it ready for the next battle. And obviously all the partners, Landmark Homes, Torque Performance, Placemakers, Delmax Tyres, all the others, couldn't do it without them.
All right, we'll go get ready for the podium. And Corbin Wilson, you better pull yourself up here as well, because you're in P3. Where's Corbin Wilson? I hope is he hot? They're already up there. Could you let me get you up there? Oh, whatever. Okay, so, all righty, yeah, that's back yourself down. Okay, so in third position for the round is Corbin Wilson. Get up here, son. Come on. Third position, Ben Hodges from Drift Japan presents him with his trophy for the round. Yeah, the number 3, mate. Second position for the round here is Isaac Aldridge. And your round winner, he can speak. He said he couldn't speak. He can speak. Dan Edwards. So there you go, folks. One more round of applause for your round winners in Pro Sport Championship here at Baypark, Mercury. Boys, I'll let you spray a bit of champagne now, and then we'll get on to the championship prize giving. Oh, you gotta love it, don't you? Hey? Gotta love it. All righty, gentlemen, if you could kindly take your trophies with you. Dad. And by the way, Dan, you picked up that Teng Tools toolkit as well. Yeah, look at that. You could give it away like Luke Fink gave it away last week. No, okay. Right, we move on to now the championship positions. So, in third position for the championship, third position in the Pro Sport Championship for 2024-2025 goes to Blake Miles. Second position in the Pro Sport Championship, these trophies given out by Ben Hodges from Drift Japan, is Daniel Edwards. And your champion in 2024-2025 will be presented as trophy by the reigning champion in Keisuke Nakajima. And your 2024-2025 Pro Sport champion is Dean Young! Keisuke Nakajima, the reigning champion, will give Dean the championship trophy. And Ben Hodges will give him his boarding pass for the Drift Japan trip. And there, folks, is your championship podium for 2024. You can't stand on the top step, buddy. Your championship podium for Pro Sport here in D1NZ. Now, before, come on down here, Dean. Before you guys spray champagne and I get out of the way, please just quickly come down, mate. Bring your trophy with you. Despite what's gone on tonight, congratulations, champ.
Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting it. I don't know where the points were going to end up. I was hoping to be in at least third, so to take the big trophy home, can't complain.
All right, mate. Well, congratulations. And boys, congratulations. Get back up there. There's some champagne to spray. And that, folks, completes the 2024-2025 Pro Sport Championship in D1NZ. You know what to do, boys. So there we have it. We're all done and dusted for Pro Sport, but there's so much more to come because the top 16 in the Pro Championship is not too far away for us. Stay with us. More coming to you from Mount Maunganui in the wet, but lots of action. Stay here.
Alrighty, so Tony G, back in your familiar position in the NZKW commentary seat. You've been in the hot box, sorry, not the hot seat, man. I said hot box by mistake. Hot seat, but it is a hot box in there at the moment. There's no aircon in there and plenty of tyre smoke drifting up through those windows. But what a result, what a championship. Dean Young, you could see the emotion on that man's face and the relief. He thought it was gone, and Dean Young is your Pro Sport champion for 2025.
Let's turn that on, eh?
Yeah, turn that one on there, mate.
Yeah, epic result for the Young Drift team. Absolutely stoked for Dean. He's driven well all year, hasn't he? Let's be honest. And I like the way that, you'd worked it out, and you said to me just as we sat down here behind the scenes, and we were like, let's see if he knows and they could figure out. And you could tell by the reaction on his face. It was pretty awesome.
So do you want to know something fun? So I had the Pro Sport chat last week, right? I talked to the Pro Sport guys, and there's 6 guys in that chat. The only guy that turned it off, that didn't want to know any of the points the whole way along, is Dean Young. He was the only guy who didn't get involved and try and work the whole thing out, and hence why he was just standing, and that was a genuine reaction, right? Like he was so in his own head after Manfield, but the relief on his face, and we saw old Lunchy pick him up there and give him the big man hug. Those boys are going to be partying hard tonight. But hey, Dan Edwards second again. Dan Edwards, I would like to point out that you forgot to mention your dog. You held me responsible for not mentioning your dog, and then of course the young fella there in the 3rd place for the season. So pretty solid results all round there for the D1NZ Pro Sport for 2025. A big thank you to Ting Tools providing our podium prize there, and congratulations again to Dean Young. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We see some of you making your way down to have a celebratory drink, no doubt, with the Young Drift team in the club rooms, which are open, but there is still the top 16 for Pro to go. We're about to lock in and get underway with Adam Davies versus Matty J. Then we got Kurt Blackie versus Ethan Faithful, Brody Marr and Adam Whitehead, Connor Halligan and Calvin Clark, Luke Fink and Jordan Joyce, Daniel Wilhouse, Clayton Daly, Sean Potros and Alex Griffin, and Dave Steedman and Cole Armstrong, the 2 old Tauranga foes, go head-to-head in the 16. But what a finish to our Pro Sport Championship, and congratulations, Dean Young. The ecstasy and the relief on your face. I don't think you did the numbers, mate. I think you were sitting there thinking you were just out there to shake hands and congratulate someone else. But the top step is all yours, and I can't wait to see you celebrating in the pits later on with your young family. Hold that baby high. Be proud, mate. You have done it for 2025. You are the Pro Sport Champion, number 15 in the history of D1NZ. It is Dean Young who comes home as the Pro Sport Champion for 2025. There were only 8 points separating first through to third. So 8 points separated first to third in what is probably the closest Pro Sport season ever. And we look forward to seeing all of those drivers as they perhaps make the decision to step up into Pro next year. Who knows what that will hold for a number of those drivers. But Dean Young, well done. And Daniel Edwards home in second place. The relief on his face coming home with a strong result here at Mercury Baypark, round number 5 for the D1NZ National Drifting Championship. Second place for Dan Edwards, and he's certainly already talking to a pro campaign next year. So thank you to Stephen McIver and Keisuke Nagashima for taking us through the celebration proceedings. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to kick back into action as soon as the track clears. The Pro Top 16 underway shortly. Kenny Ruddle Can you remember a pro sport that close?
No, it's been a very long time since we've seen a championship go down to the wire like that with 7 guys in contention, and really all they had to do this weekend was beat each other. So get in front of each other and try and win the event. But with that effort from Dean Young, obviously doing enough in qualifying to get through, and the likes of Isaac Aldridge, who qualified well down the order, to come out and finish on the podium, just goes to show just how much of a good battler he is.
Yeah, so we switch now to the pro story, right, Kenny? So there's 2 things going on here. There's Luke Fink chasing the overall season points record, helped by Case Pullenbury at 442. So Luke Fink will need to finish about 4th overall to reset the overall record score. And then we've got, of course, the battle for first Kiwi home. Connor Halligan, Dave Steadman, Adam Davies, Fanga Dan sitting there lurking in the background, the wily old coyote. Is he possibly going to be the spoiler here? Because he goes pretty well here at Baypark.
Well, Team DSR in front of a home crowd, you've got to put some votes in for those guys, because Adam Davies doing well to take P1 qualifier last night. But then Luke Fink in a borrowed car. He's in the 2nd borrowed car of the season. He stepped into the VIP S15, which is 1,200 horsepower, V8 power, based out of the South Island from Dan Caldwell. And, man, he just threw down last night. He was a little bit deep in the wall, so he got marked down for that. So he ended up actually scoring a 97, and Adam Davies pipped him by 0.7 of a point.
Two 97s.
We backed it up. And that just got, like, with 2 97s in quali, that's a bit of a preview about how strong he is going to be tonight. Although I haven't seen many laps, personally, of Luke in the wet here today.
Yeah, one of the things we were talking about earlier too is would there be a potential that if Daniel Caldwell was to win, would Luke Fink effectively step aside maybe and say, look, Daniel, you're still in competition, but that's gone by the wayside with Calvin Clark getting the win. So this is a mechanical lap for Alex Stocky Griffin. We saw him belt the wall earlier, and he will no doubt be doing a safety check there, because he did the, what do you call it, the ollie to nose grind along the wall there, Kenny?
Yeah, so he's had a few little, what do we call meetings with the wall. Unfortunately, well acquainted with the wall around here at Baypark, but certainly the car, they're doing a great job to get that car fixed each and every time, and he's back out there. I mean, look, it looks great.
It's been a bit of a stocky thing, hasn't it, for a number of years now. He doesn't hold back, Alex Griffin. We only see him on special occasions, shall we say. He's a local from, he's Te Puke as well, isn't he? I think he's involved, I want to say he's involved in kiwi fruit for some reason. That rings a bell for some particular reason. So here is Stocky just doing a mechanical lap.
Ford Barra straight 6 turbo under the hood. This Sylvia, and he's just
a good way to do a
out.
siding lap. Take the rear bumper off the car and spin it round. It's one of the more unique sounds, isn't it, the Barra underneath the bonnet of that car. How long has he been competing with that particular motor combo for? Is it sort of 5-6 years now? I feel like it sort of came in before we got to, kind of the lockdown era. He was tinkering with the Barra, trying to get it to run properly. And of course, they are capable of making plenty of horsepower. Colourworks on board of the RHP team. All right, so here we go into the first battle. Remembering, okay, so the challenge here is Luke Fink. Luke Fink, does he reset the record for most points ever amassed in a 5-round D1NZ season, or does Case Pullenbury, who is sitting out the back there, we did see Case's car earlier, selling the new Case Pullenbury celebratory T-shirts.
Yeah, cars on display.
Case is going to be I've just been told Case is actually going to be joining Stephen McIver later on, so it'll be good to hear from Case and see what his future plans are. Yeah, does the 442 fall? Luke Fink, is he on for, I called it the Will Brown season, right? Can he make the podium? Here is the battle tree. Adam Davies battles Matty J. Kurt Blackie against Ethan Faithful out of Australia. Brody Maher, the Tasmanian, against Adam Whitehead. Connor Halligan driving the Justin Patterson car battles Kelvin Clark. Luke Fink, your champion in waiting, battles Jordan Joyce. Daniel Woolhouse, Clayton Daly. The wild style of Sean Potros battles the unpredictable Alex Griffin. And dangerous Dave Steadman battles Cole Armstrong. So pretty solid 16 there. Kenny, any one of those names I feel could grab round silverware?
Yeah, well, who's going to take a place in the Drift Japan top 8? With the likes of these wildcards too, you got the local wildcards of Cole Armstrong and Calvin Clark in the mix.
And nothing to lose and no care at all. Like
they're out for scalps.
Yeah, Cole Armstrong would love nothing more than to wander back in and go, hey, I'm the 2-time DK. You guys still bow before me. And he'd do it on home soil, and he'd do it with a big old smile on the face with his boys here and his partner in the stands supporting him, cheering him on, as Adam Davies back behind the wheel of the 13B. If you did not watch qualifying, you won't know that he jumped out of the 20B car and into the 13B that they sometimes call it the unicorn, don't they, Kenny? Because it's been driven by just about anyone and everyone under the sun. And now that car is straight. Oh, no! Adam Davies, what has happened there?
Down on Struggle Street, which has been one of the contentious places to drive today in the wet, has been that second transition. He's in the wall.
Tags the wall.
Hard on the limiter to try to get the rear end back out. Flame spitting and opens the door for Matty. But Matty J's had a moment. Oh my God.
What is going on? The wheels have fallen off all of a sudden.
First lap of the top 16. So have they just zeroed each other out? Or has Adam done enough to keep it going?
Well, Adam had huge problems, and then Adam's got to a point almost where he's delivering a lead run that's very hard for Matty J to chase, right? As he checks up through here.
It comes down to this bit, the second transition onto the outside zone 3, where everyone's been struggling today. Massive flames.
The car's almost stopped, or just lost power, right?
Almost straight line there. I mean, was it a straight line? I think it was just a massive correction. We talk about that midsection too. There's an outer clip as they head up to the outside zone 5.
Now, is Matty J straight though? So
yeah,
you might be right, Kenny. We might be looking at zeros. All right, onto the second pass we go. Matty J, the privateer, will lead him away. Matty J, of course, part of that battle with Brody Maher at the Mount Smart round Brody Maher, and Matty had an interesting battle. That was the first time Matty had ever driven on semi-slick tyres, but he seems to have found his feet. Not that semi-slicks make a huge amount of difference, Kenny, when there's that amount of moisture out there on that concrete surface. And Adam Davies looks like he's fighting that car. Adam Davies is usually one of those drivers who's right up in the chase pocket, but it just doesn't look like he could put down there. Oh, Davies!
Massive moment.
And then Matty J tags the wall.
Sparks are flying up on the Repco wall ride.
This is a huge story in the 16, Kenny. Has Adam Davies' season
so the
just gone mechanically for him?
In a bit of drama there. Take a look at the GT Radio replay. Adam Davies just on that inner line. The car just spitting a lot of unspent fuel.
Is he sitting down a gear or something, just trying to manage his speed? I mean, no doubt Keske or Stephen will be able to find out there. They'd love to know what happened to the car, because it just checked up. And then it goes straight through here, isn't it?
Laboured through the transition into the teardrop, and then there. Oh, yeah.
And that's an understeer, the opposite way, so it's a zero.
Block. Yeah. And I think that might have been all she wrote for him for his chase run anyway. So has Matty J done enough?
We'll find out very shortly from Stephen McIver.
Okay, haven't got a result yet, but I'm going to have a quick chat to Adam Davies. He's having a chat to Matty J. Quite animated, actually. It's not one of those angry, animated discussions. It's just one of those happy discussions. I got to ask, what happened on the last run?
Oh, just everything about it was ugly. Let's be honest, but yeah, it's just so horrible out there, and long time out of the car, 3 hours, and yeah, not much of a sight lap.
All right, well, I'm going to tell you the bad news. Matty J got the win.
Yeah, I figured that would be the case. Yeah, just horrible. Just huge thanks to my team, and hey, you can qualify first. That doesn't mean anything today, does it? So anyway, huge thanks to my team, my sponsors, everyone that's helped me out through the season. It's been up and down, but anyway, we'll come back next year hopefully.
Good man. Matty J gets the win. Keske, talk to him.
How do you feel, mate?
Oh, ecstatic. I mean, to take a win off a guy like this that's been doing it for a number of years, I can't even think. But yeah, we're not here to lose anyway, so you know, that's the ultimate goal. I feel bad for him, you know, with whatever points. I'm only coming in for a couple of rounds a year, so second time driving pro, and yeah, I think it's maybe just helping me out a little bit with the wet, you know, it's sort of bringing back that even playing field. But yeah, we'll go look at the car because she's getting a little bit hot. Making some funky noises, but yeah.
You get going, mate. Get ready for the next one. Well done.
So car getting a little bit hot there for Matty J. Of course, we talked about it a little bit earlier. In the wet conditions, the engine ends up doing twice as much work almost in some cases because they're hitting the limiter and they've just got no traction. It's all wheel spin and they're just fighting for grip.
Yeah, that'll be an unhappy Adam Davies, I would imagine, a frustrated Adam Davies. And he now switches attention to supporting teammate Dave Steadman. Ethan Faithful out of Australia by way of New Zealand behind the wheel of the John Atwood machine. What did you say is underneath the bonnet of that, Kenny? Was that a Barra?
Ford Barra.
Another Barra. Have we had two Barras before?
4 litre straight 6. Oh, contact there from Kurt Blackie. Trying to get into that layup onto that transition there. Bumper hanging off the car for the lead car. Kurt Blackie trying to claw back some track position, get up on the rear quarter, claw back some points after that contact.
The internationals are doing a number on the Kiwis.
Oh, and then more contact from the lead car.
That's not his car, it's fine. John Atwood will fix that. Ethan Faithful he'll just return the car as he got it right. One careful driver ex-Australia.
So that lead car has just done a big tour of the South Island as well. So a lot of miles of the last few weeks. Kurt Blackie on that inner line, and he was just sort of locking himself out on entry there. A little bit too up past the A-pillar. He tried to settle it down, and then you see the contact there as Ethan Faithful tried to switch it through into the teardrop. Fairly solid lead lap otherwise for Ethan Faithful, competing for a few years now in the D1WA series.
Yes,
Western Australia.
Luke Veersman's kind of the benchmark over there, and we've seen Luke Veersman before and how fast he is at World Time Attack.
Tags the wall though on the exit on outside zone 5, so 3 outside zones this weekend, 1 outside clip and 1 inside clip. So 5 scoring zones.
And judges.
And the rear end of that C33 looking a bit battered and bruised.
All right, let's see what Kurt Blackie does behind the wheel of Wolfie. Kurt Blackie looking. Kurt Blackie said he wanted to line up Dad, didn't he? He refers to Fanga Dan as Dad in battles, and a little bit of a waiver there in the chase position for Ethan Faithful behind the wheel of the big Laurel.
Not his actual dad, by the way.
No, not his actual dad, but the joke's been ongoing for a while, right? We've been running it this season. It's just one of those things that kind of picked up the ball and run with it, a bit like the kick the ball thing. Here comes Faithful on the attack, and Kurt.
It's like giving him a return serve after that first lap, giving him a bit of a tap. Kurt Blackie tags the wall, up on the wall again, tags it again. The GT86, the RHP machine of the V8 out in front, in the concrete wall.
Have the Tauranga lads done enough to stay in competition?
We want them on the wall, not in the wall.
Yeah, arguably now the hotbed of New Zealand drifting, Tauranga, but where a number of the teams are based, or I think more specifically, I think RHP is Matamata, isn't it?
Up the road.
Yeah, well, actually, so.
Now there was a little bit of a moment there through the transition for the chase car, so we're interested to see how the judges call that one. Just how straight was it, or was there something from the lead car affecting that transition? Otherwise, pretty solid for Kurt Blackie overall until the end. Tagging the wall, upsets his line.
They both tagged the wall on their return runs, so Ethan Faithful did it the first time.
Steering input in there, so which way does this sway?
Two-step. Stephen McIver just awaiting a result to lock in here.
Who moves
we love a good deliberation, don't we?
Well, maybe Stephen grab a word with Ethan to see how his return from Australia has been for a borrowed car.
Oh, we're directing from the floor, are we?
Well, why not?
I love
why
that.
Not?
Wow.
We may as well.
There's a bold commentator. Okay, so Ethan, We've just been told, lads, one more time, so quick chat. You returned from Oz. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been good. It's pretty cool to just come down and give it a good crack. It's interesting to see how our competition in WA compares us as drivers to the rest of the world, really. It shows that the drivers back home I drive with have really improved my driving, so it's been good.
All right, go prepare yourself for the OMT. Don't drive over my cameraman.
Been pretty dicey today. Obviously the track conditions are just terrible, so we're doing the best we can, trying to put on a show for this crowd, and yeah, cool to go one more time with Ethan.
You're doing a good job, mate. Get ready. Well done.
Well, one more time, and I do think that came down to Kurt Blackie potentially in the wall there, and then also trapping himself out of the chase. The lead car had a few moments, minor steering corrections through one of the outside zones, but I think where he might have scored poorly was through his transition in the chase. There was a small moment coming off the wall. It was trying to line up outside zone 3. So that has been the big talking point this weekend, is just how much water is down the end of the teardrop there as they fire in through. Modulating the car speed, getting the car slowed up, but not too much, because you need to carry that momentum through to actually make that outside zone. And we've seen so many guys get trapped in there, and that's, for me, where I think a lot of it's coming down to.
Yeah, the judges have been pretty consistent too, haven't they? I don't think we've seen anything that overly jumps out as being slightly out of line with what we've thought or seen. I mean, no doubt it will always look slightly different to about 50 to 80% of the audience at any given time, but I don't think that was an overly harsh call either way there. I don't think either driver seemed overly fussed by the fact it was going one more time. Neither driver was absolutely perfect, but neither felt that they'd made a huge mistake there either. And we now move forward to the Adam Whitehead and Brodie Marr battle. Brodie Marr, the SR Plenty. How do you reckon you tame 1,000 odd horsepower on this type of surface, Kenny? Because it's basically like putting it's like a 1,000-pound grizzly in a cage, right? Put a lion in a phone box.
The SR Grizzly. Brodie Marr really working the wheel,
massive issue.
Brodie Marr's fighting the car. We talk about that power delivery. It's very stop-starty, stabby, the way he's trying to get it to flow. And Adam Whitehead trying to follow in, but he tags the wall, bumpers off the car.
So Adam Whitehead's had that big correction in the UDC teardrop, but then Brodie Marr has had a very unsettled lead lap there, so a lot of work to do for both drivers to try and grab a firm advantage really in the second pass here.
Oh yes, there's a little bit of a wall tap there on entry, or just after the entry from the Drift League S13 of Brodie Marr. Adam Whitehead doing a great job off the line.
Is the issue for Adam Whitehead, and there
locks him out. Yeah, locks himself out. Cutting in too early. It's been pretty common all weekend in these conditions, and he's tried to recover out of it. But then Brodie Marr's had a massive moment there too, which I think has actually caused that chase car to tag the wall in the rear there. So just at that glance there in the GT radio replay. Bumper collection underway here by the Smart Steel Recovery crew. Put it here in the team, certainly doing a lot of laps and a lot of footsteps, probably, if they got the footstep counter. A lot of bumpers and a fair few fires on the first couple of days of competition. It is day 3 for us here. It's been some long nights, some long hours for everyone involved.
Nice way for Adam Whitehead to promote Sign Central there. Just tag your rear tail light, have it removed, and get your stickers on TV. Drift League Tasmania is, of course, Brodie Marr's other promotion that he competes in locally in Tasmania. He's the promoter behind that, and then he also what is the name of the new combined series with the 3 Aussie
Drift Collective.
Drift Collective, yeah. So that's doing big things at the moment in the Aussie scene. So Drift Collective is it WA as well?
I'm not too sure if they
WA
spread out to
and
they might do, yeah, D1WA.
Yeah, and maybe Australian Drift Club. I'm sure somebody will fill us in and give us the exact specifics.
It is the Aussie drift scene's quite hard in a sense that Australia's such a big country, and they've got different states as well. So there's actually a lot of travelling involved to get to the different events to actually have a full national series, so to speak. So there's other ways of going about it, right? So
Well, Brodie said it's basically easier and cheaper just about to come to New Zealand than it is to get a car from Tasmania to Sydney to compete. It basically costs the same amount of money and takes roughly the same amount of time. Hence, he's here for the season. And look, we appreciate him being here. Certainly great to see the SR Plenty back out on track after that massive fire. We were talking last night about the fact that there had been 33 million views
how good
on
though,
Brodie
like,
Maher's video. And I'm sure if we look again today, it's probably 35 million today.
Over 1,000 horsepower out of a 4-cylinder turbo. Like, it's nuts. This car has just been absolutely crazy to watch throughout the season. Adam Whitehead running that JZ package in the Pertec S14, and we are away.
Almost need to have that viral moment of the season. So, oh, Adam Whitehead has run the yellow line there, Kenny. Are we going to see the big deduction from the judges? He didn't cross it, but he touched it.
Well, there's a couple of touches, so he was...
But then Brodie Maher's car, you can hear it popping and banging off the limiter. Is he going to go down again just to try and keep it sideways?
I don't know how big of a penalty that might just be, but we'll see what happens the rest of the run. Well in the dirt there for Brodie Maher on a tighter line. There. Oh, and he's had another step. Oh, where is Adam Whitehead going? The car had no pace. It's just wheel spinning through the teardrop, and now they back up onto the wall. Adam Whitehead takes the wall, still manages to feed some lock into it and holds it. I thought he was about to loop that out, but there it is.
Whitehead does loop it out.
He did such a great job after take. I just thought once he took the wall, the way that it moved, I thought he was going to loop it out, but he managed to feed more steering into it and crab it out. So Brodie Maher.
Was he telling him to go backwards?
A bit of sign language there.
I do like how drifters talk in sign language. It's always fun.
And now he's just trying to amp up the crowd. Give him a round of applause down there in the 1,000 horsepower SR20. Now this is the start of the run. We may have to look at again, but the GT Radio replay, just how much of the yellow initiation line did Adam Whitehead actually use to get into the entry? Then you'll see the moment here for Brodie Maher down in the teardrop. Just, did he lock himself out on an inner line, or was the lead car just really doing his best to try to get some car pace, but it was going nowhere? It was all wheel spin. Then you see that rear end wall tag up on outside zone 5, trying to fill the concrete wall. I thought he was going to loop it, but he ended up doing it further on down the track. Tried to dial in some more lock.
That's a weird over-rotation, the way that that's gone, though.
He very much nearly had it all in the bag there, but I think the initiation line is going to be looked at as well. But spinning out right towards the end in the lead doesn't do you any favours.
All right, going down to Stephen McIver.
Don't have a decision yet, but everything okay between you two on the track?
Yeah. Actually, I haven't driven with Adam yet this year, and he's been an awesome driver, so I was pretty keen to actually drive with him all year. So it's good to finally get a battle in. It is crazy out there. Like, you really have to just roll the dice. I consider myself a pretty good driver in the wet, but like, this is just, you know, you gamble, you take risks, and you hope it pays off. So I don't know. We'll see how we go.
Well, hang on a minute. I'll just get my director to talk in my ear again. What was the result, buddy? The man I'm talking to. Okay, you rolled the dice, you got snake eyes, you go through.
Awesome. I just wanted to do a quick shout out. Obviously this car's been really hard to turn around after the fire, and we had so many mechanical gremlins. We're here till like 2:30 last night. It's a big shout out to Part Shop Max NZ, Dudley for staying here, 57D boys. My tuner back home, Race Tech Performance. He's been putting tune-ups in his car between every session. We've finally got it pretty good, so yeah, let's get after it.
Quickly, how many views?
Don't know, a lot.
No, that'll do. All right, Kesko's got Adam down there. See what went down, man.
Unfortunately, mate, you lost that. What happened there?
Oh, mate, it's just scrambling for traction, and I see myself going into the wall a couple of times, so I just stood on the gas, tried to keep it off the wall, and rotated at the end there, but picking up all the body panels, heading back to the pits, and it's been a good day, yeah.
Well done. We'll see you at the next one. Well done for the season.
Philosophical view from Adam Whitehead there, just trying to keep it off the wall, didn't want to bend it.
Great to
end
have
of the season and all.
The Pertec machine competing this season. championship debut for Adam Whitehead.
All right, now just if you haven't been watching today, you might be a little bit confused because Justin Patterson's car is out there. That is Connor Halligan behind the wheel. So Connor Halligan driving the Justin Patterson MTF S15, battling against Calvin Clark. Now the cars are pretty similar in terms of Calvin Clark, Cole Armstrong, but there is a big HB on the front corner of Cole Armstrong's car. So it is Connor Halligan out front. Connor Halligan still well and truly in the fight for the first Kiwi home. We have lost Adam Davies already, so Connor Halligan needs to stay in the battle here to try and be the first Kiwi home with our potential champion in waiting. Mr. Fink about to do battle for the first time in the 16 after this battle. We've seen behind the wheel the VIP frame and truss entry, and Connor Halligan just massaging that wall there, Kenny. Calvin Clark's gone right to the inside. He's just like he's watching. Yeah, just watching.
Talked about it earlier in the day. You just got a feel for these guys just really trying to make the best of these conditions. Take a look at the GT Radio replay here. Calvin Clark falling in on that inner line straight off the bat, but you know, when you take that inner line on entry, there's only a small window where you can actually try drop back a little bit, push the rear end of the car out, try crab it out and get onto that rear quarter, but it's such a hard thing to do with the shape of the bank. And once you're sort of on that line, you got to stick to it. The only other place you can try and recover that line approach is through the teardrop, readjust your line, and he actually did that. He actually got outside clip number 4, and back up to outside zone 5. And but then he shot up way past the A pillar here. But look at the differences.
Calvin Clark ended up just going way down the track and just watching him at the end. He didn't really have anywhere else he could go. He couldn't go back up the track, so almost locked himself out there. And obviously some visibility improvements being made there for Calvin Clark as he switches over, and he will now take his lead run. So Connor Halligan, MTF S15. Now he can cross the line. It is only the lead car that must stay to the left-hand side of the initiator. Calvin Clark tags the wall, runs the bash bar along it. This is the SR20 powered machine. One of the two, the avocado green machines. Calvin Clark, Cole Armstrong returning for their home at Baypark round. Armstrong plumbing on the door on both cars.
Good switch for the pair of them.
You'll notice. Oh no, Connor Halligan!
I'll take that. That was
Kenny. That was your fault. That was you, Kenny.
Oh no. Oh, but Calvin's just tagged the wall as well. He's got to try and pull something back out in the lead. He's got to pull a lap together in the lead, but
Connor Halligan
did I just hit Connor Halligan?
I was sort of saying earlier that maybe Fanga Dan could have been the dark horse for top Kiwi home. Now he sort of comes right back into reckoning potentially. If we've got Halligan gone and we've got Adam Davies gone, then leaves Dave Steadman, and then
awesome battle there. Like all the way through the first half of the battle, Calvin up on the wall, scraping the wall with sparks are flying, and then Connor Halligan was committed to that chase. They did a great job through the transition and just didn't stick through the last part of the teardrop. Then you'll see that big, massive hit on the wall there for Calvin Clark in the lead. Now, how much of a correction was that? Did that upset him too much into zero territory, or has he just done enough to hang on there for that lead lap?
Well, I think the tree's about to get a shake-up, Kenny, is the way I think this will go. But we'll wait for Stephen to lock the result in as it comes through. That is Cole Armstrong leaning in there just to chat to Calvin Clark.
So currently battling through the left side of the tree, and we're locking in our Drift Japan top 8.
If anyone's going to distract you while you're on TV, it's Cole Armstrong, right? Two-time national champion Cole Armstrong returns for his home round. No doubt he'll have something to say when he gets interviewed, and here it is. Connor Halligan.
There it is, Connor Halligan going through with the win. And I do wonder, there's a couple of zeros floating around in there. We'll have to talk to the judges.
I think you needed that one. Obviously, that was a bit of a spin, but man, how are you?
It is so dicey out there, man. It's seriously crazy. We've just been battling the whole weekend, right up until that drive. We went from mechanical just before, so yeah, unreal. Feels great, yeah.
Well done, mate. See you in the next one. Go on, get ready.
I'm in the avocado car. Calvin, that was tough. That straight line in the first run must have hurt you.
Oh yeah, it was tough out there. It's amazing how much mud is coming up on the windscreens and stuff. So, but hey, look, great driving. I've driven with Connor a lot in the wet, and he's a fantastic driver. Hence why he's so high up in the championship right now. But yeah, just a bit of a shame that we couldn't hold it together and be a little bit more smooth and a bit more flowy. But yeah, that's all she wrote.
What about the old boy? Do you think you can get the other avocado go on?
Well, I'm hoping, mate. I'm going to be right there cheering him on, mate. Cheering him on. Yeah, hopefully he can do well. He's got behind him. He knows how to do it.
Thanks for the entertainment.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Bye.
So, Kenny, without being able to go to the judges, my guess there is that both drivers have probably zeroed their chase.
Yeah,
therefore
that's
it's
what
gone
I'm
to
thinking.
lead.
Yeah.
And
So
Connor
lead for
Halligan,
lead,
yeah.
and Connor Halligan out with, coming out with the better lead run.
Yeah, and I think that straight into battle. So this is Luke Fink and Jordan Joyce. Luke Fink, Jordan Joyce, Luke Fink driving the VIP Raymond Trusses LSX powered S15, and Jordan Joyce 2JZ 800 odd horse stock street auto, and Jordan Joyce has trapped himself in a very awkward position there, Kenny. He went to transfer way too early, but then Luke Fink runs a wheel up wide. So a mistake there from Luke Fink in the lead. Now Luke Fink needs to try and stay in competition as he hunts for at least 4th place to try and grab a New Zealand Series record for most points. But now he's tagging the wall as Luke Fink in a borrowed car. Whoa, sparks for Luke Fink.
Running the wall all the way around. Jordan Joyce just following him in. And that was a spectacular run. Action straight off the line.
Right there.
Jordan right there on entry. What a chase run here from the NZKW S14. V8 out in front for the VIP machine. Luke Fink behind the wheel of the Team VIP Frames and Trusses V8 powered Sylvia. 2JZ S14 in behind. A little bit of a moment there for Jordan, as you said. Wheel off for the lead car as well. So we talk about the old school tipping scale that we used to use under the old scoring system. A bit of that just happening out there, but then Luke Fink really laying it down onto the wall there, upsetting the car in little places, but certainly putting on a show for everyone here at Mercury Baypark.
And we are progressing quite nicely through our top 16. Kenny on the way to an 8, a 4, and a final round champion. Of course, our champion in waiting, Mr. Fink, along with us, waiting to see who is going to be the first Kiwi home. Now, I will see if I can, after this battle, get a clarity from the judges as to what the call was there. Actually, Kenny, you can call this one, and I'll get clarity on the Calvin Clark battle.
Luke Fink entering early. Joyce up on that high line. Luke Fink unafraid of getting on the door. He's been one of those chasing battlers, those animal drivers. We see it year on year from Luke Fink. Wants to get on the door, and he is pushing through the teardrop, hanging with that NZKW S14. Jordan Joyce leading out in the 2JZ. Is Luke Fink really going to continue this pressure all the way through the last outside zone? Jordan Joyce up on the wall, tries to return serve to Luke Fink, opens the door for Fink to get right up on the door. What a lead run, and what a chase. What a battle from the pair of them. Classic straight 6 turbo V8 battle. GT radio replay here. Jordan Joyce straight on the wall. He was a little bit later on entry, and Luke Fink sort of started off early off the line in terms of his entry. Just a super tight, close battle here from the pair of them. And I think, ooh, dancing with that outside zone was Jordan Joyce through outside zone 3 down at UDC at the end of the teardrop there. So that will be interesting to see how much of a markdown that might be with a wheel off potentially, or did he just run it over the line? And then was there a wheel off from Fink on his lead run? So those are some of the things the judges will be looking for, as well as any major line adjustments from Luke Fink being all the way around the wall on his lead lap.
I can tell you that the judges are quite intently dissecting things in the box. Now, just for clarity, while we are waiting here, I have had it confirmed that Calvin Clark and Connor Halligan both zeroed their chases. So it
Yeah,
was
so
made on lead. The decision was made on lead and style. That is how the result was arrived at. And do we have a result?
Luke Fink gets the win.
Oh, it was fun because we were having a bit of banter in the pits there. I'm saying, oh, you know, you never late in a V8, and he's got the JZ. We're having the rev ups before we go out and stuff, and it's good to get a win under my belt in this car. Can't thank obviously JDM, who I'm racing here for, but VIP for letting up their car. This thing's an absolute monster. Just allows me to get savage on these boys.
Yeah, it looks like you're enjoying it, mate. Well done. So Luke Fink, our champion in waiting, champion elect, but man, I got to say, best battle of the night. You were so up for that.
Oh, you know, I know he's in the world. Doesn't matter what anyone says. To be the best, you got to drive with him. I knew I had to stick it on him, but hey, we got what we got, and we're happy. We're happy for our sponsors. Thanks for NZK Dub, the team, everyone, D1NZ, to the roof, bro. Mean.
You gonna have a good after party?
Oh yeah, come down. Still some tickets available. Cornerstone Bar, Tauranga. Let's go.
I so love being around you. Well done, brother.
Thank you, Steve.
There you go. Don't you love D1?
Oh, Steve McIver having some fun down there in the pits with our drivers, and that is probably the most animated we've seen Jordan Joyce all season. He was pumped.
We wanted some spice, and that was a spicy battle from the pair of them. Both of them fully laid it down, and Luke Fink coming away with the victory through to the Drift Japan top 8. We are boiling down our Mimico top 16 at the moment.
Fanga Dan, the 4-time New Zealand Drift champion, behind the wheel of the Castrol Mustang, with the Aidan Daly machine being driven by Clayton Daly. Unfortunately, the supercharger on Clayton's regular car failed, and we are on board with the drone with George from Inspire You Media chasing the cars around the inside of Baypark. And
Fanga's got it all wrong. Clayton Daly in with the pass. Passes the Castrol Mustang.
Wild.
Down in the teardrop. Clayton Daly putting it on for his hometown fans. And Fanga is trying to get back up on the door.
Did Fanga touch him or not? He did. Oh. That's his... I can't put that any other way. That's as Fanga as a run gets, right? I'm going to put 2 wheels in the dirt, then I'm going to come back and I'm just going to tattoo your door because I can.
Clayton Daly and the RHP Drift team putting it on for their local hometown crowd. And
but it goes wrong here, doesn't it, for Fanga Dan? He gets those marbles that you mentioned earlier, Kenny, and as soon as he got wide, he just had no grip at all.
This outside zone has been basically the place that if it's all going to go wrong, it's going to be there after that second transition, and that's where it's been right from this morning when it started raining for the Pro Sport guys, now here in the Pro Championship. And it has been so dicey down
But watch this, right? So the best part about this is Fanga Dan is on a 0. And now he's in the door. So Fanga's 2 wheels off and he's gone straight. He's on a 0 in his chase run, and he just goes and tags him in the door. So here we go. He's going to put the pressure on young Clayton Daly now for Team RHP, Team WFM. Big local following here for Clayton Daly, the ever-smiling young man. But he has got the wily old coyote behind him. Fanga Dan, the 4-time New Zealand champion. He is a 4-time champion for a reason. He is a pure talent behind the wheel, a wheelman, if you like, Kenny, of the old school style. He doesn't run comms. He's very analog. He's very methodical in his driving, and he's just aggressive. He is just Fanga Dan.
Clayton Daly doing a great job out in the lead. Tags the wall, sparks are flying. Fanga Dan takes the opportunity to get back closer up on the rear quarter, apply some pressure. A couple of V8s out there battling it out. Chevrolet versus Ford. GT Radio replay. The LS out in front, Ford Mustang. Coyote 5-litre V8 in behind.
Yeah, I had a fun discussion with Clayton Daly in the pits before too. I said, look, your younger brother Aidan's got some Podium silverware for the season. How do you feel about that? And he said, oh, well, it better be my turn this round. Couldn't let that one go for family dinner on a Sunday.
It's a great drive there from Clayton Daly.
You and I have done the same thing because we've seen Aidan. So the reason we keep doing this, Aidan's car, we saw Aidan driving it earlier. Clayton jumps into it. They're kind of both, they're very similar in their mannerisms, and they're always smiling, always happy. Team RHP, one of the real great feel-good stories of the D1NZ pits.
So that car being double stinted and doing a lot of laps this weekend, so it's going to need a big birthday after the season.
Shuffle. Oh, here we go. Is it going to be the young fella? Is it going to be the 4-time champ?
Who is moving through to the top 8?
I don't know, but I feel like at some point we're going to see Stephen and Keske moonwalking across opposite directions.
Stephen wants us to hurry up.
Yeah. Oh, I think he got invited to the after. Oh, here we go. It is Clayton Daly.
Clayton, mate, what a run. How did that feel?
Hey, first of all, I want to say thanks to Fanga. It's awesome driving people like him. Really awesome dude. Yeah, just super, super, super cool. Yeah. Now, like I've said before, it's a childhood dream to be driving people like Fanga, so yeah.
And in your brother's car?
Yep, back in the Beast. Yep, no, so it's good fun. Get back in there.
Looking comfortable, mate. Keep it going. Well done. Fanga, mate. I mean, that chase is unbelievable. You lead, your chase, lead, sorry, yeah. And turned it into a chase, didn't it?
Yeah, so, I thought it was going to be pretty tricky to judge that, you know, like, it was only 2 wheels off, but, hey, you know, like, it's a pretty unchaseable run as well, you know, so, but, yeah, it's one of those things. We just got to, come back bigger and stronger next time, you know?
Well done, mate. We'll see you next season. Cheers, Fanga.
Philosophical as always, Fanga Dan. No doubt, knowing Fanga, Kenny, he does take losing hard, but he's also stoked for these younger drivers as they come through because he knows they respect them and he knows that they enjoy driving against them. So it's always good to enjoy Fanga Dan after run interview. This is the one more time battle. It is Ethan Faithful and it is Kurt Blackie and Wolfie.
Ethan Faithful leading out. The C33 in the round. Kurt Blackie's had a massive moment on. He's got Jet Pro Racing down on the inside, and Ethan Faithful's just got to put a clean lap together now.
Too much time on the wave runner, young fella. Oh, and then Faithful, is he going to hold that?
Oh, he's pushed super wide.
Did he
Kurt
push him
Blackie trying to give him a tag on the rear.
Well, who's his drift dad? Fanga Dan. Anything Dad can do, I can do as well. Kurt Blackie out there channeling it. Oh, Kurt
and he
Blackie.
loops it out. Kurt Blackie just struggling in the chase there, and Ethan Faithful.
Ethan Faithful looked over, did you see that? He looked over his shoulder to work out where he was.
Pedaling that car back around.
Yeah, so into the water hazard here for Kurt Blackie. So down to the inside here and fully straight, and is it under? Yeah, it's gone. Reinitiate. Yep. And that will be a...
decided to do, a bit of jet boat racing.
Big advantage there for Ethan Faithful.
Just how wide was Ethan Faithful though? Was that actually a wheel off,
Ethan
or
do it,
was
or
that just residual clay getting shot up there? I just didn't see the relationship to that yellow line there, but certainly Kurt Blackie otherwise spinning out.
Deduction though, right? Deduction, not a zero. Yeah. So we hope you are enjoying D1NZ round number 5 of the National Drifting Championship. So a big thank you to our sponsors, Repco, Ting Tools, TTI Gearbox, Mimico, UDC, NZKW, and Link ECU. Without loyal partners, we are not able to put on this type of event. So thank you very much to all of our sponsors. Apologies if I miss anyone as I make my way through our list of thank yous. Kurt Blackie with some work to do here. Ethan Faithful just sitting back here. Knows that he doesn't have to do anything overly crazy here, Kenny. Sort of been there, done that, talked about the kind of... everyone loves to throw around inactive chase, right? But in this type of condition, you don't need to be silly and you don't need to put yourself in a position where you can actually find yourself trapped or in a place on the track where you've got no option but to effectively zero yourself out, and then you open yourself up to that one more time type result. There's no... Is that the wheel on it? Is it the wheel or the tyre?
Oh my God,
just
and it
caught
followed him
his
through
own
the
tyre.
pit chute.
Catch it, Stephen, catch it. Catch it, Stephen.
No way.
I think he just gave Keske or Stephen a tyre as a gift.
Oh, that was gnarly on the end there. Because I was wondering just how deep he was really running the wall, but he was with the wheelbase of the GT86, he had that rear wheel right up in the concrete, all the way around, and then the wheel had debeated and just rolled along the side of the car.
I've never seen one turn the corner and go back into the pits like that before.
That was nuts. That is going to make the highlight reel for sure.
Well, if you're going to lose, do it spectacularly, right? So what does he do? He bangs the wall here, rips the tyre off. The tyre's debeated there already, right? Tyre's debeated off there. And then it rips itself off about here. Yep. And the
bouncing down the roll. Look at
there's
this.
a side skirt. And slow down now, Kurt, and turn into the pits. Watch this. Very nicely. It's almost like he planned to do this. Turns the corner,
right out
catches
when
the tyre,
he would have heard it, surely. Oh, that is another smashed rim for Kurt Blackie.
That looks like a pizza cutter. Down to Stephen McIver in the pits. I hope you caught that tyre. Who caught it?
Yeah, I did catch it. I'm just waiting a result. Okay, so the result goes like this. Ethan gets the win. I'll talk to Mr. D-Laminate in a minute.
Ethan, mate, you're doing pretty well in a borrowed car. How's that?
Yeah, it's pretty scary because I'm scared I'm going to get a decent bill after this.
Yeah, the rear end's got a little bit damaged, but you're feeling all right?
Yeah, it's not bad, man. I'd saved the rear end right till now, so yeah, pretty stoked with that. Shout out to all the people in WA watching online and supporting me. My wife, my son Cody, and yeah, my sponsors over there tuning in.
Yeah, you got heaps more to go, so keep going, mate. Well done.
Okay, let's talk to the guy that likes to just change his tyres while he's finishing a race, mate. Hard luck.
Yeah, hard luck. We ended up doing what we did a couple of years back and blow everything to pieces. So now we put on a good show for this crowd, despite the weather. All these drivers are doing amazing, despite the weather. It's bloody hard out there. So hats off to all these competitors and hats off to Ethan as well. Wasn't our night, but it's okay. We'll come back stronger next year. And yeah, thanks to all the sponsors, Team RHP, the whole family who couldn't do this without any of you guys. It's just one big happy family, and we're just so, enthusiastic to be here, and it's just bloody been a good night. So, cheers.
Mate, that's exactly what I want to hear. I'd love seeing you back here in D1NZ, brother. Keep it up. Have a good off-season.
Cheers, of course. Thank you.
Great stuff there from Kurt Blackie and Ethan Phelan. Kurt just investigating the damage.
It looks like one of those crimped pizza cutters, right? If you ran that over something, it would put a pattern on pastry.
Man, that was wild.
How many times is that Kurt Blackie's done that here now? 3?
I think that like the 3rd time.
It's always
smashing the wheel on that concrete. And I think it's just the way that the GT86 wheelbase works. That the rear end of that car.
Kesko did talk about earlier too that
the shape of the wall.
He pulled the track in as well.
Oh yes, yeah.
So it's to whack it like that. That's gone a long way in.
Yeah, long way into the wall, with the shape of the wall too. Yeah, would have just hugged that wheel.
Well, we're getting spectacular, and coming up next we have Sean Potros and Alex Griffin. So who knows what could happen here with Stocky, aka Drift Jesus, and Sean Potros, who is certainly one of the wildest and most spectacular drivers in the D1NZ National Drifting Championship. We are making our way through the top 8.
Came alive, like, I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Rubber.
No.
That was recommended to me by Andrew Redwood many years ago. Good movie. It's funny.
Sean Potros carrying backing from SMP collaboration with Champ Vision, and the t-shirts, hoodies, hats, etc. are available down in the pit area.
Lighting's on. Yeah, man, that's so good.
So we've still got Dave Steedman to come along with Cole Armstrong, Kenny. So,
yeah, so that's going to be
still plenty to go here. 2 Tauranga locals. I do know for a fact those 2 have definitely battled here before.
That'll be an RB clash.
I know they've definitely gone one more time here before as well too, because it's always pretty hard to separate those 2.
So Sean Potros already on the line. Alex Griffin trying to get some heat to the
So
tyres.
I'm just getting word from race control that the monster trucks will come back out potentially for a monster truck. I'll clarify myself there, because the other ones are all broken, Kenny. They're not supposed to go 10 feet into the air and come crashing back down at high speed like they have been. Well, they are, but not when they're broken. One was meant to go upside down, but unfortunately we couldn't have that today for safety reasons due to, I believe it was something to do with unable to generate enough speed in the run-up, just the wet grass, etc. You couldn't generate the velocity to turn the car over, so all that's going to happen if you do that is you go too slow, you go into it, and you just turn over and come down on the nose, and we don't want to see that. Here we go with Sean Potros and Alex Griffin, and you'll see again the... Oh no, Potros! Now that has hugely impacted Alex Griffin there on his initiation. Sean Potros has had a massive moment there, and that is very significantly impacted Alex Stocky Griffin in the RHP Barra-powered S15. And then Sean's had another moment and stuck a wheel off.
With the outside zone at the end of the teardrop. Both of them need to cut in now to this single outside clip. Most of them have been missing it though with the weather, and it just sets them up slightly different for the return wall ride. Alex Griffin, has he done enough to hold some points back out of this in the chase run? With these mistakes from Sean Potros out in front.
All he had to do was really deliver a chase, right? Because that lead is going to be at minimum 2 significant markdowns, but more likely than not, potentially zeroed because of this. Because Stocky's, you see, Stocky's brakes had to come on hard.
His rear wheels didn't lock up though, so yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, certainly massive moment there for Sean Potros.
Yeah, we do know that the judges have been harsh though, right, on anything that impacts on the chase car at all.
Especially on entry.
Yeah.
And then you see their wheel off and potentially 2 wheels off. Be a markdown for the lead car again. Alex Stocky Griffin doing a great job in the chase in the RHP machine, just hanging back, being cool, calm, collected in the chase, just doing a reasonable.
There are a
little bit of a wave, but not a lot of
inputs.
angle through the last part of the section. Sean Potros doing his best to try get some points back in the last part of the run, but I feel like that entry for him is not going to do him any favours in terms of the judges.
I suspect they're just asking for the windscreens to be clean now. I think is that what they're looking for? As you can see there, Stocky, Stocky calling mechanical.
He's just taking his helmet off.
Stocky needs a push. Now, Kenny, what are the rules here? Doesn't the car need to start under its own power?
Yes, but that's when he can call us 5. The run's finished.
Okay, so he's entitled to do that, right?
It needs to start under his own power to leave the battle.
I heard him say gearbox.
At the end of the day, we have to get the car out of the way anyway to keep the chute clear.
That's Sam West there. I'm sure I heard him just say gearbox.
So is he wow.
Has he just pulled out?
So Sean Potros got a lifeline here. Or he's going to call us mechanical 5. They're going to see what they can do to the car, I assume.
Well,
I was always taught to never assume, though, when I was younger.
Wow. Look, yeah, unfortunately, we're sort of in a job where we have to make assumptions, right? We just have to say something. We're not really allowed to actually just sit here in silence, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was that entry again on that GT Radio replay, so that was that big talking point for Sean Potros. Potentially a massive markdown, if not a 0, if it was too much of a correction. But here, again, 2
one
wheels.
wheel. So
Definitely one.
Yeah.
And another one on the yellow line. And then for most of this lap, Alex Griffin just keeping it clean in the chase, nothing too fancy, but just keeping through the battle and the lead car.
You can see Stocky starting to have those issues there, right? He's had to come down a gear, then carrying very little angle.
That must explain, I mean, if he was down a gear, it'll explain why the car looks so tight. So he did a great job to just nurse that around and hold some points out of that. In the meantime, Alex Stocky Griffin through to the pits. He'll be taking his mechanical 5 minutes.
Battle of the Bay. Dave Steadman, Dangerous Dave, up against Cole Armstrong, the 2-time New Zealand Drift Champion. And Cole's family are here with him, I believe. Saw them up here earlier swapping notes with the judges, trying to get that feedback. Cole Armstrong, a student of the game, who certainly knows how to understand the criteria set by judges.
So this is
probably won't be long till maybe we see a little Armstrong maybe behind the wheel of a go-kart, you reckon?
So this is effectively the last battle of the top 16. We will see the second pass for Sean Potros and Alex Griffin once we get confirmation from race control about the gearbox issue there for Stocky.
Very important for Dave Steadman. If Dave Steadman doesn't get this win, then Connor Halligan basically will lock himself in his first Kiwi Homestead bout. So very, very important battle here for Dave Steadman. Dangerous Dave doesn't really doesn't show a lot of emotion. Very practiced driver, student of the game. Cole doesn't look that rusty, does he, Kenny? Cole Armstrong, the way that you can tell the difference between Cole and Kelvin is the big HB on the front of the bonnet. And Cole has the RB30 underneath the bonnet. Kelvin has the SR20. So that is Cole Armstrong behind the wheel there of the other green machine. Kelvin, we've already seen about right on the door from Cole Armstrong. Doesn't show any form of rust at all. Stays in the drift, does Armstrong. Stays on the gas, keeps the wheels turning. Dave is allowed to transition over in front of him. Cole Armstrong showing his experience there. Kenny got back out of it, but stayed on the gas there, kept the wheels turning, didn't go straight at all, and stays in a position there where he can put some pressure on Dave Steedman. Kenny, Cole Armstrong showing his experience there, showing why he's back and why he's a threat here. He is a real threat here. He is a guy who potentially could go all the way to the top step of the podium.
It's the Armstrong Plumbing S13 in the chase of Cole Armstrong. Straight off the line, was right in that chase pocket. Dave Steedman in the Hydrolink Mimico S14, 3.2 stroked RB30. And right here, Cole Armstrong applying the pressure, getting right up on the door and pushing Dave Steedman. Now, he almost locked himself out there.
But that was the bit I was talking about where Cole showed his experience. Yeah, allowed enough room.
But yeah, he almost locked himself out there and it just put him up on a tighter setup to get to that outside clip. And then he did a great job to just drive out of it and give that room to the lead car and switch on through. So plenty of pressure being applied by Cole Armstrong.
I saw the hand out the window there, the international sign for happy with the car. Or is this, I need better windscreen wipers? I can't see. Thank you to DK Excavations crew for your work during the week in helping us with the track preparation here at Baypark. For those of you who are not aware, the track sits under the clay surface for majority of the year, and then D1NZ uncovers it along with a number of helpers, including Aaron Habib from Max Civil, who I believe is also here. Cole Armstrong up nicely on the shelf there. Dave Steedman, though, settles nicely into his work, Kenny.
Returns the serve on the entry, tries to get right up on the door again. Dave Steedman trying to apply some pressure now. Throwing it back to Cole Armstrong. He's got to be careful not to go up too past the A-pillar.
It's the carbon copy of the first run. Did exactly what Cole did. Put himself in the same position.
Armstrong now back up on the wall, up on the high line. Dave Steedman trying to recover some track position back.
Cole came off did Cole come off the wall really early then?
GT radial replay. Great stuff there from the Hydrolink Mimico S14, getting straight on the door off the entry, returning the serve to Cole Armstrong in his chase run. But I think the difference in score may come down here. Out of the teardrop, did Dave Steedman just push too far up the A-pillar? Armstrong doing a great job to just ignore what's going on there, adjust his line to that wider left-hand side of the track and then back up on the wall, gave room to Dave. Dave tried to give room to Cole, and then they tried to close it back up towards the end there.
So the only thing really you can fault, right, is just he came down off the wall a little bit earlier than maybe some of the other top runners have, but still a solid effort. Now, how does this play out for Dave Steedman? This is very important. Is Steedman still in the hunt for #1 Kiwi home, or is the journey ending here? Taken out by local rival Cole Armstrong. The big bird returns. Talking with the hands, the international drift language. Mark of respect there from both drivers. Cole's just waiting for his TV moment, really, isn't he?
Both of them competing in front of a home crowd tonight.
It's always interesting when you watch the really experienced drivers, right? The first thing they talk about is whatever they did in a run. You can sort of see with, oh, here we go. Steven's got a result, has he? David Steedman. David Steedman stays in a split decision. David Steedman stays in. Dangerous Dave is still in with the hunt for first Kiwi home.
How about that? How about that? Split that big unit. Let's talk to the guy that won the battle for a start. Keeps you in the hunt for first Kiwi home in the D1NZ Championship. Congratulations, because I've got to say, arguably one of the best battles, if not the best battle of the night.
It was hot. That was hot. I'm kind of glad. I'd love to go one more time with Cole, but but not in that crap.
I mean, when you look at the preparation for this weekend, you're in your home base, and then you come against Mr. Two-Time, you go, oh, really?
You got no idea how much it means to beat Cole. Cole is an absolute legend, hometown hero. So it's so good.
Okay, all right, better bring him in here. Come on, well done, mate. Get ready for the next round. Hey, Avocado Boy, congratulations. I mean, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but gee, you look good out there, man.
Yeah. Me and Calv, we decided 2 weeks ago we'll come and have a bit of fun, let the hair down, bit of mental health. So had a blast, and yeah, this thing's real hot right now. I was pushing it to the limit, and you can do that against Dave. I've driven with him for a long, long time, and hopefully everyone had as much fun as I did in the car watching that, because it was a pretty sick battle.
Well, you're just a fun guy to be around, and 2 kids, beautiful wife, life's perfect, right?
Oh, it is so good. The boys no doubt will be asleep right now, so Clayton's 1 tomorrow. So last year he was 10 days old, now he's 1, so time flies, just like you're ticking on, aren't you?
You must really think about a full-time season, hey? Maybe
in 10 years when Theo's keen, I'll be back.
You heard it here. Well done, Eva. Go have some guacamole.
Yeah, thanks, bud. Hey, enjoy the rest of the night. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Up to you, lads.
he's always the character, isn't it, Cole? Isn't he, Cole Armstrong? He's been a fan favourite for as long as I can remember, because he is literally like a big animated kid. If you go, I guarantee, if you go to my house and you say, "Who's your favourite drifter?" they will say Cole Armstrong. All right, now we're going to take a look here, Kenny, at the side-by-side. So this is really interesting. So let's just let our audience watch this and see how you guys think it should have played out here. Very, very close decision.
I mean, we talk about really minor points at the start of the run. You see here,
Cole looks like he's got better proximity there, but then Cole has checked himself up here, right?
Yeah.
And
it was almost a bit different in the way that where Dave's position was, but that might have just come down to that. And like you say,
Dave
Cole coming off the wall early, I think this is what hurt him.
Yeah,
just come off the wall a lot earlier, and that'll be all she wrote for.
All right, sounds like we're going to pay some
score.
bills, Kenny, so time for a quick commercial message, and then we'll be back with the top 32. All right, so it sounds like Taurus coming back out for a little bit more entertainment for the crowd here at Baypark. So we are still live on KO in Australia. So Taurus, the monster truck, comes back out. Boss Hog is dead. Reaper is dead. Kiwi Thunder, I think, is dead. So we've got 1 left of our monster trucks. We started with 4, now we've got 1. And what we did see was... what we did see earlier was Taurus getting plenty of air, and the reason I've just been advised that the reason this is happening is because we have got some car repairs underway in the pits for drivers who are in the top 8. And a few donuts there. Someone's obviously going to be re-sowing that infield there, getting a big old grass spill. Okay, and just been advised Alex Griffin's 5 minutes has expired. Alex Griffin's 5 minutes has expired, so he is out. So that means your top 8 is going to be Matty J versus Ethan Faithful, Brody Marr versus Connor Halligan, Luke Fink, Clayton Daly, and Sean Potros and Dave Steadman. So it is a solid top 8 for round number 5 here of the D1NZ National Drifting Championship here at Baypark. This is the final round. We will crown our champion, and we're also looking to find out who is going to be the first Kiwi home. The big questions, of course, will Luke Fink go home with a new record? 442 points is the score he is aiming for. By my calculations, he needs to finish in 4th place or better, and he is only 1 step away from that. So Luke Fink, 1 battle away from potentially a new points scoring record. Or does he continue the season as he has so far and make his way all the way through potentially to another podium finish here at round number 5 and completes almost the perfect season? So Taurus out there just having some fun, entertaining the crowd. We do have a number of young kids here in the audience who do enjoy the monster truck, so we hope you enjoy this brief little intermission here as repairs are carried out, and then we'll lock straight into our top 8 and find our way from 8 to 4 to 2 to an eventual champion, and then hand out the season silverware with Stephen and Keske. That was a quick commercial message, and we're back with Taurus here. I was trying to have a quick little drink of water, but Taurus still entertaining the fans here. Taurus, of course, does the rounds of a number of the shows. You can usually pay between $10 to $15. Go for a ride there. You can jump in the back, strap yourself into one of those race seats. They're probably quite similar to these very comfortable NZKW bucket seats that we've been sitting on all season here in commentary and also in the judges' booth. So thank you to NZKW for your support. Again, thank you to all of our commercial partners who have supported us here this season. So again, just repeating, if you did miss the announcement, Alex Griffin, Stocky has advised out, so gearbox issues, Sean Potros through. So your top 8 as it locks in, Matty J versus Ethan Faithful, Brody Marr versus Connor Halligan, Luke Fink, Clayton Daly, and Sean Potros versus Dave Steedman. So the battle is still well and truly alive for first Kiwi home. It is most likely going to come down to Connor Halligan and Dave Steedman. I wonder if we can convince Taurus to try the backflip. Would you guys like to see him try the backflip? Do you guys want to try it? Do you want him to do the backflip? Just, okay, I don't even know if this truck can actually do it. Oh, he's going to try going backwards anyway. What, can he get up the ramp? I wonder if we can get him to maybe head towards the ramp. Can he at least go towards the ramp and see whether he can get like 90 degrees? I wonder if we can goad him into that. He's going to the, is he going to the ramp? Head to the ramp, go to the ramp. For those of you who have just joined us on the broadcast, we are just waiting for our top 8 to get ready and get locked in. I did see a scooter out there. I wonder if we can backflip a scooter instead. That doesn't seem dangerous at all. I wonder if the crowd starts chanting ramp, ramp, ramp if he'll do it. It might be quite annoying on a live television broadcast to encourage someone to do that, because it'll sound like I'm just yelling down a microphone a single word. But if you're out there in the crowd and you're that way inclined, maybe Launchmaster Willie, you could take it upon yourself to... I don't think he was meant to be heading towards that area, but that's all right. It was all fully under control. I think we need one more big ear, Mr. Taurus. Come on, let's go. Show us some big ear. So again, apologies to those who did come for the backflip. Unfortunately, due to basically safety and mechanical reasons, that attempt was not able to take place. Well, basically, you can see Reaper out on the track. It's dead, the frame snapped, and also due to the conditions that you can see out there on the infield, it is soaking wet out there, which meant that the truck wasn't able to achieve the relevant speed it needed to actually be able to do a backflip. So for safety reasons, the driver made the decision to abort that attempt, and that is something completely beyond the control of D1NZ or any affiliated promotions. Was that a shock that just came out? It's broken. The forelink's just fallen out the bottom of the Taurus. Something's broken there. I think they're going to need to stop him, because I don't think he knows. Something's just one of those shocks has just come out the bottom there. Where is it? There it is. It's just snapped clean off. There you go. Have a look under the monster truck there. There we go. 4 from 4. We're broken. We broke 4 monster trucks. Round of applause for Taurus, please, crowd. Round of applause for Taurus. Wow. I've only got one suggestion left. I wonder if you can backflip a Triton. Putahi, if you can hear me, Putahi from Smart Steel, back flip the Trident, buddy. Flip the Trident, give it a go. Yeah, go for it, crowd. Start chanting, flip the Trident. Go on, flip the Trident. This may be one of my worst ideas ever. Send the bill to my employers, please. I think it's a great idea. Putahi obviously thinks it's a terrible idea because he needs to go to work on Monday. Thank you so much to Smart Steel, by the way, for providing recovery over the course of the season. Get in on the action. Flip the Trident. There we go, into the top 4 after the conclusion of the 8. Matty J will battle Ethan Faithful, Brody Marr, Connor Halligan, Luke Fink, Clayton Daly, Sean Potros, and a dangerous Dave Steedman. So plenty of Kiwis still in the fight, and can Luke Fink close out into the 4 and get that new record as far as points? We will wait and find out what that is, and I'm sure Stephen Okeske, finger on the pulse as always, will announce to Luke Fink what his final total is for the season. Is it going to be a little jewel in the crown for potentially Mr. Fink, who has one hand on the trophy? Does he go all the way deep into the 4? Does he close out a perfect season by having another podium finish, or can the Kiwis stop him? Is it another Aussie, Ethan Faithful, who comes through and possibly upsets the apple cart? Is it the Tasmanian, Brody Marr? Does he get a second win for the season? We saw Brody Marr win at round number 1. We saw Adam Davies win round number 2. We saw Luke Fink win round number 3. We saw Connor Halligan win round number 4. Will we have another brand new round winner here at round number 5, the D1NZ National Drifting Championships? We are here live at Mercury Baypark, and I think Putahi is now doing donuts in the Trident. He's donutting the Trident. Go on, mate, do it again. Let's see some donuts. I wonder if the Ranger does better donuts. The grass is dead anyway. We're going to have to resow it, so maybe we can get the Triton to do some donuts. Maybe we can get the Ranger to do some donuts. Championship so far, recapping where we're at so far. We're just going to cue this up and take you through how the season has played out so far.
NZ Drifting Championship has been a massive show with big crowds in attendance, international stars and crazy battles. The series kicked off in the central North Island at Taupō Motorsport Park with a massive double-header weekend. Round 1 dominated by the Australian invasion led by Luke Fink for JDM Racing, local driver Connor Halligan putting up a fight in the semi-finals.
Right up on the door of the JDM machine, and he has stayed in it, Kenny. A chase for the ages by Connor Halligan as they come around. Definitely make some noise.
Brody Marr in the Drift League S13 would take the victory for the season opener after a dramatic final battle with Luke Fink. The best of the Kiwis was Dave Steedman from Team DSR. His teammate Adam Davies would take the victory at round 2 in the Mimico Hydrolink 180 SX. Luke Fink in second with mechanical failure, and it was a first ever tie for third with Connor Halligan and Dave Steedman. Round 3 of the title fight took us to Auckland City with a sold-out event at Go Media Stadium where the concrete crucible served up plenty of carnage. JDM Racing on pole with Jeremy Slayland.
Oh, Connor Halligan! You wild man.
How did they set him up for the...
he's in the wall. Oh, he's moved the block.
Finland's Lauri Heinonen was in the house with an army of fans tuning in from around the world. The Drift Masters champion throwing down a massive semi-final with Luke Fink.
This is international class drifting right here on New Zealand soil. Here comes Fink. Up to the inside goes Luke Fink, surging up on Lauri Heinonen. Lauri Heinonen opens the door up. Luke Fink could reach out and touch him. The two JDM monsters door to door. Lauri Heinonen up onto the pro line. Both of them keep it going. Both of them are on the gas. Lauri settles it down with a little dab of the brake, and along the wall he comes. And put your hands together. Mount Smart Stadium. Did you come out again, or do you want everybody to come over there?
You should visit Europe. Drift Masters is a hell of a series, but I like it here. I might come again.
It was a JDM Racing 1-2 finish with Luke Fink taking the win over young gun Jeremy Slamet from New Caledonia, knocked out a competition with gearbox failure.
Congratulations on your first P1 qualification, and P2, which I think is the highest you've finished in D1, correct?
It is, yeah. It's been an absolute awesome weekend. I don't even have the words. It's amazing.
Just those runs with Laurie obviously did it for me. Like, it's just
a hell of a lot of fun, just an amazing time, and just keep trying to drive smart but still put on a good show for everyone.
And extend your lead in the D1NZ Championship.
With yet another podium, Luke Fink would lead the series standings to round 4 at Manfield Circuit in the Manawatu. Another massive crowd in attendance with Connor Halligan, the best of the Kiwis in qualifying, but it was championship drama for Luke Fink with mechanical issues forcing him into a borrowed car, driving Ben Odger's Drift Japan S15 and putting it in pole position.
I can make it work. I just got to remember that the handbrake is a down handbrake rather than an up handbrake.
Look at the damage. That's massive for Dan Caldwell.
The battle for Luke Fink continued into the tandem eliminations, with Dan Caldwell smashing into Ben Odgers with wheel-to-wheel contact.
Oh, massive contact. Look at that rear wheel. No, that ends to get out. Look at that rear wheel. It's bent. Look at that rear wheel. It's massively had a whack. Well, here we go. Dave Steedman jumps on the gas. Luke Fink out front, accelerates hard into the section. Luke Fink loses a little bit of angle there. And here comes Dave Steedman right up onto the back of Luke Fink. The Kiwi lad, Dave Steedman.
Team DSR's Dave Steedman was back for a fight in the top 8. The Drift Japan S15 battered and bruised, but not enough to stop Luke Fink hungry for another win.
Definitely when Dave came in early on that corner, I'm like, oh man, I'm in this smoke here. It's just like not being familiar in the car and getting that stuck in the smoke is terrifying.
I'm pretty gutted, you know. I really needed to beat Luke, but yeah, just a couple of mistakes. It's a real shame. I was on him on the sweeper and then just fell apart a little bit towards the end, which really annoyed me. However, you know, he's an amazing driver.
Now Adam Davies back on the gas. Adam Davies closes right up onto Sean Potros, and what a third and fourth battle, ladies and gentlemen.
Sean Potros would grab third for the weekend, and it was yet again the Australian Luke Fink in the final, with the Kiwi fans cheering on Connor Halligan in his 2JZ powered S14.
Winds in the angle, winds in the speed. Luke Fink transitions nicely. This time it's better from Connor Halligan. Goes with Luke Fink, shallows out an angle and then transitions across. Connor Halligan going with him. Connor Halligan putting the pressure on. Here comes the young man, 919 from Taupo.
First place goes to Connor Halligan. Yee-hoo-hoo! The second place, Luke Fink.
Connor obviously did a fantastic job, and I just couldn't keep the wheels spinning hard enough, and yeah, that's all she wrote. But yeah, can't thank Ben enough for letting me drive the Drift Japan S15, and obviously JDM boys are insane.
Unreal. We've been chasing this for, yeah, I don't know how long, but yeah, it feels unreal to be here. A huge thank you to my family, my crew, everyone that helps me out, my sponsors, Hog Haulage, Fine Line Painting, Link ECU, Henson Murray, Luke Graf, Comic Designs, everyone else that helps me out, couldn't do it without all the help.
So Connor Halligan taking the victory for round 4, bumping him up the points ladder behind Luke Fink in the JDM racing team, Dave Steedman and Adam Davies from Team DSR in 3rd and 4th. The question still remains, can anyone put a stop to Luke Fink? Will he become the first ever international driver to win the New Zealand title? Or will the Kiwis step it up at the grand final and take it down to the wire?
That Luke Fink is probably the champion-elect right now, because points-wise we don't think he can be beaten. And I had the chance to talk to him on radio 24 hours ago. Saw a different side to Luke Fink. You know, he's this crazy Australian who can drive anything. He can drive a pushchair fast, right? But he knows it's a show, and that's what we get.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Luke's really changed as a driver, as a person. He's always been a really kind person. His persona's kind of changed, but he's reverted back to his roots, I think, and he's really showing his true colours today.
All right, well, we get now into the top 8. Ethan Faithful, Matty J on the line. Let's do this.
Thank you, boys. Keeping us informed down there from pit lane. Steve McIver, Keisuke Nagashima, our, well, he's no longer our Pro Sport champion. Kenny Dean Young, our new Pro Sport champion for 2025. And we're underway. Matty J, Ethan Faithful, both of these drivers competing for a spot in the final 4 for the first time. Ooh, a little bit messy on initiation there for Matty J, and it's put him right down the bottom of the track there. Needs to drift up onto the back of the Ethan Faithful driven Scott, well, it wasn't. So I was going to say Scott Dinsdale should have been driving that car, John Atwoods, but he didn't show up. So Ethan Faithful was driving the car instead of Scotty D, and then he puts it out wide there, does Ethan Faithful. First sign of a mistake from Ethan. It's been pretty smooth so far, but getting deeper into competition, and obviously enjoying his experience here in New Zealand.
Tags the wall on the exit too, coming up around to the finish line. Matty J just on that lower line. And I don't think that's going to do him any favours for the judges.
Yeah, potentially going to hurt him, isn't it, in terms of going lead for lead, chase for chase. So
he struggled. He took a two-stab approach off the entry there, really get the car steered in there, and then laid the power in to try to get up onto the rear quarter. But yeah, he was struggling off the line there just to get the thing initiated. And then actually is that straight?
Straight.
So yeah, Matty J having a bit of a tough time in the chase there. 2 wheels off potentially there for Ethan Faithful in the C33 Laurel out in front.
The good part is the judges have been, I think the judges have been really consistent. I don't think they've deviated a lot from what they asked for. Are people going to agree with them all the time? No. But are they going to get it right probably 90% of the time? Yeah. And that's why we have a DSO as well, right? Because there is a review system available. I do like the HKS intercooler. It's very retro throwback kind of vibe. Don't see that these days very often.
Psycho JZ out in front. Matty J with the Ford Barra in behind. Matty J leading out Ethan Faithful. A little bit squirmy toing and froing, but Ethan Faithful trying to apply some pressure now through the teardrop. Don't lock yourself out too far.
Ethan Faithful feels like he wants to go a lot faster than what Matty J's allowing him to drive. But he's having to dive in and then get back out of it, dive in, get back out of it. Putting a lot of pressure on here.
J
rattled Matty J.
Up on the wall, sparks are flying, but just doesn't. Oh, massive! Massive hit at the end there. Nearly spun the front end of it around, but he managed to steer out of it. So Matty J just having a close call at the end there.
Well, you heard him say earlier, he referenced the fact that he only does select rounds, so he hasn't done a lot of driving on semi-slicks. I'd imagine that track's actually reasonably dryish now in terms
of consistent.
Where it was.
Yeah, me and Jesse were talking about it before. It's actually just sort of leveled out. It's a bit more consistent. Humidity picked up and the track temp is consistent. The greasiness seems to be consistent. So it's not a dry track as such, but certainly just consistent level conditions make it far more easier to drive.
Starting to see some wisps of smoke off the back there too. I reckon by the time we get to maybe the 4 and then into the finals, Kenny, we might be on for the full-blown Baypark smoke show.
Maybe we need to ring Zach Pole to come in and just do a couple of laps in the helicopter and just dry the track out. They do that at Speedway, don't they?
Yeah, they do that. A lot of private helicopters owned down there. And we go to Stephen for the result, and it is Ethan Faithful gets the call. Ethan Faithful from Australia. Where was he originally from? Northland? Yeah.
Ethan, mate, you must be loving the Barra. How good is that?
Ah, the good old farm build by John Atwood Drift.
You're loving it, mate.
Yeah, it's a killer car, man. It's people don't understand. It's actually a pretty good build, man. It's got all the good bits. Just a semi-average driver right now.
You're through to the top 4, mate, so keep it going.
Legend. Cool. Thanks, mate.
Matty J, that first run looked a bit awkward.
Yeah, a little bit messy on my part, both lead and chase, whatever. But yeah, we've still got a little bit to learn. But yeah, we're still pumped with where we've placed anyway. Like, you know, just qualifying or even getting into the top 16 is a big feat for us. So yeah, we're happy as we'll send it tonight, and yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back and play with these boys some more next year.
Love to hear that. Just be safe tonight.
Yeah, we'll be safe, mate.
Great stuff there from Faithful.
Well, look, Matty J's going to be partying with Stephen McIver later on at the after party. You heard it here first. He'll be joining Jordan Joyce and the boys at the after function. Don't hold me to that, by the way. Stephen, I'm sure, has had more than enough talking today.
Equipping your success. Big shout out to Mimico, who have been long-time supporters of the D1NZ Drifting Championship.
All right, 2 great mates on and off the track. Connor Halligan, Brodie Marr, who I'm pretty sure these guys have actually done a bit of a swap, haven't they? So Brodie Marr's hosted Connor Halligan over in Tasmania for a drive, and then Connor Halligan, I think, was very instrumental in getting Brodie Marr over here for his season. So
yeah, check out the Connor Halligan 919 YouTube channel for all the behind-the-scenes action from his trip over to Tasmania, competing in Drift League.
I did hear a whisper too that they may be part of a 2K video coming up. So keep your eyes peeled for that one, Brody Maher and Connor Halligan, although that was somewhat before Connor Halligan broke the car.
Now, does that potentially might feature a certain international driver out of Japan?
Yeah, Ryusei Akiba and Connor Halligan. I did hear a whisper too that a giraffe-like individual that isn't Cole Armstrong, that maybe goes by the name of David Hunter, might appear at some point as well. So good to see washed-up drifters still earning their keep as we are released here. Brody Maher will lead away with the SR Plenty 2.4 litre 1,000 horsepower car. And Kenny, the car has looked out of sort. Oh, there it is again. There's a waiver in the front end, and Brody Maher has looked really out of sorts here. And you see the early transition there from Connor Halligan trying to put the pressure onto the back of Brody Maher here. Connor Halligan looking very comfortable in Justin Patterson's MTF Cambridge-sponsored S15 2JZ underneath the bonnet, of course. That is the car Justin built after he had a, shall we say, an unfortunate incident here at Baypark. And Brody Maher tags the wall and straightens up. Now, Connor Halligan's down on a really low line, but then Brody Maher has tagged the wall, and that has straightened him up there. So will the judges hit him hard with the penalty stick there for potentially sacrificing angle as he came off the wall?
Jimmy Jackson and Uncle Tix trying to deal with the keyboard warriors on the live chat. If you want to join the live chat on Oversteer TV.
Do you know what we should have?
Yeah, check out the YouTube app and head over to the Oversteer TV YouTube channel. It is where you can watch all the behind-the-scenes action and extra extended content from the D1NZ series. Connor Halligan, GT Radio Replay, attacking the Drift League S13.
Yeah, can we do Oversteer after hours with Uncle Tix and Jimmy Jackson?
Yeah, well, I want to get into the into more of the interviews with the drivers that we had, like what we had.
Back in the day.
Yeah, pre the grand final with the guys in the Pro Sports Series. I thought that was pretty cool to hear from those lads.
So yeah, Jimmy Jackson, Uncle Tix, they'd be two of the biggest names in social media in New Zealand at the moment.
Well, we have to get them into a car now, don't we?
I feel like I've seen Jimmy Jackson in a drift car.
Yes, I think he was hosted by the guys at Drift Academy.
Ah, okay, that's what it was. Yeah, so Jimmy's been drifting. Has Uncle Tip's been drifting? If he hasn't, maybe we need to organise that. Here we go. Connor Halligan will lead away this time, and it is. Oh no! Round he goes. Connor Halligan has looped it and tagged the wall in front of Brody Maher, and the red lights come on because that is no longer chaseable for Maher. Is that all she wrote for Connor Halligan?
So Connor Halligan backing it into that concrete wall.
What happened here? Did he run over something, or did it just bind up on him and just
sparks
got up too high?
And yeah, just laid on too much. So backed it in there, and great job by Brody Maher in the chase to just slow things up.
Yeah, tagged the wall hard, didn't he? Then just tried to stay in it to keep it going and just, yeah, lost it.
It's pretty. He was actually kind of late there almost because it was so deep in the wall. It was almost late to where the other guys were switching off the wall, and maybe it just got into the greasy stuff, and that was all she wrote.
A little bit of affection there from the boys. Connor Halligan, Brody Maher, great mates. And here it goes, and locking in for an all-Australian semi-final, Brody Maher. So Brody Maher, Ethan Faithful on one side of the tree, Kenny. Luke Fink.
Brody, mate, obviously you got it going against one of your teammates. I mean, unfortunate way to win, but you're through.
It's definitely not the battle I wanted. Obviously, the Halligan family, big shout out to them. Like, obviously, they've been looking after my car all year. We've been doing lots of practice battles. I really wanted to send it out there. I know he was sending it out there too. We left it on the line, but yeah, it's really hard. The track is starting to dry up a little bit, and the wall is dry in a few spots, but wet in a few spots as well. So yeah, it's super hard.
You're through, mate. Top four. Well done.
Cheers.
Connor Halligan, Connor, it was one of those nights. It has been one of those nights for you. What happened on that last run?
I don't know about night. I think weekend's probably more of a fitting term. Yeah, we've been battling since Thursday night practice session. So yeah, it's been a real big weekend so far. Massive battle. So yeah, I knew that was going to be a tough one with Brody. I knew he was going to push 110. Obviously, you know, good mates, and that's just the way it rolls. So the track's drying up on that bank, and you just sort of had to roll the dice a little bit. So anyway, that's the way it goes. It's all good. Obviously, I want to say a huge thank you to Justin for letting me use his car this weekend. Lifesaver. Thank you, mate. Very, very, very grateful. Yeah, and my whole team, sponsors, everyone that supports me, thank you. Without all of them, there's no way I would have even been driving now. So, yeah, no, thank you.
Got more of his cars. Luke and Clayton are up next.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Thanks, mate. Well played.
Borrowed car demo derby here at Baypark. Clayton Daly's borrowed his brother's car.
Well, the thing is,
Luke Fink's wandered across the pits to Dan Caldwell's pit, grabbed the VIP Frame and Trust 1,000
borrowing your
horsepower
brother's car is a little bit different to driving a car based out of the South Island. You don't even live here, and he's going to have to might have to send the bill if he stacks it. So.
Sorry, my apologies. I'm just being told actually Dan Caldwell offered that car to Luke Fink, so there was no asking there. It was offered by Dan Caldwell on the VIP team. So thank you very much to those boys all the way up from the South Island, Dan and Sam. Great to see you here along with Dylan Restrick from the South Island. And here we go with Luke Fink leading away from Clayton Daly. Can Clayton Daly fly the New Zealand flag? Can he take out Luke Fink, something that no one else has really been able to do this season? Here comes young Clayton Daly, 22 years old from Tauranga, battling the veteran drifter Luke Fink. He is an international champion. There was a little bit of a puff of dirt there, Kenny, but I think it's just stuff on the track. I don't think Luke Fink was anywhere offline there, and Luke Fink now has created distance over Clayton Daly, and you can see the sparks flying, and more importantly, Kenny, you can see the smoke coming off those tyres.
He's just running the wall all weekend in Luke Fink fashion. Solid driving here by Luke Fink in the VIP entry. Clayton Daly.
That's a Daly.
Kept it cool, calm and collected through the first half of the section. He almost cut a little bit too much down the teardrop there. Applying some pressure, a little bit of tyre smoke coming off.
It's this bit here.
Still
how far up the track does Luke Fink go?
Well, see, Luke
was he
Fink,
off the track? Yeah.
No, that's actually where he needed to be. So, but did he drop a wheel? But he was one of the only few drivers tonight to actually get over there, and that's where the outside clip actually is. And because of the rain, they've been pushing so wide off it, and yeah, not many people have been hitting it. So, really interesting example there of the line that Luke Fink is trying to hit, that the judges are looking for, but did he push too far?
I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to push young Clayton Daly around this track in the Team RHP, Team WFM machine, and Luke Fink doing what he does best, putting the pressure on the young driver out front. Luke Fink in the VIP Frame and Trust, Dan Caldwell own machine, LSX underneath the bonnet, 427, 1200 odd horsepower at his disposal. The Tri-Ace tyres. Luke Fink, international champion in waiting of the D1NZ, and here he comes attacking young Clayton Daly, and he's put the pressure on him. And has he forced a mistake out of young Clayton Daly? Young Clayton Daly keeps his head there, gets up onto the wall, but here comes Luke Fink again, showing why is it one of the best. Oh, Luke Fink takes his own front bumper off. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, put your hands together, both of them stay in it. Get loud, Baypark.
Exhaust dragging for most of that run there from Clayton Daly in his brother's car. That's why I keep saying Aiden. Warren keeps doing it too. I do apologise, that is Aiden Daly's car, but Clayton, his brother, driving it up on the wall on entry, boot lid flying up. Wipers on for Luke Fink. Sparks are flying aplenty here so far for the D1NZ Grand Final. Mercury Baypark.
Where are
Luke
the sparks
Fink
coming from?
applying so much pressure here in the chase. Look at the exhaust.
That's the exhaust hanging on the ground.
Just dragging on the ground for Clayton Daly in the RHP machine. And then look at this recovery. He almost blew it so wide off the track, and he managed to steer it back out of it. And what a recovery from Clayton Daly.
See how quickly Luke
Fink did not give up.
Grabbed a gear and just rocketed it up onto the door, and when I'm here.
Plenty of sparks are flying tonight.
It's taken us a while to get here, Kenny, but we're getting here, right? We're getting there. The smoke show at Baypark starting to emerge. All right, going down to Stephen McIver as Luke Fink goes and shakes Clayton Daly's hand, and has the result locked in yet?
Oh, what a battle.
Yeah, there was a bumper on that car before, Luke. I don't know where it's gone. It's somewhere on the track. Here we go.
Luke Fink.
Luke Fink.
Unanimous, locks it in and moves through to the next bracket.
Luke, you've got to be happy with that. I think both of you are pretty happy with that run, but how was it?
Mate, it's obviously a challenge against each other, but we're battling the track. It's starting to grip up now in spots. It's slippery. I can't even comprehend to you guys how friggin' hard it is to drive in conditions. You obviously know, but conditions like this are the worst possible conditions you can have for drifting. The wheel speed we've got, everything else, and you're trying to like judge where those tyres are going to go. 1 minute you have all the traction in the world, and next you have none. So,
like, considering what you did was like actually unreal, mate. Well done.
No, good. Thanks heaps to the VIP guys and JDM Racing, man. Couldn't do it without them.
Yep. See you at the next one.
Thank
Go on.
you.
Clayton, well played, mate. Coming up against someone like Luke Fink, who put all that pressure on you, particularly on that chase, and you didn't blink.
No, well, hey, I've battled with Luke before. We're good drivers, so you know you can trust him 110%, which is awesome. So yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah.
For a young drifter to have someone with his experience, he's our champion-elect, all over you, but you go, no, I'm gonna hold here. How hard is that?
I just get in your zone, eh? I'm in my own world and just away with the fairies, to be honest.
Yeah, look, it's okay to be away with fairies because you put on great entertainment, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers, heaps, eh?
All right, well done, Clayton Daly for Team RHP, and Luke Fink makes it to the top 4 again for the 5th time this season, Kenny.
Away with the drift fairies, maybe.
Yeah, well, Clayton said that before. That's his thing. That's how he likes to drift. That is how he approaches his motorsport. So nothing wrong with that. Find what works for you and get in there and do what you can do.
Kid's going for the ride there.
I think that's Luke's kids, isn't it? That's now, was it Boston's birthday yesterday? I think it was Boston Fink's birthday yesterday, I was told. So happy birthday to Boston for yesterday. And
Shout
I think the whole family might be here, actually. I think Tiana's here as well, potentially.
Shout out to Geordie Cole's old man. Wondering where Oosh Hercules is. He's upstairs, mate. He's here.
I was wondering where Geordie Cole was, because he usually likes to turn up at Baypark, doesn't he?
Well, sometimes he turns up in the chat box too, but I haven't kept too much of an eye on it tonight, but certainly a few people in there having a ball. Kick the ball.
Yeah, well, you have to try and do that. You do the commentary with me, but then you're also trying to moderate Oversteer TV, because we are live at the same time as we're on Sky TV, we're on KO, we're on Pacific Direct, but you've also got the Oversteer TV, the live stream as well. So I think we're going to take a look at some highlights and show you how we got to where we are as we wait for our final top 4. So here is Matty J, and this is where Adam Davies' championship aspirations ended. He was potentially in line for being the first Kiwi home, but Matty J gets it done and gets the result there. Matty J, solid into the season for him.
There's the battle with Ethan Faithful and Kurt Blakey. Kurt Blakey having a tough time in the chase in the RHP V8 GT86. And then this was that magic moment with the wheel coming, or the tyre debeating and coming off the car and flying past the driver's window. We didn't see that. I said it would make the highlights and it didn't, so I apologise, everybody. Adam Whitehead taking a spin there on the exit. Which was all she wrote for the Pertec machine. Sending the Drift League S13 of Brodie Marr through. Connor Halligan driving the MTF Finance S15 of Justin Patterson this weekend, with mechanical issues forcing him into a borrowed car. Just looping it, almost looping it there. Under the Mimico banner. Luke Fink has been just absolutely peddling that VIP frames and trusses Sylvia of Dan Caldwell, who offered him up the car to jump in and throw down here at Baypark this weekend. Awesome camaraderie in the pits from the South Island-based team. Dan Caldwell, many laps in the Drift South Series. Awesome battle. It was one of the real spicy battles of the night between Jordan Joyce and the NZKW S14. Fanga Dan trying to get on the door of Clayton Daly after putting 2 wheels off in the dirt on that outside zone at the back of the teardrop. Sparks aplenty so far this weekend, with everyone trying to get up on the concrete walls. It'd be Clayton Daly that would move through over Fanga Dan. Ethan Faithfull and Kurt Blakey going OMT. Kurt Blakey decided to go jet boat racing on the infield. Eventually, Ethan Faithfull moving through in the C33 Laurel entry. There's the wheel off. Ah, so it was in the OMT, of course, so it did make the highlights package as it rolled past, and there's the damage of the rear wheel, the right rear wheel of Kurt Blakey. Sean Potros having a tough time in the Champ Vision machine on entry on his lead lap against Alex Stocky Griffin. Cole Armstrong, Dave Steedman. There was an RB battle in front of a home crowd, the Mimico Hydrolink machine, putting it on. And that was, I'd say, was actually probably one of the battles we didn't quite get a chance to talk to the judges about. I mean, that would have been just a couple of points in it, no doubt.
There is Ethan Faithfull moving through to the top four. Brody Marr and Connor Halligan, and that would put Connor Halligan on the trailer with Brody Marr getting the win, as Connor Halligan would unfortunately spin right here over rotation, then sparks off the wall, and Brody Marr is through into an all-Australian semi-final. Kenny, you're having quite a good time here because we've got quite a bit going on socially, I believe, at the moment. Drifting an international kind of phenomenon, and I believe there's some rather interesting people observing at the moment from afar who are quite keen to go in a drift car. Kenny, is that right? You're being distracted there, mate.
I'm being distracted.
You're being distracted. Who?
Sound check.
Who? Sound check. Who wants to go for a ride in a drift car? Down to Keske. Keske, what's going on?
All right, we're here at Sean Potros's pit. They did come in after that last battle and also have a gearbox problem. Stocky obviously had a diff problem which they couldn't fix and he retired. Sean's put a new gearbox, or the team has put a new gearbox in now, and the 5-minute time will start once Dave Steedman gets to the line. So that's kind of the situation right now. They're working hard, and the whole team's getting amongst it at the moment.
Oh, so thank you, Keske Nagashima, down there in the pits. You can see the Champ Vision and SMP crews working frantically there underneath the cars. No doubt that'll be the PBs in under there. Murray and Murray Case Cody usually spinning spanners there along with Eddie and the boys. And no doubt Jordan Joyce's crew will be in there as well. Lending hand. That's Blake Miles there just in front of the car. There is Sean. Keske, how's Sean feeling at the moment? Is he nervous?
All right, Sean, are you nervous coming into this battle? What's going through your head right now?
Just I was a bit nervous with the last gearbox. It was popping out of gear, so wasn't feeling confident for a lead like that. So, yeah, not often you come in to change tyres and it's actually a gearbox and the tyres stay the same, eh? So, massive appreciation to all the boys getting in there, getting it done. You know, the PBs, they got a car here on display and lucky enough they got a spare gearbox. So, yeah, thanks to them, my sponsors that are making it happen. So.
How are you actually keeping the gear in gear? Like,
so I was popping out a second, and then we swapped the box, and then I was confident, and on that lead with Stocky, popped out a third, and then I sort of just held it in there. But that's a bit scary on that wall ride, and these weather conditions, it's like, yeah, it's still slippery, but there is dry patches, and those triaces, you know, they still know how to boogie in the wet.
No, you've done well to control that thing on the track, mate. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Keske Nagashima. We have got some exhibition runs going on track here as we see the 3-minute clock now running. Well, it's the 5-minute clock, but that is 3 minutes left of the 5 for the SMP team. Brandon Clark from Thrill Motorsport Supply Co. behind the wheel there, just trying to assist Sean Potros out of the car. Isaac Aldridge, who we saw earlier, Kenny, feels like some of these boys are out here just having a little bit of celebration. Seen some earlier podium results for Isaac Aldridge, and he's just out here baking some tyres, having some fun.
A little bit of fun there for the BMW, the LS-powered E92 BMW landmark cones entry of what did I say, Aidan Daly?
You got Aidan Daly on the brain now, behind, right? Like, yeah. Team RHP.
I'm like one battle behind.
They are what they are.
It wasn't even Aidan, it was Clayton.
Without a doubt, the RHP boys are my favourite team in the pits, right? I love the vibe, I love what they're doing.
What does RHP mean? Reed and Harrison Performance, which is a motorsport garage outfit. which houses the, well, how many cars have they got this year? 5 cars this
5
weekend?
here,
So,
but there are 7 in total because Seaton owns the ex-Chris Allen Mustang that Shane Allen drove, and he also has the vehicle you mentioned before, which is the GT86 with the LS
And
unwrapped on it.
if you do want to learn more about the RHP Drift Team, check out the YouTube channel, Oversteer TV. Jump on and find the Team RHP interview. Meet the Drift family. And check out that awesome interview with those guys and get to know the RHP team.
Are we going to do Oversteer after hours?
I like the after hours.
We'll have a little chat, me and you, and maybe get a couple of the Pro Sport boys in.
I wanted to do a off-seasons as well. Off-seasons?
I wonder if we're able to track down our... we've heard from Keske. I wonder if we can track down our defending pro champion, Case Pullenbury, to get an update as to what he's up to, maybe what his plans are. We'll get Keske down there in the pits to track him down. He was down there selling some T-shirts earlier on. I saw the trophy on top of the car. We saw Case, of course, over in Australia at World Time Attack Challenge. Hey, who knows? Maybe the boys are looking international again. I know that Cody wanted to go and do some international laps as well. So interesting to see what the PB Drift boys get up to next. So again, just reading, there are exhibition runs on the track at the moment. We are waiting for Sean Potros to either make it or break it within the 5 minutes. Already locked in with 52 seconds to go. Ethan Faithful and Brodie Marr, an all-Australian semi-final. Luke Fink locks in for his 5th out of 5 semi-finals for the season. Kenny, you cannot deny Luke Fink undeniable this season.
Yeah,
he has been just a force.
He's been the benchmark and he's been the form driver so far this year, and certainly just throwing down no matter what he steps into, he can throw down, and just goes to show the skill level that he's bringing to the competition here this year as the timer counts down. The 5-minute clock
We're about
is
to go
about
to
to
10.
expire. And there you go. Sean Potros gets it done with about 10 seconds to go, 15 seconds to go. So he just got it done, and he'll be back out there against Dave Steedman, battling for that last spot in the semi-finals. We are nearly down to the pointy end of competition, Warren, and I'm really looking forward to see who's actually going to...
One Kiwi to go. Sean Potros.
Who's going to take
Sean Potros is the sole Kiwi left. I want to hear you guys who are here get loud for Sean Potros when he comes out. There is one Kiwi left. It is the Taranaki Thunder. Sean Potros, the Hawera hero, the Stratford superstar, the Inglewood idol, Sean Potros. Drift Master, Naki Drift 2025. He is out here. He is the sole Kiwi left against 4 Aussies.
So
Sorry,
who
3
is
Aussies.
going to take the win here tonight, and then who is going to take the final podium of the year?
So
now, if we really wanted to go there, Warren,
okay,
we can claim Ethan
Oh, there
Faithful
is
as a
Sean.
Kiwi.
Sean is on the way.
But he does have an Aussie license. He had to use his Aussie race
Okay,
license.
now
to
I
get
think, am I right in thinking that Sean's going to get a mechanical, potentially? Because Dave's out here just doing an exhibition, so is Sean going to get a mechanical?
No, he can't, because it's a 5-minute call.
So you're not allowed to do it after a 5 minute? No? Even for, no, because it's not a safety reason, is it?
No.
No gearbox?
So, now this isn't even an OMT, is it? It's actually the second pass of the battle.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Kenny, for... Okay, thank you for picking that up, Kenny. So this is the second half of the Dave Steedman and Sean Potros battle. So my apologies for putting you wrong there, team. I thought we had moved ahead and Sean had already locked in, but it is Dave Steedman and Sean Potros to be the final Kiwi standing. Gearbox swap in 5 minutes, Kenny. How phenomenal is that? Thank you so much to the PB team for lending a gearbox and keeping Sean Potros going. I saw Sean Potros just wave out the window there, saying, come and get it, Dave. And Sean Potros has rocketed out of the gate there. He needs to get up higher. Dave Steedman now going to try and close up that proximity. Sean Potros tags the wall. Dave Steedman settles back down, gets on the left foot brake, starts to bag up those rears. Transitions in nicely. Early switch from Steedman. Tries to put the pressure onto Sean Potros. You see where, oh, Sean Potros puts a wheel off there. Dave Steedman, he is putting the pressure on. Dangerous Dave in the Mimico Hydrolink machine. Dave Steedman, he wants to be the first Kiwi home. Can he do it? Sean Potros, is he going to be the first Kiwi home? Potros running the wall, put your hands together. Baypark, Dave Steedman and Sean Potros laying it down here.
What a run. RB versus JZ. S14 versus S15. Dave on that inner line to start.
It was a weird start, wasn't it?
Claude his track position back up. Sean Potros up on the wall. Sparks are flying. Pretty clean transition through, but then there was a little bit of left. You saw the car pitch up, a little bit of left foot. Tried to slow it down, but then Sean Potros pushes wide. Potentially drops a wheel as well. So talk about that old school tipping scale.
Really like what Dave did there to put the pressure on, though. The way he switched early, right? Because Sean will have heard that. Because Dave's car makes a lot of backfires. And then so he
Sean
known that Dave
through
was
the
right
exit,
there.
just woo, running the concrete wall. Well, there are going to be some beat-up cars tonight.
We've always wanted D1NZ to be an international competition, and right now we have 3 effective Australians locked into the top 4. Who's going to be the last Kiwi standing? Steedman will lead away. Sean Potros to put the pressure on. Sean Potros right there with Dave Steedman wavering right on the door. Potros doing what he does best, putting the pressure on. 3-wheeling there is Sean Potros. Dangerous Dave out front. You see the limiter start to come into effect. The lights start to flicker as Dave Steedman hits the limiter each time. You can see the pops and the bangs coming out directly under that Mimico logo. Out to the up top of the UDC teardrop goes Dave Steedman on a nice line here. Sean Potros doing a great job sitting in the pocket there, sat nice and wide. Allowed Dave Steedman to transition in front of him. And oh, here comes Potros. Sean Potros cranked the full lock. He's got no more room on that steering wheel. Put your hands together, Baypark. Sean Potros could reach out and touch Dave Steedman. We call him the Potros effect for a reason. And it is Sean Potros wanting to take the fight right to Dangerous Dave. He wanted to tattoo that Hydrolink sticker, Kenny. The Champ Vision SMP machine. Sean Potros. He was on the podium last time.
Well, it's Danger Dave at the moment. Will he be Disco Dave later tonight?
Based on those lights underneath his car, I'd say Disco Dave is a pretty sure bet.
Look at the rear end of the Potros machine. Fully exposed there. Flame spitting from the 3.2 litre RB of the Hydrolink Mimico S14. The 2JZ trying to hunt him down out in front, getting right up on the door. Now,
I do appreciate the fact that Stevens managed to time himself, particularly to Dave's lights. It's quite talented.
And there it is.
Dave Steedman gets the call. Dangerous Dave to the fore.
Mr. Steedman, holy hecker, what a run. How's that?
Man, like these conditions are rash, but man, I'm having some fun, eh?
Yeah.
So much fun.
It looked like a lot of fun, mate. That chase and that lead, wow.
Like I say, it's so much work. It's so much work. I actually think it sprinkled a bit, which helped. It was starting to dry out, so a little bit lucky there. Man, just on the limit of everything, eh? Just a lot of wheel work. So much fun, so much fun. Awesome battle with Cole, now a mega battle with Sean, as always. Oh, just over the moon. I'm just having so much fun.
You're putting on a show tonight, mate. Well done. Through to the next one.
On the other side, Sean Potros gets the gearbox done, and suddenly you just put on a show like that. Congratulations, that was a hell of a run.
Oh no, that was epic. Dave put down a hell of a lead, and yeah, you know, when there's a good lead, you can always lay down a mean chase. So that wall right on the return, I could just feel the flames off his car just going in the car. So my exhaust bouncing off his car it was epic. Massive thanks to my crew, the Pullenburys, Stock Street, everyone that's jumped aboard, got the gearbox done. It paid off for a good battle like that.
Mate, always good to see you entertain us and throw that car around. Go and enjoy the rest of the night.
Yeah, no, that's the plan. We've got a bit of work to do before next weekend.
Well, there is your top 4 locked in.
Do you know what's really notable though, Kenny? all the drivers who've lost have been okay with it, right? They're all just so pumped on driving with other great drivers and having the experience they're having in, and let's be honest, what is very challenging conditions. These guys are all out there having a ball. So here we go, the all-Aussie semi-final. Ethan Faithful, Brodie Marr, Tasmania versus Western Australia. Ethan Faithful, Western Australia by way of Northland. Brodie Marr, well, I've claimed him as an honorary New Zealander for the last 3-4 World Time Attacks. So what can Ethan Faithful do? And John Atwood, what do you call it? A farm build?
It's a barn build.
Farm build.
Farm. It's a farm build.
Farm build, not a barn build, a farm build.
Farm build, Ford Barra.
So the barn build is trademark JDM, that's farm build. John Atwood's farm build.
So we've got a sort of a Western Australia versus Tasmania battle about to unfold. Of course, Ethan Faithful originally from Northland.
Did he drive here before he went? Was he a competitor in D1?
He may have done a little bit of driving,
kind of
but not. He definitely hasn't driven here at Baypark. It was his first time here this weekend, and hey, he's in the top 4 in the pro class.
All right, here we go. 1,000 horsepower of SR Plenty 2.4 versus the big old Barra underneath the bonnet of John Atwood's farm build for Ethan Faithful. What do we think is going to happen here, Kenny? Are we going to see Brodie Marr?
This could get spicy. This could get pretty spicy.
A brand new, I mean, what a story it will be for Ethan Faithful to come back after 10 years away, potentially make a final. But Brodie Marr is the driver in his way, and Brodie Marr is a talented pilot behind the wheel. However, what we have noticed, Kenny, is that Brodie Marr does seem to be fighting that car. It doesn't want to go where he wants. It's not surprising, right? The thing's been on fire. It's basically a burnt piece of toast at the moment. It's been crisp. It's had a new wiring loom. It's had new injectors put into it. It's had new just about everything underneath the bonnet. It's got that flame-lit kind of look on the back. Oh, John Atwood machine was right there in transition. Ethan Faithful placed that car right in Brodie Marr's switch line, and it tagged the front of it. And then Brodie Marr transitions up to the wall and tags it twice. The two Aussie boys throwing down.
Man, that transition was tight. You see the sparks come off the bumper there. We'll have another look at it in GT Radio replay. We thought we might get a spicy run out of it, and we did. Plenty of pressure applied by Ethan Faithful in the C33 Ford Barra-powered machine, chasing down that Drift League SR Plenty. The SR Plenty, of course, the nickname because it's 1,000 horsepower, 4-cylinder turbo. We talked about how he was struggling with the car. That actually looked a lot smoother. That's probably one of the better runs we've seen this weekend from Brodie Marr out in the lane. There's the sparks flying, the real super tight transition there, and Ethan Faithful unfazed. Lead car takes the wall, and then another stab to try keep it out, and whew, that was tight. I think...
Oh, there's some work to do here for Ethan Faithful this time, so he's going to have to come out and just lay it down because Brodie Marr is going to be right on his tail here. He'll be right on that quarter panel. Marr wants another. I feel like Brodie Marr would love a do-over with Luke Fink in a final, right? Because that first round we had to start the season was just ugly. And they described it as the ugliest final ever. Here we go. And here is Inspire You flying the drone high above the track, chasing both cars. Ethan Faithful leads away. Brodie Marr in the chase position. Marr settles down into his work now. Ethan Faithful doing a nice job out front, opens the door up for Brodie Marr to come and close up onto the rear quarter panel. Brodie Marr starting to get some tyre smoke off the SR Plenty. Both cars cranked to lock there. Both cars.
Did he get
Brodie
got it wrong?
Massive waiver. Massive waiver. Ethan Faithful. Is he on the way to one of the amazing fairy tales within D1NZ history? A big waiver, but then he tags the wall there. I would not want to be one of the judges right now. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. They may be Aussies, but they are putting on a show here for us in Kiwiland at Baypark.
GT Radio replay. The Drift League Tasmanian S13 trying to hunt down the Western Australian behind the wheel of the farm build.
Question for you.
C33 Laurel.
Question for you, right? You and I have been here a long time, and this one goes out to the live stream audience as well. Has anyone come into D1NZ on debut and gone all the way to a final and won it? Yes. Anyone? Who?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think there has been.
Would it be one of the? Would it be an international?
Possibly.
I'd love to know who's won on debut. So Ethan Faithful
might have to
potentially on the cusp of a final here.
Have to tap into Coleman.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody will know, right, out there in live stream land. Like somebody will know who potentially
Coleman
has come in.
The stats man, so he might remember.
So either Ethan either Ethan Faithful makes his first final, or Brodie Maher makes his second one of the season. All right, Mr. McIver, the two Aussie boys go head to head.
Here we go,
How are they
lads.
feeling about trophy snatching on Kiwi soil?
Ah, we love it. It's, hey, ANZAC weekend.
And there it is. It is Ethan Faithful. It's a Cinderella story.
Nah, yeah, sick man. Shout out to all my sponsors back in Oz, Sailing Tyres, TuneCorp, Pulsar Australia, and the main man, K-Fab, who keeps all my cars going.
No, mate, we're through to the final.
There's the woo. Okay, it was not so woo for Brodie, mate. Honestly, I had you going further than this, mate, but you go for third and fourth. But the old Aussie battle, just she's a beauty.
Look, that was awesome. Like, we're pushing super hard. I reckon that battle probably got decided because I had a little straightened, but he just didn't switch in a normal spot at all. We were meant to switch and not drag it out to the Mimco flags. And yeah, he just kept going and going and going and going and going. We're a bit inside and I really had nowhere to go. So, I don't know. We might talk to a crow.
Is it true this is going to jump back in a container once the weekend's over and head back to Tassie?
Yeah, straight back on Monday.
And how many bits?
Well, who knows, huh? It's definitely looking pretty worse for wear right about now. It's obviously been pretty serious hustle. Gone up the wall yesterday. We've been having a misfire issue pretty much the whole time, but obviously we had a pretty big fire, so like the thing hasn't been running very well. But yeah, we've got all different parts at the left side to the right, so like it's a bit average, but yeah, it's making it work.
Mate, you're putting on a show. Keep doing it.
Cheers.
Thanks so much, Stephen McIver, bringing us words from our Aussie invaders. It's been absolutely fantastic to have Brodie Maher here for a full season, and we look forward to potentially seeing some more Australian drivers here next season. Heard a lot of talks going on behind the scenes, Kenny. There's a lot of talk about leased cars. There's a lot of talk about cars being shipped over here. There's a lot of talk about how things will play out as well with the Drift Collective, and will we see New Zealand cars being shipped over to Australia to compete in the Australian Championship potentially. So a lot to play out here drift-wise in Australasia, and the Australasian drift culture continues to get stronger. Of course, we have this year got the World Time Attack Challenge and the International Drifting Cup, which will also take place. So which Kiwis will be representing New Zealand and flying the flag over there this year? I'll be there, Kenny, calling the action. You've made one or two appearances there as well from time to time with various drivers. And Keisuke Nagashima has expressed an interest in joining me as well. He'd like to come across and maybe join the broadcast
Yeah, I've been
team.
over there quite a few times in different capacities.
Shout out to the Colleton Hotel. Special mention to them. All right, there we are. We're locked into the four, and it is Ethan Faithful on the Cinderella story. He makes the final on his debut appearance here at D1NZ. A little bit of deliberation going on here in terms... is this the first time somebody potentially could win on debut? Makes it all the way to the podium. Luke Fink, Dave Steedman. Is this the battle for the championship? Has Luke Fink done enough to lock it in and to claim that top step of the podium? We'll find out as Stephen McIver and Keisuke Nagashima hand over the trophies later. And I believe Case Pullenberry will be in attendance as well to hand over the trophy, as is our tradition here at D1NZ. So has Luke done enough? Is Dave still there? Does Ethan Faithful get the win? What's the story here? Does Brodie Maher go home with a final piece of silverware all the way from Tasmania, the car in the container on Monday? We're going to go down to Stephen McIver.
Thank you, lads. Well, our reigning champion is in the house. Took a while. Where were you? Been at the hot dog stand, Case Pullenberry?
Yeah, I was out there in the stands watching the boys put on a show, and yeah, they're doing a pretty mean job out there. It's pretty hard. I wouldn't want to be out there myself with the weather going on and everything. It must be pretty challenging.
Oh, you gone soft?
Oh,
I don't think we'll
not quite, not yet. Nah, definitely cool to be back out there, but yeah, the boys are definitely putting on a good show.
Are we going to see you next season, mate? That's the question that everyone's asking.
That's the plan. Hopefully we can get it together and come back and give the boys a good run for their money. Yeah, hopefully.
Try and get the trophy back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll be giving her away tonight. Yeah, but hopefully one of us will see it soon.
Who do you like the look of? I mean, Luke Fink is the champion in waiting, but gee, he looks good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's driving the hell out of these cars. Like, every single car that he hops into, like, you have to admire it, because I can't imagine hopping into a car that I haven't driven before and doing the laps that he's doing. It's pretty unreal.
Nice. I think you're downplaying how good you are, because we know how well you can adapt very quickly, my friend.
I don't know. I've always had my own sort of car to stick with. Different platforms, different chassis, it can be really, really tricky. So he's definitely doing a mean job.
All right, brother. Nice to see. Hey, just by the way, don't forget to be at the trophy presentation, okay? I'm not sending out the sniffer dogs for you.
No, we'll be there for sure.
Good boy. There you go. You're defending reigning champion in Case Pullenbury. Not defending this year, but he will be handing out the trophy to our champion elect in the not too distant future. Stay with us. The battles roll on in the grand finale here in Baypark.
Thank you, Stephen and Keske, bringing us all the information and insights from down there in pit lane. Case Pullenbury, be great to see him. And there is Luke Fink, just giving the crowd a wave behind the wheel of the VIP Frames and Trusses sponsored entry. And is Luke Fink potentially on the cusp of a further battle for first and second, or will he go for third and fourth? Does he close out his season with yet another podium finish, or will Dave Steedman get in his way? I would love for you, crowd, to make as much noise as possible when Dave comes out, because Dave is the sole Kiwi left in battle. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Steedman, Dangerous Dave. Your Tauranga local, make some noise for him as he comes out. We'll wait for him to release and then give him a big cheer as he comes out. Let Dave know that he has your support on his side. Can he take down these Aussies? He is our sole hope left, Kenny. Can Dave Steedman for Team DSR, for Team Mimico, for Hydrolink get it done? Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Let Dave Steedman know that he is on your side. He is our sole Kiwi remaining. Make some noise for Dave Steedman, the sole Kiwi remaining. This is interesting, Kenny. The boys are having some fun already there. Dave Steedman just pulling the handbrake up right next to Luke Fink, just as if to say, hey, I'm here. I'm not going to just roll over and let you win this one. Dave Steedman, last Kiwi remaining. Effectively, these are now 1 and 2 in the championships. So how does it play out, Kenny? Does the Kiwi boy get it done?
This is a repeat of the top 16 at Manfield, and that was an epic showdown. What have we got in store here at Mercury Baypark? Dave Steedman in the chase, Luke Fink leading out in the VIP entry, V8 versus RB, and sparks are flying already on the first outside zone.
Yeah, Dave Steedman settled into his work really nicely, but the reason he's able to do that is because Luke Fink is delivering a great lead run here. Luke Fink in the VIP Frame and Truss entry owned by Daniel Caldwell. Oh, and then there's a bit of a check up there for Luke Fink. That has interrupted Dave Steedman's flow there. Dave Steedman has settled down to that inside. Oh, and then Dave Steedman, he's gone straight. Oh no, Steedman. Now, was that caused by the lead driver? Sparks are flying off Luke Fink's car. Was that the lead driver that did that, or was it Dave Steedman's mistake? That is entirely up to the wise men in the box.
What I was going to mention was that Luke was really trying to get that out of clip, which a lot of people have been missing in both classes this weekend.
But it scrubs so much speed.
Yeah, but he had that checkup coming in to the teardrop. So we'll take a look at it here. Sparks are flying. Dave Steedman right there. Great start to that out. And then they fire in through.
Yeah, UDC teardrop. Watch this. Yeah, watch this. There? This is it here. And then Luke just checks up, and Dave's got really nowhere to go, right? So it starved Dave of all
Dave was
momentum.
on the handbrake to keep the angle out. Using left foot here, flame spinning out. He had room to commit. I think he had room to commit. And so it's a little bit of there might be some leeway being in that chase pocket. But I'm actually interested to know if there was actually, it almost looked like Luke Fink's car had a tap as he was going in through the transition.
Right. Let's switch over now. Here we go. It'll be Dave Steedman to lead them away. Luke Fink in the chase position. This battle could be the deciding factor here. Dave Steedman out to the wall. Nice and early. Luke Fink, though, settles into his work. He is right there on the lead wheel of Dave Dave Steedman. He is putting the pressure on. You can hear that angry V8 barking away underneath the bonnet of the VIP frame and truss machine. Luke Fink making Dave Steedman work for it. That is where we saw the check-up earlier from Luke Fink, potentially. Luke Fink right into his work there, stays with him, stays. It's almost the same from from Dave Steedman. As he came back through that section there, that transition, he's just for some reason, the angle isn't carrying for Dave Steedman. Put your hands together, Baypark, Luke Fink, Dave Steedman.
Trying to push him across the finish line. Luke Fink applying the pressure, returning the serve. Australia versus New Zealand on a very wet and wild ANZAC weekend. It was Trans-Tasman battles galore this so far.
It was a real tit-for-tat battle. It was almost like Dave said, well, if you can do it, I'll do it too. But Luke didn't check up quite as badly. And if I'm looking at this objectively, the only thing I can see here is that Dave Steedman has almost had the same transition on both passes. It's just as he goes through here, UDC teardrop. And right here, you'll see Dave Steedman flattens right out, there.
It was handbrake and left foot, and then it was a little bit of a laboured transition to try and get that out of clip that Luke got. So
I don't think it's straight, but I don't think it's like it's like a lazy transition.
It'll be a penalty, yeah. It'll be a small deduction. But I call them laboured transitions. It's where you start getting into that zone of, you know, you're going to get marked down for a straight line, but you've got to get the car out. You've got to get the rear end flicked out, you know.
Big word for late on a Saturday night, Kenny. Laboured transition. It's like we were talking about C33s being laconic for in the way that they behave.
I need more sound checks.
All right, here we go. Side-by-side comparison. You guys be the judges out there in live stream land. So certainly Luke Fink into his work earlier. Dave Steedman later on the proximity. Luke Fink into his work early. I think the real decision here for the judges comes down to almost the same spot on the track. You'll see both of them go around here this time, and effectively, now this will be really interesting.
When we see the side-by-sides like this,
side-by-side right there,
generally it's the review judge and the judges are taking a keen eye on it. And like I said with Dave's transition though, he did have room to get back on throttle. And it's just which way does compare the two in terms of where Luke was in his chase, but there was very subtle differences.
Decision is in, Kenny.
Yeah, those transitions, and Luke Fink goes through to the final.
Luke,
Dave Steedman battles for third and fourth.
Mate, you can't have a good chase without a great lead. Dave did a great lead. I knew he was going to do a great lead. He was up against Potros in his last battle. I was like, that lead, he's on it, you know what I mean? And which is great for me because it means I can do my job, do a great chase. That, to me, that was very similar to my run with European guy champion. Laurie. That was like that. That was sick. So, and we both got a little bit caught in the slipperiness of the hairpin there, but other than that, it was awesome.
Yep. You had pops and bags in your face. Did you put your visor down?
Oh, my visor doesn't come down, but luckily I'm equipped with factory goggles. But yeah, his exhaust comes straight to your face, so it's I could feel that. That's why I gave him a little nudge across the line.
Exactly, mate. See you in the final.
Well done. Thank you.
It is all friendly, to say the least. Dave Steedman, well, last Kiwi standing, we still got to go for third and fourth, mate. That was, again, a wonderful battle made by two strong drivers.
Oh yeah, hard out, having so much fun. You know, it's very similar battles, to be honest. You know, I'm doing my best to put on a good lead run. I think we balked each other a little bit there around the teardrop. And I thought I was going to run away from him, but he ran away from me for sure. So I couldn't bully him like he bullied me, unfortunately.
Well, mate, you're in a good position to potentially have your best ever championship finish. That might be a nice little bonus, but you've still got a job to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shame we couldn't put this Aussie to bed, but hey, maybe next year.
All right, mate. Go get ready for third and fourth.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Kesko, bringing us information from the pits. As
so we've got Ethan Faithful, Luke Fink in the final, and we will have Brody Marr and Dave Steedman.
Yeah, so Brody and Dave
battling it out for third and fourth. So still some Australia versus New Zealand Trans-Tasman rivalry to come.
Is there some deliberation here between? No.
Yeah, well, we've just seen some stuff over in the DSO area there earlier, but looking at the GT Radio replay here, I mean, what a fantastic battle from the lads. Dave Steedman, Team DSR, battling the Dan Caldwell VIP machine, piloted by none other than Luke Fink, your series championship leader, championship elect.
Yeah, champion
But is he
elect.
going to walk away with the round win here at Baypark as well? Hope everyone's been enjoying and soaking up the action here on a wet and wild
Well, we're having a good
day.
night. Like,
We're having a pretty good night.
This is the ultimate slow burn event, right? Like, it started off just creeping along, but then we've got to the end now. Now the speeds come up, the tyre smokes come back a little bit. Now we're getting into some pretty wild battles that are very, very hard to separate. So
we haven't had a fully wet comp in a long time.
No.
Like that, like
And we still
actually,
haven't-
you know,
yeah.
from start to finish, these kind of greasy track conditions. So it's been, yeah, a wet and wild ride right from this morning with the Pro Sport guys. And certainly everyone here at the I mean, it's awesome to see the diehard fans just lining the fence here at Baypark, soaking up the action. When you stand on the wall here at Baypark, you really soak it all in. You got the action right in front of you, the sparks of plenty, and the exhaust and wastegate noise just singing a song here at Mercury Baypark.
yeah, not much to go here. We've got a third versus fourth, Brody Maher versus Dave Steedman. Dave Steedman still, of course, with an opportunity to get himself some silverware and to be the first Kiwi home. And then Ethan Faithful battles Luke Fink in the final. And that will be a battle of the... I'm going to re-adopt him as a Northlander, Kenny. I don't like the idea of having three Aussies in the final, so we're going to re-adopt Ethan Faithful, even though he's got a slight Aussie twang to his accent these days. We'll adopt Ethan Faithful. Can he get the win? Can he get the ultimate Cinderella story?
He is very much a Kiwi, but living in Australia, so we'll claim him.
Well, look, I've tried to claim Brody Maher in the past, so it seems fair enough. Did we get to the bottom of anyone? Did we get to the bottom of has anyone won on their pro debut? Did Darren Kelly win?
Darren Kelly.
Did Case Pullenberry?
Case. So we'll have to double check that. But what we will have in the final is D1WA versus, well, Luke Fink's been hanging out in New Zealand for a while now, so...
Yeah, I don't even know if he competes in Australia anymore, apart from World Time Attack. So, regardless, I mean, we're going to see somebody going to... We already know Dean Young's going to Japan. Well, I wonder who's going to be joining. Will it be Luke Fink? Will it be Dave Steedman? So, let's take a look at the Drift Japan prize pack.
Japan, we're on tour.
So the remnants of our monster trucks. Kenny Boss Hogg's dead. Reaper's dead. Kiwi Thunder's dead. Is Taurus dead? Did it make it off? Did it make it off the track?
I'm not too sure.
No, it blew out the forelink underneath it. So
okay.
so we're 4 of 4. Well done. Congratulations.
Well,
we ruined 4 monster trucks.
It's a tough job actually maintaining those things, and certainly putting on a show around the country as part of our halftime entertainment this season.
So we've been trying to work out whether we have had anyone else come into D1NZ Pro and win on debut, and of course be fresh to the track. So there was a question raised that Darren Kelly potentially win on debut. We were also talking about Case Pullenberry. I believe that potentially Jason Sellers made a podium. I want to say Cole Armstrong also made a podium, but I don't know if it was a D1NZ round. So if you know the answer as to who potentially has won on debut on a track that they'd never driven on before, then please let us know. We seek to be educated. It's one of the things we love learning, Kenny, isn't it? We don't pretend to know. Well, we do pretend to know everything. We talk as though we do, but we can always be educated by the crowd, and we love learning new things and finding out who has.
Yeah, could it potentially been Darren Kelly, potentially in his R34 days, I think, so. So we are just waiting, boiling down to the finals. We will have the battle for 3rd and 4th, which is Australia versus New Zealand, Tasmania versus Tauranga, Dave Steedman, Brody Maher, SR versus RB, and then we'll have D1WA Ethan Faithful. Now, he was second in the D1WA Championship, so he's no slouch. He definitely knows how to pedal around here, and, well, not around here, but over in Australia. He's come here. It's his first time driving this track. He's always wanted to drive here, and his first time at the track, he's in the final with Luke Fink.
I wonder if we should try, we've been doing it all season, I wonder if we could try the Mana Wave to see if people can get themselves on TV, because people like to do that. We're going to check in with Ben Odgers first of all before we go to some exhibition runs. Down to Stephen.
Thank you, Legs. Ben Odgers is back. He's going to watch this on cue. There you go. There's the Drift Japan prize. We gave one away to the Pro Sport champion, and we're going to give one away to the Pro champion as well. The western parts of Japan we've always spoken about. I'd actually like to get your thoughts on what you've seen over the weekend and who you like coming into this Final Four.
I mean, anyone that can drive a car is a candidate to come to Japan. I mean, we just want to teach people what it's like to be in Japan, how to do the style, and if we can get any of these boys that love drifting to come over and have fun with us, like, that's a win for us.
Still mega over there, drifting? Is it still that, like Tokyo drift style sort of stuff?
Obviously, with the American influence with Formula Drift, those series are absolutely massive now, and they have more people than can qualify. So I would say that drifting in Japan is bigger than ever, but we try and keep it like grassroots, teach from the bottom, and we see how we go.
So for a donkey like me who's never done this sort of stuff, would you accept my money and take me drifting, or would you say, no, you don't even know a clue what you're doing? I mean, let people have a nudge anyway.
100%. So, like, depending on who comes on tour, we will cater that to their needs. So if we get a lot of beginners, we'll go to Meihan D course, which is a little bit more forgiving, and we'll get the basics done and we'll build up from there.
It's interesting to note that we had Rio over here, right? And he didn't make it through, but he was a bit nervous about the walls early on. Do you not have many walls in Japan in your circuits?
Normally big ruts if you go off track, so it is quite dangerous. So maybe a different obstacle, but yeah, obviously we try and teach a lot of respect, and the Japanese way is all about respect. So when we take people over, we try and lay down the law of respect and have everyone appreciate the track. We sweep the track off at the end of the day. We really care for it, and when we bring guests over, we try and teach that Japanese way.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've been to Japan a couple of times, and the one thing, they are a beautiful people where respect for everything is important. Is it part of the whole drifting world as well? Has it become just part of the general culture?
Yeah, we try and teach that culture with our tour. We're not there as tourists. We try and do the Japanese way and teach the way of respect. So hopefully that when people come over, they actually enjoy what we're trying to teach them and not just so much about going for a skid and having fun.
What about Benkai Bruin? What's he like as a partner? He's judging upstairs. We've been giving him plenty behind his back, as you do with judges. But that relationship, how important is that moving forward with Drift Japan?
Yeah, so obviously me and Benki as business partners, we're the yin and yang. So he's the excitement and I'm the control. And without that, you can't have a good business. So it's always fun on tour. Obviously, he's the hype man. I'm just making sure everyone has fun.
How many drift companies are over in Japan? Like, is it really a booming business?
Not so much because it's real niche. But obviously, being an Australian, we have that kind of lockdown there. There are some other people doing it that cater for other countries and obviously nationalities and cultures and languages. So obviously, having someone you can speak English to, go have fun in Japan and not have to worry about where you're going and what you're doing is a benefit.
So the key to anyone watching us right now on D1NZ in Mercury Baypark, how do they get in touch with Drift Japan and get on with it?
Yeah, so obviously us coming over and obviously competing myself was to put myself in the spotlight, obviously Benki as a judge, so that everyone can know who we are. We are the owners of this company. We want to take you personally on this trip and show you what Japan is all about. So if you want to catch up with us, come see us personally, driftjapan.com.au or hit us up on Instagram.
Do you speak Japanese?
Not as well as Kisuke.
No, he was good. And is there actually a Drift Japan Airlines?
No, but if you actually shoot this with your camera, that'll actually go to the website. So that's a little sneaky hack there, little Easter egg.
Yeah, well, I'll just hold on there for a minute, Dan, and see how many people do that on their television screens and get that done. All right, mate, it's pretty exciting. Can you pick a winner right now?
I'd like to leave it up to the finals and see what happens, but
oh, wow.
We will be presenting this check to the winner, and obviously a massive thanks to D1NZ for having us on board. It's been a blast, obviously driving with everyone, meeting everyone. It's been an amazing culture, so thank you.
You are most welcome. Go put that away, don't get it dirty. There you go. Ben Hodges competing and also part of one half of Drift Japan. We're already giving it away to our champion. Dean Young gets the chance. He won our Pro Sport in 2024-2025 season. Who will it be, Ethan? Faithful on his first crack? Or will it be our champion-elect Luke Fink? It is going to be one hell of a final, but we've got 3 and 4 to go as well. Brody Mayer up against Dave Steedman. So much going on. So we'll go back up to the boys and keep buzzing as we get a little bit closer to that grand finale.
Thanks so much, Stephen McIver. A lot of furious debate going on, Kenny. Turns out that the old subjective who won where first is quite an emotive subject for a lot of people. So look, keep going. Let us know who your favourite drivers are, who won where when, and look, if you want to, like, who was the first D1NZ driver to win in a car with purple spots and pink polka dots and whatever else underneath the bonnet. So great to have so many drivers and so many ex-drivers tuned in as well and sharing their collective wisdom with us. Hello, I'm going to say hello to one of our broadcast colleagues, Ben Jenkins, who is tuned in and is basically educating me on the history of Darren Kelly and Cole Armstrong's Drift King titles. Between the two of them, they won 4 titles collectively back to back. No one else got a chance. I hope you're doing well, mate. Look, I'd rather you were here driving, to be fair, rather than sitting out there entertaining yourself in live stream land. But hey, at least we know you're real rather than... did we find out if those were the real people before?
On the chat box?
Yeah, when they were claiming to be...
I went through and cleaned up a few.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, that's all good.
So was it actually Donald Trump or not?
Hey, look, if Donald Trump's watching, we could do with a bit of extra backing.
So Kevin Ryan just out there having some fun there. Kevin Ryan sponsored by Bold Signage. Thank you so much to Bold Signage for sponsoring. Well, basically, Bold Signage sponsored Blake Miles for this season, right? Blake Miles won every prize that they put up. So congratulations, Blake Miles, for taking a lot of money off the hands of Greg and the team from Bold Signage for all of your signage needs.
So a couple of exhibition runs.
Yeah, so am I right? Am I hearing correctly on the race channel that there is an inquiry in the background? Is that what's going on at the moment? I think there is an inquiry. There either is or was, hence why there is a delay.
But I think we are going to carry on. That's up to the review judge to get all sorted. And that can happen in the background anyway, so carry on with the 3rd and 4th, I think. Oh, we're down on the...
There's our favourite Tasmanian, the West Island of New Zealand. Hello, Brody.
Normal service resumes here in pit lane. Brody May just waiting now for that battle for 3rd and 4th. What's it like just to sit around and wait?
Oh, we're all just here like talking shit. It's actually like quite a good little environment. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bit non-ideal, but at least we're still in with every shot for a podium. So.
Talk to me about drifting in Tasmania. How strong is it there? It fascinates me. I've got friends that live in Tasmania, and to be honest, never thought I'd see drifting in there, because you're sort of off the coast a bit, aren't you? It's almost like that forgotten state. Hate to say that. Whoa. Okay. Right, good way to ingratiate myself with the Tasmanians straight away, but that's interesting. It interests me.
Yeah, so we have a pretty good thing going on down in Tassie, really. I guess it's a little bit like New Zealand to a point where...
Is that the get back off over there?
Well, that's only a get back if you assume Tassie's bad, though.
No, I'm not.
Whoa, I don't know, but no. I guess because we're a small island, everyone's pretty tight. It's a tight community, and like we can start building something really cool. So we've got our first national event coming up in a couple of weeks, and we're doing some demos at Supercars too, which is pretty cool. But we just have fun, and yeah, like I think that. Probably not much else on in Tassie, so if we run cool events, people come and watch. So.
Mate, you said that, I didn't say that. But I suppose it's really important, though, get involved with the Tasmanian round of Repco Supercars, and that's a good thing, because again, good shop window.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, obviously, it's pretty good exposure for us as drivers. We've got some big guys coming around from all of Australia. We've got Jason Ferrin coming down. We've got Luke Viersma all the way from WA, which is pretty cool. Matt Harvey. So I got some pretty heavy hitters going to put on a good show.
So I was going to ask a question. I've just said, Brody in the car, please. Brody in the car. Better go have a crack at 3rd position, mate.
Yeah, we'll send it. I mean, the car's pretty rough. It's not driving that well. It's not running that well. But, I mean, we might as well just finish it off at this rate, eh?
Well, just go send it. Get out of here. Wow, so they're over there, we're over here. Don't know where that one ends up. Let's just move on, shall we?
So I think he's just going to go full send. I think that was what he was sort of alluding to there.
Does that mean it's going in the container in a few different pieces? Is that what he's basically saying?
Well, it must be due for a bit of a birthday, right? Bit of a rebuild.
Well, it's burn, right? So...
So boiling down to our finals. Ethan Faithful versus Luke Fink and Brodie Marr versus Dave Steedman. One more Trans-Tasman battle. To be fair, everyone that's tuning in and watching in the Northland, New Zealand, will be certainly keeping a keen eye on Ethan Faithful.
Oh, I love international messages. Saxon Moyes tuned in from the Gold Coast of Australia, winner of World Time Attack Drift last year. Hello to Saxon and his team. Great young 20-year-old kid over there. He's tuned in, enjoying the live stream. He said, as a fun fact, he came first place in his first ever competition, Drift Masters Australia Pro-Am. So hello to Saxon and his team, and hopefully we'll see you later on this year. Kurt Holland said, "Stop calling Ethan an Aussie. We just live here, haha." So Kurt Holland's Australian too, isn't he?
Oh, you're winding him up now.
Oh, he'll be right. He'll be right. It's thick skin. Is it still FIFO when you fly in and never fly out?
Yeah, I'm glad I never got wound up in that kind of stuff. But to be fair, the money's good if you can pull it off.
Oh, well, I mean, so those boys were... So, I know Kurt Holland did Ruakaka, right? Way back in the day?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Ruakaka D1NZ. And then I think he, worked out that the Aussie currency was worth a bit more than ours and saw the light and went and never came back.
Good
maybe
stuff from
do you reckon if I poke the beer often enough, maybe Kurt will come back and do a round next year too?
Might send the car over. Maybe you can borrow a car. Someone will give Kurt Holland a car, surely.
Well, we should. Well, Sean Yebury's probably still got the Laurel somewhere, has he, or something like that? Gaz White has still got a car.
The last time the Laurel came out of the shed for Sean Yebury, all the lines had perished in the car.
Well, that's
because it was sitting in the shed too long.
Oh, this is getting fun now, Kenny. I've now got Darren Kelly as well saying, "Don't forget about me. I won on debut too, buddy."
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I thought when Darren first started Pro Sport in his R34, he sort of shook the scene up, and I think Case Pullenberry did the same thing.
I love telling the story of me. Do you remember meeting Darren Kelly for the first time at Taupo at D1NZ Pro Sport, and he had a matte black R32 Skyline with no sponsorship on the side, and he wouldn't say boo to anyone. And I swear that at the time that his lovely wife Hayley looked like she was about 12 years old. And they wouldn't say boo to anyone. And then he went on to become one of let's be honest, he has been one of the most successful and certainly the most well-known exports to ever come out of New Zealand Drift. Here we go with the this is the Brodie Marr, Dave Steedman battle for 3rd and 4th place. Brodie Marr leads away. Brodie Marr from Tasmania, Dave Steedman from right here in Tauranga. They are battling for 3rd and 4th place. Does Dave Steedman lock in a place as the top-ranked Kiwi? And here comes Dave Steedman. He's turned up the aggression a notch. He knows he's got to take it to the SR. Plenty of the RB pride on the line here. The RB 3.2 serviced by Vehicle Service Centre, Dave's business right here in Tauranga. Dave Steedman throwing it down here, Kenny. And that time it's a bit more tidy there from Dave Steedman, but Brodie Marr not making too many mistakes out front there.
Yeah, pretty good drive from Brodie Marr so far in the Drift League S13. Dave Steedman certainly applying some pressure in the chase pocket. Ooh!
Did Brodie tag the wall then?
It nearly snapped on him there, so... Brodie Marr.
We're getting all sorts of out of shape now.
I mean, is he going to go full zen in the chase here?
He's got a deep... Can someone check the rim, please?
Oh, hearing some noise here in the background from race control, Kenny. We'll just wait and see how this plays out.
Hydrolink Mimico S14. I just heard, race control saying something about a rim. I wonder which car it's from.
I heard D-Beat.
GT Radio Replay here. Dave Steedman trying to get on the door of the Drift League S13. There's that moment. Yeah, he might have just tagged the wall there and sent the front around at the exit there for Brody Marr. But a Trans-Tasman rivalry in the finals.
Now, what was it? So if it's contact that causes the D-bead, he's entitled to replace the tyre, isn't he, Kenny? Because we've been through this a few times so far this season. You are the director of, what do we call you? Director of technical regulations or something? Is that that's your fancy title for a guy who writes the rules?
Contact with the wall. Yeah, would constitute under that D-bead rule that he'd be able to call his mechanical 5 minutes. They've got to change that one wheel, that one side.
Now, hang on, we had this before though. Are you allowed to change one or two?
Just one. You
Just
can only
one.
change the tyre that's been D-beaded.
So how come last time we had a car change two?
Who changed two?
It was one of the last rounds we were at. Somebody changed two. I'm sure somebody changed two.
Somebody changed two that would have been knocked out.
As you can tell, it's getting quite late here, so Kenny and I are starting to... this is a good little father and son. But hello, Stephen. You got Mr. Faithful with you.
Wow, I hadn't even got there and you're telling me, mate, you're going to stop telling me what to do. There is a director.
Oh.
No, I'm just being naughty. Hey, Ethan Faithful, first event. You're in the final, buddy. You might as well turn it off because there's a 5 being taken as well. They're not going to hear you properly. There you go. There we go. Yeah, happy days. Is this sort of like a bit surreal doing all this right now?
Yeah, man, it's pretty crazy. Thank the weather gods for this one.
You got to give me a bit more than that, man. I mean, okay, you're in the position. You're either one or two for the round. Have you drifted in conditions like this before and then had this much success?
Back in the day on the streets.
On the what?
On the street.
Okay, alrighty. Okay, no, fair play. Tell me, what do you make of the track?
It's killer, man. It's pretty scary throwing someone else's car against that wall. It's pretty sick that John had faith in me to come over and give it a jam. And it's pretty stoked just to get this far.
What do you make of Kiwi drifters?
I'm a Kiwi.
They just said you were from Australia, Nico. There you go. I've made a right a dick of myself there, right? What time of the night is it? Time for the past
we might have set you up there.
Must be. You've set me up. Actually, you did set me up. No, that's my bad.
He's got an
Aussie
Aussie license, but he's
you're
a
up against
Kiwi.
Luke Fink. I mean, this is epic, right?
Yeah, man, he's a weapon, so I'm really gonna have to bring it to him. Yeah, we're just gonna see what happens.
Go get it, mate. Go get it, right? And I'm just going to go upstairs and just there might be a little noise in the background as young Warren finds himself bloodied and battered, but that'll be for another time.
Well, look, it's clearly getting late in the evening because Stephen just called me young, so he's delusional from the cold down there. I just had
It's an illusion. It's an illusion.
Haley Kelly just told me I was 60 years old when I met her and she was 12. So stones are being thrown all over the place at the moment as we get later into the evening here at the D1NZ National Drifting Championship round number 5. We are about to find out who potentially is going to be our round champion. We still have our season podium to complete as well. We've got Ethan Faithful and we've got Luke Fink sitting in the wings, and it does look like we do have a tyre replacement going on at the moment, Kenny. So was it Brody Marr who D-beaded there?
I'm not sure who actually D-beaded the tyre. I haven't told that in my ears, but
it was Brody Marr. So it was Brody Marr. So thank you,
yeah.
Race Control, doing a great job keeping things to. We went from being like quite far behind to being well ahead of time now. So maybe we could. Should we go and find another 4 Tritons and do some? We could jump some Tritons out on the grass. If Podium still wants to do some more
it's a
donuts.
weird track, so we can pretty much send anything out there. So yeah, what have we got in the car park? We'll have a commentator battle.
Well, you and I battling is not going to end well. So let's take a look at the GT Radio Replay. GT Radio, the official tyre of D1NZ.
D-beat for Brody Marr, the GT Radio Replay. There you go, different camera angle. Yeah, tag the wall.
Oh, so tag the wall before the end of the section.
So it's just pop the tyre off the rim. So they'll have to change that side and then rip back into it. Rather long tyre change, however.
Well, is this being, so is it being managed down there in the pits? What's
a rather long time to change one wheel. So I've got question marks around that.
Well, look, we do enjoy you being with us on the live stream. So thank you so much for joining us.
Go and talk to the thing.
yeah.
Pardon?
You updating your social
Hello.
media?
Well, look, a lot of the drivers have got involved in the chat, right? So this whole thing about who won early in their career has sparked a bit of a debate. So we've had a lot of talk about Cam Vernon doing 5 of 6 rounds. He won 5 of 6. And then Troy Jenkins was very successful as well. Nico Reed, very successful. I think Liam Burke was also pretty successful in Pro Sport. Darren Kelly, Pro Sport. Jason Sellers, Cole Armstrong, Gaz Wider. And I asked Fanga Dan a long time ago, how did he go the first time he came out? So, look, there's a lot of drivers who potentially, like, we kind of talk about it in terms of trying to train spot and work out
like
who's...
Nico Reed would have probably had some results in his early days. I mean, he was 16 years old.
Yeah, 16 years old he started.
So, yeah, I don't know. Either way, like Ethan Faithful hasn't drifted at this track.
No, and that was the point I was trying to make.
Drive here, and now he's in the final, so he's got to be stoked with that. And so Kiwi versus Australia.
So look, our apologies. We've sort of been referencing Ethan Faithful as Australian. He has been there for a number of years, but he is a Kiwi born and bred. He is a Northland boy, along with Kurt Holland, along with a few of the others. And if you've watched any of the nostalgia content that's doing the rounds at the moment, thanks to ImportX and the other providers at the moment,
that been, eh?
The footage of Driftport back in 2005. Kenny was actually 5 years old back then. Had a full head of hair.
Don't be so rough.
We joke because we're
Don't
aging,
make me
right?
go and get the Zimmer frame down in the car park. We're all climbing up those stairs.
We're all aging disgracefully, but somehow they keep bringing us back, and we have a great time because ultimately, at the end of the day, we all kind of love this wonderful sport that we call
we're just
drifting.
having a bit of banter. It's a bit of fun. It's the grand final. Yeah. We've had a few sound checks, and we're getting ready for the Trans-Tasman finals. Brodie Maher versus Dave Steedman, and then Ethan Faithful versus Luke Fink. Brodie Maher taking one of the longest tyre changes I have ever seen in D1.
Yeah, why was it so long?
And I'd love to get the report of that from the CRO, but we're finally back out there for the third and fourth battle match up here, the Drift League S13. I tell you what though, when you call your mechanical 5 minutes, I think what it is that when you call your mechanical 5 minutes, you've already, once you've called it, you've got 5 minutes to do whatever you want. So he probably used the full 5 minutes and just to fix bits on the car, because we know the car's been through the wars. It wasn't just the DB to the tyre. They would have taken that opportunity to try and fix a few other things at the same time.
Make sure it's got the full 5,000 pounds of boost. No, it's not 5,000. It's about 45 pounds of boost they run through that car. That's a lot, right? That's the equivalent to, I think, in old school speak, it's about 3 bar of boost they run through that car.
3 atmospheres?
Yeah. So a normal road car might run sort of 15 to 20 pounds of boost. So Brodie Maher goes and triples that to make 1,000 horsepower. Here we go, Dave Steedman off the line for the final time potentially here at Mercury Baypark. Round number 5 of the D1NZ National Drifting Championship. Will Dave Steedman be the first Kiwi home? Will Brodie Maher take him out? Will it be an all mixed photo? And then Brodie Maher's had a massive check up there. Bit of a problem, stall back out of it there. Brodie Maher falls back out of formation there. Dave Steedman gets back on the gas. Dangerous Dave doing his best to bring it home for the Kiwis. Dave Steedman, we know, will put in a solid performance at the after party after this, Kenny, because he is that type of guy. Dangerous Dave loves to get down and becomes Disco Dave after a few Gisborne Powerades. And here they come across for... Oh, no! Brodie Maher's got out of it. Massive straight line for Brodie Maher.
Brodie Maher having a massive moment at the end there. So what happened in the layup to the transition? GT Radial Replay, Hydrolink Mimico S14 of Dave Steedman, RB versus SR. Off the bank, Brodie Maher almost stalled it up heading into the transition. Managed to swing it back in through the UDC outside zone 3, powering out the Hydrolink machine nice and wide, and then tries to get back over to that outer clip. The guys in these finals are actually hitting that outer clip, surprisingly, so I haven't seen many guys do that all day.
Now, right?
And
so
now that
it's extra dry.
The track's sort of dried up a bit of tyre smoke on the sweeper. Is that enough?
I think it's an understeer.
Zero?
I reckon it's an understeer
just
zero.
Just an understeer?
Yeah.
Was it straight, or was it just an understeer?
I think it's an understeer.
To the hands of the judges.
All right, so we are going to get a result, and coming home in third place is Dangerous Dave Steedman.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Dave, mate, that was unbelievable lead from you. That was the best lead I've seen all day, considering the conditions.
Yeah, thank you. Oh man, it's really so tough. It's starting to dry up. There's a bit of grip coming around that last corner. So yeah, happy to keep it together. Having so much fun. Have we got any more battles?
Yeah. Go on, mate. You might have a victory burnout.
Yeah. You know it.
Yeah. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Just quickly from Brody Mayer. Brody, just wasn't that night. What happened that last run?
I just sent it. Yeah, I think I just boxed myself out a little bit in the chase, but I was just trying to be aggressive, put on a show. I don't care too much. I think I said I was going to try and tear the car up, and we just tried to tear the car up pretty much. So well done today. You put down a good run, and yeah, I had some fun. So,
mate, you have put on a show. It's been great to have you. Look after your baby, and good luck back in Tassie with that.
Cheers. Thank you.
So that is third and fourth place locked in. So here is the final. Ethan Faithful for the very first time up against Luke Fink on the periphery of claiming the D1NZ National Drifting Championship the first time. Will it head overseas? And Luke Fink is getting some heat into those tyres, bagging up the Tri-Ace rears.
That's what we want to see.
And the Dan Caldwell-owned LSX powered machine.
Just don't have smell-o-vision from where we are.
No. But it is drifting up.
If you
go into the judges' box, though, the judges have tyre smoke, they have clutch, they have all sorts of bits and pieces going on in there at the moment. Here we go. The John Atwood-owned vehicle driven by Ethan Faithful up against the Dan Caldwell-owned car driven by Luke Fink. One final time, ladies and gentlemen. Get up on your feet. Get your phones up. Get your cameras out. Is this the coronation of Luke Fink as our champion, as our number 2 qualifier? He will lead away, but Ethan Faithful not going to make this easy for him. And here they go into the Mimico Repco wall ride for the very final time, potentially. Fink leads out, but Ethan Faithful right there with him, making him work for it. The tyre smoke starting to come off the rear there. Ethan Faithful transitions nicely in behind him. Nice tidy run coming here from both drivers. Here is Luke Fink opening up the door, making it possible for Ethan Faithful to get right up there into the chase pocket. Ethan Faithful about a metre off him, transitions nicely underneath the Mimico sign. Was that a straight line there, Kenny? It might have just been the camera angle that tricked us. Sparks coming off the wall, ladies and gentlemen. Get on your feet, get your cameras out. Start a snap in Luke Fink as he coronating himself as our champion in waiting.
What a wild run there from the pair of them. We'll unpack it a little bit here in the GT Radio replay. Both of them straight on it on the entry, up onto the line. Ethan Faithful getting up onto the rear quarter, and Luke Fink just sending it out on that line. Drops in, gets out to that line that the judge was asking for that layup. But did he actually get that clip as he laid up into the outside zone? And just here, we saw this transition. Was it a laboured transition, or was he straight wheels? Ooh, gee. That'll be a tight one. The front wheel, you always look at the front wheels and just how long was that car straight for through that transition there, and how much leeway do they give for him being in the pocket for that long as well? Luke Fink, Ethan Faithful.
Alrighty, Ethan Faithful, what can he do? Can he return serve to Luke Fink? Luke Fink will put the pressure on. We've seen Luke Fink do this all season. He is in another final. It is 5 from 5 for Luke Fink. Oh, now Luke Fink hasn't initiated. It's shut out. It is shut down, and Luke Fink very late there. Is Ethan Faithful going to win on debut here? All he has to do now potentially is complete the run and allow the judges to make the decision. Here comes Luke Fink back at him now. He's going to attack. Luke Fink needs to not be stupid here and force him off the track, but here comes Luke Fink. He is tapping, he is rubbing. Is he going to force Ethan Faithful off the track? He's given Ethan Faithful no room in order to transition there. Here comes the VIP machine. The bumper is off the front of it. Up along the wall for one final time, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, Ethan Faithful and Luke Fink, the final of D1NZ. Round number 5, it is done, it is run.
What a run. What a run. Drama off the entry for Luke Fink. Let's unpack it in the GT Radio replay. He went to enter, it stalled, it balked up on him, straightened, left foot, and then entered again. What happened for Luke Fink in the VIP entry? Ethan Faithful out in front, up on that line, switching on through in that Ford Barra, that Barra-powered C33 Laurel. The VIP entry of Luke Fink just trying to get up on the door. It's almost like he just had the bit between the teeth. He's like, nah, I've got to try and get on the door and leave a mark now.
That was what it felt like, wasn't it? But then I think Luke Fink got to a point where he's like, hey, I've got a title in the bag. I'm not going to bin someone else's car. Those are both borrowed rides. It was sort of like, respect, I'm here. I'm in another final. I think we're going to lock in for a result, and then we're going to go down to most likely Keisuke Nakashima and Stephen McIver. Looks like the boys are they're pretty resigned to what's gone on there.
Does it come down to the entry? I'd love to see the entry again.
Well, it was really late, right? So if you don't enter...
I think something's happened on entry there.
Hang on. Let's just create some suspense here because we have the judges out at the DSO table. So I can tell you that all the judges have come out to the review table. They are all now gathered around the screen. They are reviewing the final in full. So there is some suspense here, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know in live stream land. Was it Luke Fink? Was it Ethan Faithful? Let us know what you think out there. The judges are reviewing. They are taking a look at both runs. Here's the GT Radio replay.
Ooh, he was a little bit early on that initiation line. But what does it mean for Luke Fink? Because he had, what was...
Well, this is
the car
why
was slowing up, and it was like the brake lights, the front brake light strips had come on. What was going on there?
And this, Kenny, is why you and I will be eternally grateful that we are not the judges.
So, mate, has Luke Fink potentially had a misshift?
So judges are still deliberating here. Kenny, the tension is building. This feels very idol-like, doesn't it? It's very, very suspenseful.
I guess they want to cross all the T's and dot all the I's and just make sure that they are sticking. I mean, yeah, was that a misshift on entry there?
Thank you very much to Repco for their sponsorship of this season.
There will be, I think there will be a deduction there on the entry, just a fraction early for the lead car in that pass. But I'm not sure it'll be a massive penalty. I think it will be a deduction, but it won't be a big one. Because we talked about wheels being over the line. Take another look at it here. Didn't quite see the entry on the layup onto the wall, but certainly Ethan Faithful throwing down.
Now we've got the side-by-side going down, which means that we've got TSO in full effect.
Look at Luke Fink in the teardrop. Just, yeah, he had the bit between the teeth. He was
I think they're looking
hungry.
at that. No, hang on, if you go back, I think they're looking at was Ethan Faithful straight.
Yeah, and how straight was that in his chase?
So if you look at Ethan Faithful's chase run coming back out of the UDC teardrop, it does appear, certainly from that shot,
yeah,
that
right
he's
up on the A pillar 2 on the exit there. So. Ooh, she'll be tight. She'll be tight.
All right. Are we going... Suspense is building here, boys. The judges are actually still deliberating here. Does the crowd have a view who's won, or Luke wants a one more time? Do you want the chant to go, Luke?
We got some chants going.
We've got the chant going.
The crowd's chanting. The chat box is chanting.
Always the judges, huh?
No, a bit of fun here tonight. Well, what did you guys think down there? Keisuke Nakashima and Stephen McIver.
Oh, well, don't ask me. We'll ask Keisuke. He was the 2024 Pro Sport Championship. What did you make of the final run?
Oh, I think it doesn't really matter what I think. I reckon the crowd wants a one more time.
Does the crowd want one more time? Wow, they do want one more time. I wonder how malleable the judges are. Who knows? We'll wait and find out. I'm trying to figure out where that camera is.
Over there.
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
Oh, there, guys. Righty-ho. Been around way past my bedtime, Keisuke.
Me too,
I mean, when you look at you get actually interesting, you get down on the track here, right, and you see the condition of the track and what the drivers have been dealing with, and it's pretty impressive, huh?
It's unreal. I mean, you see like the very outside is full of mud, it's so slippery, the inside is still wet, dry and patchy. It's unreal what these guys did tonight.
Yeah, okay. Have we got a decision from the judges yet, or are they just sort of taking their time?
The answer to that is no, boys. The judges are still reviewing with the DSO. So what did the crowd reckon again?
Oh, okay. So the question was, Mercury Baypark, do you want one more time? I couldn't hear you. Do you want one more time? Dangerous having a microphone.
It is dangerous. It is dangerous.
It's been great. I mean, this crowd has been in here for probably since early. Some of them probably took part, had a good look at X-Air, which was another big cracking event. And Luke Fink, just get out of the camera shot, would you, pal? Come on. You're going to have plenty of screen time later on. Yeah, no dancing. There we go. Well, yeah. Yeah, but we're not too far away from getting off here anyway, so you better hurry up and make a decision, judges, because it is what it is. Luke, come, while you're here, come and join the lads. I feel sorry because I know Ethan's out of the car. We haven't still got a decision, but can I ask you what happened on the run?
It wouldn't go into gear, and I don't know why. We did, the boys, when Dan drove the car earlier, he lost all the gears, and there was a linkage there, was a bit how you're going, so it could be something to do with that, or it could have just been bad operator. I don't know.
You know, when you take a look at seasons, I feel like I'm doing the interview I should be doing a little bit later on, but you haven't been off the podium all season. I mean, that by anyone's estimation is an enormous. Oh, you know, I'm going to stop. Get back in the car. You're going again. Let's go. One more time. They're going again, Baypark. Let's do this. Let's get out of here. I feel I'm in a dangerous position.
The question is, are they going to put new tyres on it, or are they going to send it just how it is? So I think what it's going to come down to is that straight line from Ethan Faithful, and then the mistake on entry.
I'm going to actually grab
Luke
one of the
Fink.
judges now, because I do want to know what the call is there. So we'll actually grab Joel Counter, the DSO, potentially just to see what the decision was there. So we'll see if we can grab Joel. He is up here with us. So Joel, if you want to just jump on the mic here and just confirm what you've been reviewing there, because you've had to have quite an in-depth look there.
So Joel Counter, Drift South, former Drift South champion, our driving standards observer this weekend, and our review judge. Joel, what did it come down to? From my perspective, I think it was coming down to that straight line from Ethan Faithful and then the initiation from Luke Fink as well.
Exactly that. Yeah, that's exactly what it came down to. So I deemed that Ethan had straight lined in the chase position, and then obviously Luke failed to fire in the chase position as well. And then, yeah, looking over lead for lead. That's exactly what it came down to. So it's purely a lead for lead.
So,
yeah,
okay.
I think Matt still may have called it.
So how have you been finding the DSO system? Obviously, this is your first time jumping into it this season, and how are you finding it? Essentially, we now have 4 judges.
Kind of, yeah. It's been good fun. That's just, I guess I've been doing it for so long as a judge that I know what the judges are looking for. So if something happens live, I can at least put my eyes on it and then have a look over the replay independently.
And I know from the judges, they've been enjoying the feedback from having the DSO system being used as well, and then having a former driver and a judge. I mean, you've been judging for a long time, so it's been good to have you in that seat. And it's taken a lot of pressure off some of the tighter calls as well, because you have all those tools available to you, and it takes the pressure off these guys because they want to keep the comp going, right? We want to keep the show going for the fans, so they're actually able to carry on with the show, and you're able to go through, have a review, and go bring back to the guys, put a bit of a report together and go, hey, check out these things here, and go through the scoring.
Exactly that, yeah. So like I said, I can see something live, and if it looks questionable, I run straight out of the room, straight onto the DSO system, cast my eye over it, and basically when the battle's finished, let the judges make the decision, talk to them about it, and if there is anything in question, then we can talk about it.
And when are we going to see you back behind the wheel? That's, I guess, the... I think you were last out at Drift South for it.
Oh, a couple of years ago now, yeah. The car's in a pretty poor state, so we might might roll it out the garage and get it up on the hoist at some point. But
all right, one more time, final coming up. Thank you, Joel Counter, our DSO and review judge for the weekend. Former Drift South champion, done plenty of laps in the Drift South series as well as D1NZ. Warren Sayre, we are back. Did they change tyres, or are they going to send it as it is?
No, I think it's a change of tyres there. Looks like there's plenty of tread there for Luke Fink. Fun fact about Joel Counter, actually holds the record for the worst qualifying result into the highest finish in pro. Yeah, so went 26-3, and interestingly enough, Isaac Aldridge actually bettered that tonight in pro sport. Here we go, Luke Fink in the VIP frame and truss S15. The 427 is singing out the front there. Tags the wall, the sparks go flying. Luke Fink, he is not going to leave anything to chance. This is a one and done, ladies and gentlemen. We must have a result off this. It is a one more time. It is sudden death. It is Ethan Faithful. It is Luke Fink, both in borrowed cars, and they tag. The front wheel's just about to lock. Ethan Faithful, did he give Luke Fink enough room there to transition? Ethan Faithful has fallen back there, and Luke Fink stays in the gas there. And big distance created there, Kenny. Did Faithful find himself in the wrong spot there, or dare I suggest, because I can, was that a game being played there?
Well, Ethan Faithful did a good job after the contact to actually just fall back on that required line, despite the car lengths in terms of proximity. So see here in the GT radio replay, sparks are flying up on the wall. Ethan Faithful taking a very different approach through the transition, cutting his line a little bit to get that proximity and dive up onto the door. Now, just how will the judges reward for that off the transition, because he had to cut his line ever so slightly to get there. Then you see a touch through the transition. Did he leave enough room for the lead car? Did Ethan Faithful put a wheel off an outside, on that outside clip, heading up towards the final wall ride? And that's what they'll be currently studying right now.
Yeah, I am a huge fan, Kenny. Oh, that wheel's buckled. Is it going to come off? Is it going to debead? That front is off for Ethan Faithful. The front wheel has gone flat for Ethan Faithful. They're going to have to go and change that. And that is that contact with Luke Fink. Yeah. So that is another story here.
So Luke Fink will just be circulating to get some air in the car. Ethan Faithful would have pulled back to the chute. They'll be back to the pits and calling their mechanical 5 minutes to do a tyre change. Now, how does the contact with the car? It's still contact. I mean, the way that it's written.
Well, it's common. It's contact, so it's allowed. So it's allowed, right?
Contact with an object, and he'll go off and swap that tyre over. I mean, initially, that debead rule came into effect simply to stop guys from running too low a pressure in the rear of the car. But he'll go back and change that tyre and head out for the last lap.
Race control just making sure that we know that it was the front, Kenny, that debeaded there, as opposed. Is that the first? That's the first front we've seen all season, right? We haven't seen a front this season because everyone else is sort of all the contacts it's been ripple strips with the rear. So lots of first here. That car's looking a little the worse for wear there. Dan Caldwell's going to have a little bit of work to do to tidy up the VIP frame and truss S15 after this round. Again, thank you to Dan and his team for offering this car to Luke Fink. Luke Fink, he grenaded the barn find R32 on Friday. So let's take a look at some highlights of how we got to where we are as we await the final, the sudden death final.
Aren't we?
One more time.
Dave Steedman, Team DSR up against Sean Potros. Guys battling in the semi-finals, trying to get that last spot. Actually, it would have been was that top 8? Ethan Faithful up against the Drift League Tasmania entry of Brody Marr.
Was there some contention around the Dave Steedman battle? Is that
yeah,
what we were looking at before?
That so there was an inquiry in the background before we got into the first, second, third, and fourth. Haven't seen the result of the inquiry, but certainly there were some questions asked.
I guess we're given we've progressed onwards, right? That's what the system is intended to do. So. Look, I guess one of the things about drifting is that the sport is only as good as its participants. So if you've got an idea that you think needs to be implemented, then you need to put it forward as a remit. And the drivers need to collectively act, and they need to go, well, this is what we want for the good of the sport going forward. I mean, lots of ideas being kicked around at the moment, Kenny. This is probably the point in the evening where you can almost start having those hypothetical thoughts about what happens for maybe late 25, 26 going forward. Plenty going on in the New Zealand drifting scene, plenty going on Australia-wide, as we've talked about, plenty going on internationally with, I've heard a lot of people talking about potentially, I think Laurie Heinonen whet the appetite for people to go to Europe I think a lot of guys also want to go up to Ireland potentially and drive up there. There's always Thailand, China series.
Yeah, the D1 series in Thailand has certainly picked up over the last couple of seasons.
Fanga Dan, of course, and Dainham Templeman have both been over to Thailand.
There was that D-beat from Brody Maher initially tagged the wall and it just snapped on him.
Oh, so is that did I just hear a possible spoiler from the boss? Are we allowed to talk about that, Kenny, or not? So I've just... Okay, so I'm going to announce this live. It's just come over the comms channel to me. We're being told that the 25-26 season, the 25-26 D1NZ season, will start right here at Baypark towards the end of the year, potentially.
No, that's not yet. Dude.
That's what he... Oh, is that not what he just said?
Look,
is that
it's the grand final. We've had a few sound checks.
Right,
let me just come in
I
here.
retract that statement then.
The season's going to start at the end of the year, and they're going to announce the season very There's going to be an announcement. The season's going to start in 2025. So, yeah, is that right? We're going to... But what we're talking about is the track is going to come is actually uncovered for quite some time. So there's going to be another event here at Baypark. Watch the space.
Right. So what you're saying is what I said was wrong, but not completely wrong, but I said it wrong. Okay. All right. I'll accept that. So the season will start this year. So later in the year, stay tuned to the D1NZ social media channels for further announcements. Don't listen to Kenny and I well, don't listen to me basically, because I just repeat anything that gets said in my ear.
6 rounds.
No. Season.
6 rounds. So we're going back
Who said 6
to
rounds?
a 6-round series.
Well, hang on. So now we're
just starting the
hang
rumour
on.
mill.
So we're not.
You're just getting ready to start. The director's trying to start the rumour mill.
So hang on. So we're not. So we're not starting
it's been
here.
a long time
but
since we had a 6-round series here in New
okay.
Zealand.
So to confirm, starts in 25.
Starts in 25.
Not starting here, but the track will remain uncovered.
Yes. So there will be another event
6
here at
rounds.
6
Going
round
back
series.
to 6-round series.
Are we going back to the South Island? That's the big question.
Why are we going to
I'd
the
love
South
go
Island?
back
Does anyone want us? Does
Let's
anyone
start a
want us
rumour.
back in the South Island? Do they still want?
500.
Do they want us in the South Island?
Well, let me just say, Invercargill, Nelson, and Timaru want us in the South Island.
So I could tell you off the top of my head that we actually, UDC actually just had a corporate hosting event at the V8 Utes at Invercargill, and it was one of our most successful client functions ever. So there is certainly appetite for motorsport down there. They had over 150 VIP guests on location.
I'd love to go back to Timaru, actually.
I've never been.
It's always a good crowd, and the track there, you can get right up close to the action. A personal favourite of mine in the South Island there.
Where else should we go? Where else would you...
Last time we went to Tauranga, we had a streaker. Not encouraged at a motorsport event because it's incredibly dangerous, but hey, it's the deep south, and that's what we ended up with. The crowd loved it that much that we ended up with a streaker on the circuit. But yeah, certainly would love to go back to the South Island, and certainly with the South Island contingent coming up this season, those guys putting on a show here this year.
I wonder if we can, do you reckon we can break any spoilers about drivers that might return as well? Maybe there are a few drivers out there who might tease a return, maybe? Cole Armstrong maybe just being pushed there. He reckoned he was 10 years away from Theo turning a wheel.
Well, we had quite a few fan requests for a V8 Supercars D1NZ double header. How would that work?
I don't.
We've tried this
I
before.
feel like we've
Super
maybe
Sprint.
been there.
But if we had it.
Yeah,
I mean, Supercars did try that.
What
they
else have we
trialled
done?
a drift event actually on the Gold Coast, and certainly the people involved in that have been involved with D1NZ for many, many years. So watch this space.
All right, here we go. Final pass. This is sudden death. It is Ethan Faithful leading away from the Dan Caldwell-owned VIP entry being driven by Luke Fink. One final time. We have to have a result after this, ladies and gentlemen. Who goes home with the silverware? Is it Luke Fink? Is it Ethan Faithful? Ethan Faithful on the gas. Up and into the wall. Here comes Luke Fink into the pocket. Both drivers transition nicely into the UDC teardrop for the one final time. Can they get through here smoothly? Ethan Faithful flats with the outside. Drive drops a tyre. Does he drop a tyre? Was it right off there, Kenny? That'll be up to the judges to decide that. Here comes Luke Fink putting the pressure on. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one final time as they come back around the Repco Mimico wall ride, and Ethan Faithful whacks the wall. And here they come, your finalists. Salute them. Two champion drivers, Ethan Faithful and Luke Fink. And Fink 360s it. It went 360 and Luke Fink, your champion elect. Put your hands together for Luke Fink, ladies and gentlemen. He is a happy boy. Are you allowed to blow the guards off someone else's car? I don't know.
I'd say Dan
Where's
Caldwell might let him do it.
Knowing Dan,
It's the grand final.
I feel like Dan will probably just go, yeah, as long as I'm in the passenger seat, just blow him off. Blow him off, boys.
Awesome job from our drivers tonight. Great stuff in the final. Trans-Tasman final. Ethan Faithful up against Luke Fink. You got a Ford Barra-powered C33 L-Dog. When was the last time you saw a four-door C33 on the podium in D1NZ Pro? Up against Luke Fink. Sparks are flying up on the bank. There was that correction there for the lead car, and Luke Fink certainly right there in the pocket, in the chase. Loops it out at the end, and
your champion elect salutes the crowd.
Skid in front of the diehard fans that have been sticking around all day in the rain, right there, watching on the wall, soaking in the action.
So Kenny, I'll drop a couple of little teasers. Luke Viersma, Western Australian World Time Attack podium finisher. He's keen to come across. Saxon Moyes keen to come across. So a few more Aussies looking to come across. Maybe we're looking at that the 3 rounds here, 3 rounds in Aussie type scenario. Trans-Tasman kind of thing. There is Luke Fink, your champion in waiting. What a season it has been, ladies and gentlemen, for the great Aussie lad, Luke Fink, Fink & Co. And there is Tiana, his wife. Stephen and Keske will no doubt be down there in the thick of everything, and he looks like he's absolutely pumped. Been an absolute pleasure to call the season for you. My name is Warren Seck. With me is Kenny Ruddle. We've been your commentary team for the season as we wind our way towards prize giving. Stephen and Keske will take over the formalities and they will bring us home. But what a season it has been. Kenny Ruddle, we had Brady Maher win round 1. We had Adam Davies win round number 2. We had Luke Fink win round number 3. We had Connor Halligan win round number 4. We're about to find out who won round number 5, but there has been one constant across the entire season. It has been that man, Luke Fink, on the podium. 5 out of 5 rounds, and what a phenomenal effort. You can think whatever you like about the man, but the man could drive that toolbox around Baypark and he would still get it sideways and put in an absolutely solid effort. So what an effort here at Baypark for Fink & Co, for the JDM Motorsport team, for all of our D1NZ drivers. And there is the silverware. Let's go down to Stephen Akiba and Keisuke Nagashima.
So here we are, we come to the end of the 2024-2025 D1NZ Championship. Baypark, give these drivers and their crews a huge round of applause. So let's get busy with the round. Trophy presentation will be done by Cooper Hasty, super fan. He's been helping out all season long. So in the round, let's start with position number 3. And in the round, P3 goes to Dave Steedman. So there's young Cooper giving him his trophy. There's P3. And in second position for the round, give it up, first time here, not a bad finish, Ethan Faithful. And your round winner has not been off the podium in all 5 rounds. Give it up for Luke Fink. And that's your official rounds podium for the final round of the D1NZ season. Gentlemen, feel free to spray some champagne, and then we'll get on with the championship trophies. Don't go too far. Okay, gentlemen, if I could just ask you to remove your trophies from the podium, and we will now get on to the championship trophies for 2024-2025. I'll ask the reigning Drift King, Case Pullenburry, to hand out all the trophies. So, Kisko, you might want to hand that big trophy so it doesn't get muddy. Give it up for your reigning champion, Case Pullenburry, everybody. And in third position for the championship in 2024-2025, Connor Halligan. In second position in the championship, Dave Steedman. And for the first time in D1NZ history, your championship Drift King will take it off these shores. But boy, has he put on a show this season. He has shown everybody what it's like to produce consistency, speed, and most of all, what D1NZ is all about, entertainment. Your 2024-2025 Drift King in D1NZ, give it up for Luke Fink. And of course, what goes with that is the Drift Japan ticket to go to the western parts of Japan, hang out on some cool tracks and do your thing. And a thanks to Ben Hodges. Gentlemen, hold those trophies high, you deserve it. What a season it has been. All right, let's get a word from our Drift King. Luke, come on over here, mate. Now, before we go any further, Case Pullenburry, we've got to give the overall championship trophy one more time. Luke. Oh, that's yours. You don't get. You keep that. Sorry. Okay. Come. They said, give it. Come here, mate. Come on down. You can spray that champagne in a minute, pal. Mate, I'll get back to the original question I had before we had to go one more time. Congratulations. Consistency breeds success, and success has been yours. What a near perfect season.
It hasn't been bad. The only thing that sort of let us down a few times is a few car issues. But other than that, man, the JDM racing team, I love them so much. You don't understand. We do have car issues and this and that, but we have the best time. You know what I mean? Even the boys tonight, you know, I can't thank the VIP guys enough. But then when my crew came down as well, it's just such a good time to have the boys around. And we have such a ball. And I can't thank James and the JDM racing team enough. And obviously VIP tonight. What freaking legends.
Okay, well, just quickly, we're running light on time. What does it mean to win? Drift King, taking it back to Australia for the first time, first non-Kiwi to do it.
No, it's pretty cool. Obviously, Kiwis are some killer drivers over here, and you know, it wasn't easy. Obviously, you know, I want to say I'd love to take it back to 80, but a lot of times you have to push it back up to 90, 100, and start putting it on the edge. And it's just been a great year. Everyone was pushing really hard. I think this tyre rule now in D1NZ's got everyone really close on grip. It's a bloody good time.
Get back up on that podium, spray some champagne. Congratulations, your Drift King in 24-25, and that is Luke Fink. We will wrap up the season with Keisuke Nakashima. Keisuke, come on and join us. We've got about 30, 40 seconds to go, mate. What a season. Consistency, and what an example to set for young drifters.
It's insane. I mean, we've had rentals, we've had, you know, people coming over from Trans-Tasman, Australia, Finland. It's been an amazing season.
Oh, and the Pro Sport Championship, which we saw Dean Young win it. You couldn't find a nicer guy to win it, but boy, again, some young drifters coming to show that they're ready to go.
Yeah, 100%. The Pro Sport of the feeder series for T1 Pro. We're going to see Dean Young back into the Pro, or step up into the Pro, and a lot of the guys try and get that championship.
Mate, along with you, Warren, and of course Kenny and all the team, thanks for being part of D1NZ in 2024-25. Broadcast team done a magnificent job with mud up to their eyebrows here at Mercury Baypark. but to all the tracks, all the supporters, all the fans, all the volunteers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will see you one more time. In fact, more than one more time. We'll see you for the new season. It's called D1NZ. It means entertainment. Back at you. You.
See you, mate.